Hey Chad, how's everyone doing? Welcome to the stream. So many people already, holy shit. Hope we're having a wonderful start into the weekend. Gonna be a great day today, I think. Gonna start with a bit of blasting and then we go on the Barb again to finish what we started yesterday. $11k Neve Iron. Feels good. Any world bosses coming? No. Nodes are not live yet. I expect in 3 hours. Hey, Boiler. Actually, I should have gambled on the Barb, I guess. There's actually some items I need to improve on the Barb, but I guess we're gonna be farming on the Barb as well enough.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Whoa. Pesto Varida, thanks for the prime. Also, we got some emotes here. What is that? Gigantifying emote. Ah, some bits. Thank you from Cyrox. Appreciate that.
Do we have anything for that?
What's that?
It's an adapter.
You can check maybe here or here. Weekend time, log in. Let's go. Yeah, I think this didn't say when the patch notes will be, but it should be in 2 hours, 40 minutes. That's the usual time. Numbers are turned on. Uh-oh. Döner plus stream. Dude, I have like 10% progression here. What's going on? Yeah. We had 69% rest on Hardseek, hard to get the last percent. Are glyphs fully leveled and stuff? Depends on the setup exactly. If you, for example, have like a node buffing glyph on Lyrana's instinct board for the res, and your glyph is not leveled. Bright glyph, I think, for example, I have in my planner. Maybe try to take one small Paragon node somewhere. I think they're not gonna change Victimize. Oh man, we have a problem here. You can get items with greater effects on overalls, yes, but no uniques. So what are the expectations, guys, for the patch notes today? Buff Andaria, nerf Barb. Okay. They generally seem pretty hesitant to change how items work. Boulder fix. Yeah, boulder fix is likely, I guess. Sorc buff copium. Sorc is too squishy when not immortal. Really? I didn't really feel too squishy on the Sorc, to be honest. But also not super comfortable, I guess. I think Heartsick is gonna be nerfed. Not today. But in Season 5. A flurry buff. Flurry buff number 28. Because 27 rounds was not enough. Let's give it another 10%. See if that fixes it. Copium. Hey, over. Thanks for Prime. I'm missing the goblins already. Yeah, it was a fun little event. Barrage, shotgun, properly fixed. What's wrong with Barrage? Make the Necro before the XP boost disappears. I mean, the XP boost doesn't really matter much. You're gonna play, you know, 50 hours or 100 hours of Necro this season. Like that's 2 hours safe on leveling, doesn't really matter. I'm probably gonna level like 2 or 3 Necros anyway. Stone? What the fuck? On-screen celebration? Wait, where's that coming from? There's more bits. Stuff you can do, I didn't realize. Thank you. Starbucks. Hello, Symphony, by the way. But 3 GA pants with Blade Shaft. And if the other 2 GAs are like Dex and Life or something, that's pretty good. That is a 2 GA pants. That's a cool and easy to play build. Heartseeker. Patchons are in 2.5 hours. Life on hit and life per second needs to be removed from 925 gear. I don't think so. Yeah, it certainly set us where at least life per hit makes sense. Yeah, life per second is just a bit understated, I guess. You know, we have like 50k, 60k, 80k life or something. Like life per second is just not really good enough. Maybe it would be more interesting if it was like percent life regeneration. You know, let's say you just straight up roll like, you know, 0.5% or 1% or something like that. Life per second. Could probably be better. So it doesn't just like lose value the better your gears. I'm going to stream with Rax for a bit today. I mean, he's just doing his speedrun, like what? I don't have anything to do with that. We did not remove Doombringer and Grandfather from craftable Ubers. But you switched characters. After partner completed. Let's go, Border. Good luck. I'm not sure if I should apply right away, and I'm not sure how this works these days. I remember in the past they always just like denied anyone like 2 to 3 times by default boiler for Twitch partner, no matter like how big you were, basically. So can't really hurt to try already and kind of get your fails out of the way. Sarah one-shotted. Wait, Sarah is Twitch partner? Holy shit. Okay. With 1 attempt. Yeah, maybe they changed the policies a little bit, I don't know. I mean, and I did it, that was like, you know, 8 years ago or some shit. So... Okay. Everybody can do pit 61. You clear 71 with your Stormclaw Druid. Nice. I mean, Stormclaw is probably not even that terrible, is it? With Pain Gorgers and everything these days. But I don't know. Yeah, no doubled Moonrise. No buffed adaptability. Maybe Stormclaw is not that crazy. Honestly, it might be better to just like have a normal two-handed staff and go Moonrise and adaptability buffed. Actually probably benefit from Pain Gorgers. Although, does Pain Gorgers buff both skills? I guess it buffs the Claw and the Storm Strike, right? Oh. I think they'll adjust temper manuals. That'll be kind of strange in the mid-season patch. But they might add like new ones. But I would rather expect these things in like a new season, you know? Like there's a lot of stuff they need to nerf. A lot of stuff they need to change or delete, I think. So I would doubt they're gonna do some major shake-up there in the mid-season patch. Stone. I use Stealth instead of Shadow Imbue, yes. It's not a massive drop of DPS. Shadow Imbue is 12% extra damage, roughly 80% of the time on the boss. So like something like a 10% DPS increase, that's not a massive loss. That's like less than 1 tier loss probably, in terms of boss DPS. But it does prevent me from having to refarm for 100 hours sometimes on hardcore, so that's cool. I think they make tempers locked to the class that has them. Unlikely. I don't think it's like a problem that you can temper stuff from other classes. Why wouldn't it be? Alright, I just explained it to you. Shadow Imbue is like roughly 10% DPS. That's kind of negligible when it comes to speed farming. But I do not die. At least not whilst I CC it. And this is kind of cool. Because my character is worth like at least 50 hours of grinding right now. Thanks guys for the bits. What is going on? Wait, do I see this? Like, is it like showing up on the alerts? Or what? What is he doing? Okay. Oh, almost 1 billion again. Poggers. Thank you. I definitely have to grind some stones now, because I actually sold a lot of them to this guy. I think there's a potentially decent Frenzy Barb build. Hell no. Chronix, Detch. Wait, did he just rip? Again. It's not a good time to rip. 2 hours before the patch notes, I think. But okay. Nah, Frenzy has no chance to be a good build right now. His Exudes already used as a damage reduction buff, or like Frenzy bars maybe, and that's it. I wonder if Frenzy actually probably works with Pain Gorgers, because every time you swing a Frenzy, you actually get 2 hits. You get 1 from each weapon. I wonder if both swings actually trigger Pain Gorgers. But even if they do, I mean, that doesn't really make it good anyway. Here's a perfect time to rip, right before the patch notes. He's like, oh man, I don't want to play Necro anymore after this. I am selling on Crimson Market. I have a bunch of stuff listed there. Someone offered me 150 million for an item, and I was very surprised about such a high offer. And then he said, oh sorry, I'm softcore. Then I understood. Darius Visage is slept on. Yep. I put it under my pillow every night. Because I love it so much. Hey Dini. When is Andy's buff? Why do you want to buff that thing? It seems ridiculous already. What do you mean buff? D3 Frenzy was fun. Yeah, I agree. Frenzy Barb is kind of cool in D3. I did not make a new Andy Rogue video, but I will, Jeff. Like now that my character is like optimized and stuff, I'll talk about it. And we also have the Maxwell guide now, the Dark Side Road. Watch Andy Rogue be broken and fix mid-season patch. I don't think they're gonna do anything with Andarius. Like, I mean, the build is good and all, but it's not like an outrageous build, I believe. And it is based on an Uber unique, after all. I think it's okay for a build like this to be good. I think if we got a decent Frenzy tempo, it would open it really well. I mean, if the reality is that Gushing Moons is gonna get gutted next season, and Gushing Moons is the only thing that really makes stuff like Frenzy potentially viable currently. Because they abuse the same like bleed shenanigans that Bash Bleed does or whatever. I mean, what kind of tempo could they make for Frenzy that would open it up, you know? Double cast does not exist for many skills. They haven't made any mechanic like multi-strike. Frenzy cleaves, let's go. So it's basically just Bash but faster. So that is not really sensible either. I mean, Bash is also on a chopping block. I mean, I don't know how strong a Frenzy build would be right now. It would certainly be way weaker than other Barb builds, but with a lot of Barb builds most likely getting nerfs next season. Who knows, maybe Frenzy could be something playable at least. In a world where Barbs are just like 15 tiers weaker than they are currently. You meant Flurry. Ah. Yeah, I mean Flurry has like some fundamental mechanical issues, I think. That just holds it back. So they can buff it all they want. I mean, they could ridiculously buff it. But realistically, like all these like little buffs that they do every season on Flurry just won't really help. Because none of them solve the core issue that the skill has. What was Sorc nerfs expected? Nah, not during the season. I mean, if they nerf Immortal Sorc mid-season, that would be a disaster, I think. Because literally, like, everyone is playing like that on softcore. And even on hardcore, people do. So all of the builds will just like stop working immediately. Why Metalworks depends so much on damage to crowd control? Because of this. And there's no way to play for position because it's melee builds. There's no way to play victimize because all of the melee skills have shitty lucky hit. Exposure doesn't do much. And momentum does even less. So close quarters is the only option. Expecting Druid changes. Yeah, it's hard to say really, like I don't know what to predict for like balance changes honestly. I mean, yeah, they could like take some skills and like, you know, give them some 10% boost here and there or something like that. But realistically, I think a lot of classes just have like fundamental issues that they can't really solve in a mid-season patch. Because it was just like, you know, change the game too much and change the class too much and existing builds and stuff. And what are they gonna change? For Druids, for example, to lift them up. I mean, do you want to buff quick shift even more or some shit? I mean, everyone is already using quick shift anyway, and bestial rampage and then stuff like that, you know? These modifiers are actually already very powerful, and that's why every build runs them. So how do you make those builds more powerful without buffing the already ridiculously strong multipliers that the build is already using? So if anything, they need to, like, you know, change some other stuff that is like not currently used and make it good. You know, Perfect Storm, for example. Like, who the hell runs Perfect Storm? No one. Because it's easy to solve resources and Perfect Storm doesn't add much damage. So this is like maybe something to look at. But then, you know, it wouldn't really affect any existing build, and maybe you'll get more ways to like build setups on Druids, which is nice. I've never used Perfect Storm, man, because it's just kind of like an underwhelming key passive. Actually, not even that weak. It's just kind of weak compared to other options that the Druid has. Like Perfect Storm, if you compare it to, like, let's say, I don't know, Combustion on Sorc or something. You know, Combustion is a pretty weak one. Or like, you know, most of these Sorc key passes are actually pretty weak when you look at them. They don't really do that much. Maybe like the average, like 20%, 25% DPS. Maybe some other little perks, like some DR from beers. And compared to that, like Perfect Storm kind of really fits in. But on the Druids, yeah, you have Usign, you have Bestial Rampage, and everyone just uses that. It's easy to trigger them. In fact, Usign Strength, you don't even have to do anything, you just have to exist, and you get a 30% buff already. And then you get a 20% damage HP buff sometimes. And if overpower builds were still a thing, then you would also get an overpower buff. So Perfect Storm doesn't really cut it there. I think it's not a good idea that only the currently used weapon gives you the stats and the aspects. Well, that would make the way that rogues and barbs function pretty stupid. And the reason why barbs are so OP is not because they have 4 weapons. I mean, it does help a little bit with that, but it's not really the reason why barbs are OP. People just like to point at that and say, hey, barbs, 4 weapons, what the fuck? Of course they're overpowered. Well, that's not really the reason. That's just a scapegoat, I think. Like, you can easily remove 2 weapons from the Barbs, and I mean, it will bring them down quite a bit. But it won't really solve the core issues. And why are they OP? Because the numbers that they put on Barb skills and Barb aspects and Barb legendary nodes and Barb glyphs are too high. The 4 weapons are not accounted for in the balancing of the rest of the class. So yes, so technically, you know, you can say they have more weapons, so they are stronger. And that is kind of correct. But you can easily solve that problem by just adjusting other things in the class. You don't need to remove the weapons in the class and make the class like, you know, scuffed and less fun and less interesting by removing weapons. You can just adjust numbers. Like, for some reason, they just give Barb effects, you know, Barb items and Barb uniques and everything, way too large numbers that ignore the fact that they already have a lot of stats on the weapons and a lot of aspects and so on. And then on top of this, you have, like, you know, extremely powerful tools that are just like working way better than tools that other classes have. Barbs have berserking as a damage buff that applies to every single build. Every single build on Barb is berserking. There's no build on Barb they would ever conceive that does not have permanent berserking. It just does not exist. And berserking is really powerful, and it works under all circumstances against every enemy. It works for all of your effects. There are a lot of things that other classes have that give you conditional damage buffs against certain enemies, like vulnerable enemies, CC'd enemies, frozen enemies, whatever. This does not apply to berserking. Berserking always works. It works against the bosses, it works against far enemies, it works against close enemies, it works on the first hit, it works on the last hit, it works every time. Berserking is really powerful. Frigid Finesse only works against frozen enemies. If you fight a boss as a rogue, you're gonna do way less damage until you stagger them. Barbs don't have that problem, they just always have full damage. Doesn't matter. This is part of the reason why Barbs are so good as well. You know, they can scale stuff that other classes cannot scale, you know. Tyrael's Might, Whirlwind build, you know. Something like this would never exist on other classes. Because you can't buff something like Tyrael's Might on anything other than Barb, really. You know, all the other classes, they have, like, you know, extra elemental damage or extra, you know, of whatever, you know, like damage to frozen enemies. You know, as a Barb, you just whirl around, you shoot your Tyrael's Might bolts, you buff them with berserking, you buff them with grandfather, you buff them with like 3000 strength. Yeah, of course, suddenly they're gonna do a lot of damage. Your holy bolt's gonna blast everything. You know, holy bolts is an effect that is supposedly, you know, kind of like supposed to work for all classes, but no, it doesn't. It works way better for Barbs because they have these tools that other classes don't have. This is why Barbs are so powerful. It doesn't really have to do much with the weapons, it's just the kit is so much more suited for, you know, generic damage buffs and like increases to everything that you can think of. You can make so many things work on Barb that you cannot make work on other classes. Because you can just take anything that the game has and buff it to the moon on Barb. And then you have stuff like Gushing Wounds, you know. Gushing Wounds is either you're unconstrained and you buff your berserking stuff even more, and these days people just abuse the hell of Gushing Wounds to do the same, you know. The Holy Bolt stuff I just explained, the Tyrael's Might thing. Like, not only do you have berserking, but then comes Gushing Wounds, which is even bigger than that, actually. Way bigger, actually. So Gushing Wounds, you know, as a key passive, is something like like a times 20 to times 40 damage increase. You know, 2000 to 4000, maybe 5000% average damage increase. Gushing Wounds. You know, the typical key passive in the game is something like a 20, 40, maybe 50% damage increase, you know. Like, roughly 1% of what Gushing Wounds does for Barbs currently. So this is also a thing, you know. This has nothing to do with the 4 weapons that the Barbs have, really. Barbs just abuse the hell out of Gushing Wounds right now for everything. And there you go. yeah, you can say that the weapons are a contributor to the imbalance between the classes. And that is true when you consider that they just put the same numbers on everything on the barbs. In fact, actually, at some point, very long ago, they actually did nerf the Barb glyphs a little bit. Like, Barb glyphs are slightly weaker than other classes' glyphs. So they did actually try to account for this a little bit at some point post-launch. I think it was back in Season 0, actually, when they nerfed Barbs, like, multiple times. But they have kind of, like, not, you know... They didn't really stick to that notion, right? To just, like, make Barb numbers generally lower, right? They make Barb tempers, and those Barb tempers are as powerful or more powerful than other classes' tempers. And you can have, you know, basically 6 of them on your weapons. So, of course, it doesn't make sense, because they just didn't account for the number of weapons. They just gave it all the same numbers. They gave all the aspects on Barb very high numbers, and they shouldn't. And then you could have all the weapons you want on the Barb, and it will be fine.
Hello, shining beauty.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Yo, more Dragon, thanks for the 100 bits. Chronics just die. Wasn't that like 10 minutes ago? Or 15? Well, oh, 7. I need a clip. He deleted my clip. What? I guess maybe wudijo made a clip, so he wants 1. What's rogue passive? Bester Artiger matters of weapon mastery. With a bow, weapon mastery is a bit better. Dude, I see one guy in trade chat here trying to sell Stygian stones for 25 million each. Good luck with that, man, on hardcore. He denies he took ice spider damage, which is wild. Well, someone needs to have a clip, no? Where's the clip? I hope the patches will make double swing better and fun again. I mean, Dust Devil double swing is pretty strong, no? It's just not like super crazy pit build. I think giving other classes more weapon slots doesn't make much sense. I mean, what kind of weapon slots would you like to give to like a Sorc or a Druid or whatever? Like, what do you want to put there even? And then, I mean, all it does is just like, yeah, it's like some unnecessary power creep basically that you add to every single class that is not Barb, and that's it. So that seems strange. The game is already omega trivialized in everything that's not the pit. And you're just gonna contribute even more to that. So get a two-handed and one-hand offhand. I mean, they could kind of do like the PoE2 system, right? Where I always have 2 weapons. And you can decide which weapon to use for which spell, and then you can have like, you know... I mean, this would actually be not the worst idea, honestly, because I talked about it at length yesterday. About dual core builds and, you know, like 1 skill for AoE and 1 skill for single target. And, you know, there could be like something like that where you have like a weapon swap and then you swap to you know, a different skill, and then this is so used to kill the boss, this would potentially solve a lot of problems that we have with the game currently. Which is that a lot of builds don't have single target damage, a lot of builds are one button builds. That could be interesting if they made something like the PoE2 system, but I mean this is something that would have to go into the expansion, I suppose. But I kind of like the idea like how they're doing it in PoE2. And it would maybe, like if done right, it could open up a lot of like cool build diversity. But I guess the problem still remains that there are too many like skill specific or archetype specific like scaling mechanisms. So you can't really combine, you know, multiple skills that easily anyway. Because you have stuff like the skill ranks on the glove, you have stuff like, you know, certain legendary nodes that only apply to the fire skills and not to your lightning skills. Or you have like this dot thing that does not work with all the other crit stuff that you have on your gear or something like that, right? So this is like also another problem there. But yeah, as long as they make like some smart combos, it could maybe work. There's no news on social features. Besides that, there's gonna be co-op raids in the expansion. So I guess then we're gonna see something. Melissa. Yeah. You're blasting D2 right now? Let's go. Oh, they started like a new season lately, no? Season 6, Spiritborn OP. Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna make the new class OP or gonna try to balance it. When in doubt, usually it's OP. Started 2 for weeks, okay. No mobility, thanks, what's up? Okay, let's see this. Cornix rip. He's on Necro and at 101. He's farming 101 actually. Whoa, what? He just got fucking deleted. What? What happened there? Oh, yeah, these were the spiders, I guess. The explosions. And he died from... That's crazy, man. 3 explosions. Look. Yeah, this is what killed him, actually. They all died at the same time. Only 3 of them. Bam. Yeah, it was not really the spiders shooting him. Holy. That's a lot of damage, man. From 3 guys. He didn't have barrier up. Because everything was dead, I guess. He had a fresh bone storm. I mean, the ice spiders is not the problem here. It was the explosions. The ice spiders, I mean, they didn't even freeze him, so he didn't take that many from those hits. It was just like chipping away here a little bit, like 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's not much. You can easily tank like 20 of these if you have a tanky character. It was the spider hosts. Bam. Nuts. Well, go again, I heard. Seems Holy Bolt can't save you. Always. The one-shot you with greater alpha exterior might, 100k HP on Druid. Wait, what? One spider host kills you. Maybe there's something up with them, I don't know. Most of the time I don't really notice these explosions because I freeze them and kill them. So this doesn't really happen on me. I mean, the thing is that they are already dead, so usually on dead enemies you don't apply any of your conditional damage reduction effects. You know, like the debilitating roar will not work against these, I think, when you kill them. Even if they die with debilitating roar up, I think they will pop and they will not have the damage reduction. So at least that's my expectation. And it kind of looks like this because how much damage it did. Although, I mean, Necro doesn't have that many conditional damage reduction effects, right? Necro is like relatively consistent. Yeah, most of the time I kill them while frozen, so there's no explosion, they just shatter and that's it. Okay, it's my last one actually. I'm gonna go on the Barb after this. Gonna try out our Flay Barb. See what happens. How did I... What? I was puncturing into the pack and I did a flurry. And the flurry did not spread vulnerable to anything. Only the second one. That I did without moving my cursor. And without any monster moving either, because they were all frozen. Like how did the first flurry just hit nothing? I heard a sound. I heard someone did 123 of Andariels. Buff Angel Breath drops. Wouldn't hurt to up that a little bit somewhere, but I mean, where would you put Angel Breath? Or like, how much would you buff them? I mean, the way to farm Angel Breath is usually farm Helltide and farm events. Because Harbinger just dropped like 2 to 4 of them most of the time. And events drop 10 when you master it. So that's usually the way you get Angel Breath. And I just can get like 500 to 800 Angel Breath per hour maybe. Which is a somewhat okay number, I guess. But yeah, if you don't farm Helltide very much, then you don't get Angel Breath. Frigid and Exploit versus Frigid and Malice. For Heartseeker, Exploit is way better. For other builds, it's kind of the same. Oh, the potion's just run out. Okay, let's go on the Barb.
Much thanks, friend.
Okay, so Chronix was pissed at me. He said his barrier went poof somehow. Okay, let's check this again. So, I mean... This is probably without Ultimate Shadows, right? Is Exploit really that much better than Frigid? No, Exploit is weaker, even on victimized builds. Unless you push. If you push like 120 plus, then Exploit is probably better. I mean, he has a lot of targets here. There's like at least 10 targets that he's hitting with his Bone Storm, right? So he gets, how much? 6% per hit. It takes 2 times per second. So you should have like full barrier, right? Shielding Storm. How does that look? 6% of base life. Oh, it's of base life, not of maximum life. Okay. So that actually makes it way worse. So let's say he has like 60k life. His base life is like roughly 15% of that or so. So yeah. Let's say 10 targets, 2 times per second, 120% of base life. So it gets like roughly 9,500 barrier per second. So his barrier just wasn't that large if he didn't run Ultimate Shadows. Yeah, he didn't have Ultimate Shadows. And it works off base life, so his barrier just wasn't that big. That's it. I mean, okay, he's getting hit by some small stuff here. The barrier broke from those hits at the start. It was actually those spiders at the top, yeah, that broke it. Yeah, those things are flying in. You see the trail? Not the ones on the left. Bam. Yeah, and that was like nothing to get the barrier again. Everything was dead. All the spiders died, and then he just waited for the spider host to explode. And that's it.
Greetings.
How's it going?
We go on the Barb, I guess, for now. No world boss coming. That was Chronix ripping earlier. So yesterday I built my Flay Barb. I spent like a few hours theory crafting. That was actually the longest theory craft of the season so far, I think. But we had to do a lot of math to understand which stats do we want and is grandfather good or not. Spoiler, hell no. And that's all we got now. So now we master just a little bit. I think I only need to master really. I have kind of like everything rolled to get started. So let's do it. So those boots definitely go to 12, I guess. And let's actually start with like 4 everywhere or 8 everywhere. We hit the rest, that's actually a good start. These pants are a bit unfortunate that I only have 2 to Gatriel yell. But I hit the flay, easy clap.
Not bad.
Hit the flay again. Okay. So wait, how much do I need? That's 30, 80, so I need 2 more. Okay.
That there is worth the coin.
Rigged. Now I probably want to hit a crit there. How much crit do we actually have right now? 43, man. Yikes. Okay, there's only one stat on this thing that we care about.
Not bad.
Which is not percent physical damage. Here we go. Oh my god. We should probably 12 this, right? It has double life roll. Let's do it. Resource. Ah, well.
Unexpected.
Life. I want to hit crit, I think. Weapon mastery cooldown, huh?
That there is worth the coin.
That's all crit damage. Life.
That there
Need more up the side.
is worth the coin.
Play duration is good.
Kettle's hot. What do you need?
Oh, my potions. Level 20 potion. Okay.
There's a
Okay.
fight.
Scatter Yell, the new meta. Well, I mean, if you shout every 5 seconds and you have 25 ranks of Scatter Yell, then you make the entire party immune to damage from anything that's not like dead enemies or Shadow Pit bosses. Which is pretty good, I guess. But I don't want to have Scatter Yell. I don't intend to shout every 5 seconds. I would like to have just Imposing Presence ranks. Unfortunately, you have a unique helm and a unique chest, so there's only one more slot we can put. Technically 2 slots, I guess. We could put it on a neck instead of movement, but it's kind of too late for this neck. Actually, it's not. We have 4 tempers. So, if I wanted to be careful, I guess we go for Imposing Presence ranks here, which is definitely better than 12% movement speed on hardcore, but that's what I got now.
What do you need? Not bad.
And we hit the Auras again. Okay. We also have way too much armor. Should have rolled off. Let's get it to 12. Oh my god. Okay. So if I just roll off this armor, I'll be at 9,100. So I need 2 armor nodes. There's one. And there's one. We could probably try to do this. And we just remove like maybe 2 random nodes somewhere like this. It's probably fine. And then you get a roll on the glove. Holy hell, 1.9 seconds done. $9,107. Should we try to roll this? It's at 1 million. Okay. Now I just need 1 node. 1 node is acceptable, I guess. Let's do it. It's gonna take 1 out somewhere. Yeah. Boom. Okay.
Need something forged?
That's very satisfying. Crit damage. Kinda want to hit a crit chance, honestly.
Unexpected.
Here we go.
Unexpected.
And the crits. And the crits. Okay, we need Ingolith. Feels good when I can convert 11,000 Leaf Iron. Then thanks for NX Production build, only showed 7 glyphs. Yeah, I think Darkside just did a little mistake, maybe in the text. I saw someone mentioning that, so it might be fixed already. Or he's getting to fix it soon. Okay, we have enough auras at least for now. I should max these boots, man. These boots are fucking nuts.
That there is worth the coin.
Hit a small movement speed. This thing has 55% movement speed, man. Okay. Do we go to 8 on these weapons?
That there is worth the coin.
This much of strength. Well, damage is fine, I guess.
expected.
Strength. I mean, these are all 0 greater affix weapons, so I might just leave them for now. So you have 12, 12, 12, 8, 8, 4, 8, 4, 4, 8, 8, 8. 53k life. Doesn't really feel that comfortable. And we have also more armor now. So I guess I'll take this out again. Okay. It's actually kind of worthless to roll this higher because we masterworked it one more time. We also have strength there, but as soon as I move this strength I will lose like around 160. Then we'll need a armor node again. Okay, 53k life. It's kind of fine, I suppose. We have Exploit, Territorial, Ira, Undaunted, Might. So you have 3 defensive glyphs basically. This is 10% DR, this is 10 from close, and 10 from fortified. Which glyphs do I not run that I should be running? Maybe Marshall. But that's it actually, all the other glyphs are kind of shit. So that's fine. I mean, there's a weapons master glyph. We actually have 2 different weapon master skills. Bonus to their physical damage and damage reduction modifiers. Does that work with like generic damage reduction like this? Or only physical damage? I think that only physical damage reduction, right? Yeah, this doesn't even work. It's kind of funny. So is there something like physical damage reduction? It doesn't even exist, right? There's no slot for weapon master glyph actually where this would function. Which is kind of funny. This is, I guess, armor? Yeah, it actually works with armor. This is supposedly physical damage reduction. Wow. What the hell is this thing? Here. Alright, there's some glyph leveling to do. Let's try it out. I think I'm gonna start with a 42 elixir, just like be safe. Okay, what do you got here? 73. I guess realistically we wanna farm this with holy bolts, right? But okay. We are capped. We have 53k life. I have war cry. Do I have all the right skills? Well, we might need Warcry anyway right now to get Fortify and Berserking. We don't really have a good ways of triggering Berserking. We have Battle Fervor. But we don't have Unconstrained. So you kind of gotta be paying attention here. Let's try this to start. And we need 1 point for out of the Fortify. Maybe take this. I wonder if I should... Wait. Should I use Polearm with Rupture, or should I just go dual wield? I guess it shouldn't matter which weapon I use, right? I just care about doing it fast. I don't think I get any extra bonuses for doing it with my Polearm really, because it does like true damage, right? So it just takes the dot that's on the target and rips it out. There's no extra damage scaling outside of that. So we should probably go dual wield Rupture. Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. Did it open or something? Serpent's Lair. Okay. Let's try it out. Yeah, grass also gets berserking. Jens and Warcry is easy perma berserk. Yeah, we're not gonna play Jens on this though, because Jens can also trigger Steel Grasp and Rupture. So it's like a 1 in 3 to even hit the Warcry. So on average I get 1 Warcry every 24 seconds. Which is kind of awful. Oh my god, no Ancestral Echoes. Dude, just like... I just hunt the Animals Carriers, let's go. So when Gashi Moons triggers, they insta-die. And when it doesn't, then yeah. Yeah, I feel like the clear is probably pretty awful without Holy Bolts. That's kind of what I expected. I need to put on numbers so I actually see when I get the Gashi Moons and how much of a benefit it is. I mean, does it say? It's actually, it doesn't say. It's funny, kind of funny. When Gashi Moons is so outdated, it doesn't even tell you how much of a benefit you get from it right now. It's like roughly times 30 when it triggers. And it's half the time exactly. Let's see this. Holy dude. Try to hit that champion. I think you have to like hit the champion first before we pull them, else you just can't hit him. I think I'm gonna put the Steel Grasp on right click and Rupture on 1, that should probably be easier. I think there's no way to really play this without Holy Bolts. Seems very clunky. Let's try Holy Bolts next run. Should try a boss as well. With a rank 15 Flay. It's pretty good. So strange, man, playing this. Holy shit. It's so weird. Like half the time I do 0 damage, and then the other time there's like insta-die. Like, it's such a massive gap between hitting the crit or not. Like, what the hell? On other builds, it's always like, okay, you crit, it's nice. You don't crit, who cares? But here, you don't crit, you just do nothing. Time to level some glyphs, yeah. Started with Holy Bolts. Should feel a lot better. Feels like Season 0 won't crit, was it not? Yeah, kind of, man. There's a 143 on Eternal. 143 on Eternal? That's kind of wild. I mean, it does have single target damage, and single target damage is what matters for pushing, but still. Where the hell are Holy Bolts? Yeah. Oh, we already had Holy Bolts, so let's do this. Hi, Andrew. Thank you, man. But Flare was only good with Grandfather to scale crit damage. Nah, I don't actually want to use Grandfather on this. Some people do it on Bash, but I also don't think I really want to do it on Bash. But there is one benefit to Grandfather, like you do less damage with it, but you have a benefit that you buff Holy Bolts more. And this is kind of an advantage there. Since, you know, this seems to really rely on Holy Bolts for the clear. Yeah, it definitely helps a lot to have the Holy Bolts, I gotta say. But I don't really like the spikiness of the damage, man, because Gushing Wounds is such an insane... Look at this, you just walk up to this, you hit it, boom. Like, it's very strange. Let's see a boss fight in this dungeon at least. We're probably just gonna like 2-tap him or something. Let's try like one flay that hits the Gushing Wounds. And then a Rupture, and see what happens. So I have to see like when I do like a few million ticks, I guess. Seems like I tick for something like 3 to 4 million or something with one flay. And then how long does it last? It lasts 16 seconds. So if I tick for 3 million for 16 seconds, that's 6 million damage per second. So it's roughly 100 million on a single flay. And it's also vulnerable as well. So I lose all the vulnerable damage. Because the first hit applies the vulnerable, but it should not be affected by vulnerable. So if I have vulnerable up on the target, I should be looking at 200-300 million per flay. Honestly, maybe I should just like slot in Berserk Ripping anyway. What do you have here right now? We have 100 expertise. Okay, I don't have 200 expertise level, I guess. Let's do the sword for now. So this actually gives bleed based on the Holy Bolts damage, right? So this should be kind of nice. Probably hoping to clear. Does it work? Look how slow you tip, man. It's funny. And how long. This guy did not get affected by bleed though. Was he not hit? Start this again. They all died. Wait a minute. Holy Bolts does not work with 200 sword expertise. What? Interesting. What about this? Artillery also doesn't. Huh. Interesting. So Berserk Ripping works, but not the sword? But it's like the same thing. It literally has the same text. Let's wait for the artillery to disappear. Looking forward to a new character. Yeah, I do. Maybe it's gonna be a new main. Okay. Boom. So we are one-tapping bosses. That's kind of cool. Could probably do the same in 100. I did a Rupture, this was like over 100 million. So it seems like it could go higher. I don't feel super tanky right now though. I need to suppose his Polearm expertise. Polearm does... Wait, do we get both of these? Wait a minute. No, it's just like a hit. You don't get a 15% damage. You just use the Polearm, you get a 15% damage, and the expertise is the lucky hit, so I don't care about the lucky hit. You're supposed to use two-handed axe, because it's just like 10% damage against vulnerable, but I have not leveled it. I need to equip an axe. So I can do that. Maybe for a run, what do we have there? We have 1-ton Rupture, that's okay. So let's just do this. Let's do the slashing. I wonder if this actually works well with dots. Maybe it scales only off direct damage and not of dots very well. I guess we'll find out.
spark nice.
I kind of find it interesting though that two-handed sword doesn't work for holy bolts, but berserk ripping does. So the question is, which one is intended? Whenever you deal direct damage while berserking, inflict 30% of the base damage dealt as additional bleeding. Let's go and print that. And two-handed sword says 20% of direct damage you deal is inflicted as bleeding. So it has almost the same wording. But berserk ripping mentions base damage. And here it says just 20% of direct. Okay, let's do that. You get XP by having it equipped? No, you can't just equip it, you need to use it. Yeah, it's not just the target damage that level your stuff instantly. Like here, we went from 5 to 8 in like one pack. It's just that it scales with how much damage you deal. And in high levels you do like very much damage and boom. And they also like nerfed how much you have to invest to level it. So you can literally level all of your weapons in like, you know, half a dungeon or so if you want. Okay, I want to try this a little bit more though with the Berserk Ripping. Maybe you're gonna keep Berserk Ripping just so better clear. Or like speed farm on this. Yeah, because Berserk Ripping works with holy bolts, which is kind of crazy. Oh. We have Hectic? Yeah, Hectic. Yeah, I might just keep a Berserk Ripping in there. Just to clear better. Also gives me consistent like damage reduction from bleeding enemies. I mean, you can apply bleed as well with other skills. Oh, I wonder if I can leap to the right over the wall. Is that possible? It's pretty far. Maybe not. Already keep berserking up. Warcry and Sea Grasp. Okay, that didn't work. Need to Warcry a lot more. I'm not Warcrying enough. I wonder if I can leave from here to the room though. What's this guy's doing here? Oh! Wow. Okay. Balanced. Soul Survivor.
My friends were cut down. I won't last on my own.
So what's the cooldown here? 4.8 on Sea Grasp. That's pretty good. Very easy to reset it. So we're gonna have basically permanent Sea Grass, that's good. I don't even need that Sea Grass cooldown reduction, I think, on my ring. We have Weapon Mastery and Steel Grasp. Probably don't need either of them, to be honest. Rage of Hargat. Don't Sea Grass nearly enough for this. No question. Oh, lethal. This means we get a guaranteed. Oh, actually, wait a minute. It does not give us crit chance. Lethal Shine does not actually work with Gushing Wounds. Yeah, there's a 30k bleed there. 70k and then... Okay. It does not actually synergize. Sad.
Thank you, Wanderer. Without you, I'd be
We're at Mace. Hellhammer, man. Let's go. Hi, Cetabyte. Last level size on 2 or 1-hander. I need 60%. I'm not sure if it's possible to reach 60% for a 1-hander with masterworking. But if you put the plus double aspect on 2-handed, it's like plus 40% size, and those two add together. Okay, we got this. Let's get Execution Glyph up a little bit. So first of all, let's equip that thing as well. I think I might try this. I'm not really using Wand on Rupture, like, really, right now. This will help me a lot with clear, just having like a Berserk Ripping there. I'm gonna do this. COD Black Ops 6. Dude, they're at 6 already? I played Black Ops 1. Hi, button. Yo, someone is selling a perfect red Führer. Quadruple GA, 30%.
Until spring.
Do we care about non-GA stuff? I don't think so. Let's just delete this. How many mats do I have? 5k red crystal.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
Now people link me the other items. Almost. 57. 57 is good. It's a very good one as well, the God Slayer. This would be really good for Windshear. You kind of care about every single stat on this thing. On Windshear. That's a sick helm. Ghoul Run Canals. Black Ops 6 will be free on Game Pass. Interesting. Nice Eternity. Greed Shrine. A bit late. Yeah, I think... Wait, how many tempers do we have? We have 4 tempers on this thing. I think I'm gonna... Oh shit, I can't change the movement to defense, right? I can only do the same category. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, I would like to actually go for Imposing Presence on my neck. Like, I don't really care that much about having movement speed cap, I guess, right now, if I make this mostly a pit build. You have Leap and Charge, like, you're gonna be pretty fast anyway. I'd actually like to have extra defense right now, because my character's not really that strong. We need to replace this. It's actually very sad that we hit a double flay on the first try, man. And we have Guttural and Yell, man. If that was 4 ranks to Imposing Presence, that would be nuts. This one actually hit it again, right? It's only... I know, it's 12 out of 12, okay. Another problem I have is I have 0 healing. I'm not really sure if I should go for Edge of Hoggout right now. For pit maybe, yeah. So I guess we'll see how it will be in the pit. Yeah, 40 bolts, this definitely feels a lot more comfortable here to clear. How important is the 10 to 1 crit ratio to vulnerable for Bleed Bash? I don't think this is actually the right ratio.
A fine deal.
Like, I did some calc, I did it for Flay, not for Bleed Bash, but the same principles apply. And for me it was more like 2 to 1 and not 10 to 1. The problem is that you don't really have any additive damage in those builds. Like you temper crit, which does not apply to your bleed. It only applies indirectly through gushing wounds. So you have like no additive damage. You have no damage while berserking. You have like no crazy glyph stacked or something. Like, I don't know. I had like, without vulnerable damage, I had like, I don't know, 500% additive damage or so. From like, you know, random damage to close from the glyph and random damage to pole arm. You know, 50% there, 50% here. And a little bit of damage while berserking, like 200% or so from the paragons. And my additive damage without vuln is like 500. And if you like have too little vuln, you just don't have any additive damage, and you actually lose out on a lot of damage. So I'm not sure where this 10 to 1 ratio comes from. I mean, with Grandfather you get a pretty huge inflation of crit damage. But people hit something like 5,000 or so crit damage. And if you then only have like 500 vuln, I think that's just too little. Like, I'm actually more aiming for like 1,000 vuln. And without Grandfather, like 2,000 crit. Which is actually pretty much what I have right now. A bit more than 2,000, and my vuln is... And my vuln is a bit low, 480. I don't really have it on all the items I wanted. Oh, Glimmer of Hope, thanks. And Flipstar, appreciate the subs. Man, the Seagrass stun is so good though, I love it. Okay, this feels like a kind of similar now with Bash. It's just that Bash without Holy Bolts works, and this doesn't really have clear without Holy Bolts. So it's really just Holy Bolts doing AoE, and that's it. So it's a bit weird. Need to shout more. Not really shouting anywhere close to enough. I think we might wanna do something like this here. A bit more fortify. Although we are almost fortified, so that's probably fine. Ancient's Oath, man. Yeah, patch notes in 1 hour probably. The Rupture extra weapon mastery charge helps clear. I don't really feel that way. Like, the Rupture doesn't do that much damage on its own. An explosion has 320. Okay, it's not terrible, I guess. It might be more noticeable in like higher tiers. Right now the stuff just doesn't live long enough, I guess, for me to really do the full combo. So I'm like slowly going higher. Let's do like the Betrayer's Row. It's a shitty dungeon though. You care about additive damage in different categories? Or you care about having it in like the most applied category, right? So crit, for example. I mean, first of all, crit doesn't even work for dots. But, you know, if you don't have like very high crit chance, they don't really want crit damage. It's just a special case of Gushing Wounds, for example, scaling with crit damage. And then, you know, vulnerable damage, if you don't make vulnerable all the time, then you don't want vulnerable damage either very much, you know. You just want like generic stuff, you know, like close or berserking or all damage or something like that, usually. But then again, you know, it depends on the mechanics of the build. Like in a Barb build, you usually want to hit 300% berserking damage if you can. So you get a full blood rage modifier. And you're always berserking anyway if you're playing a normal Barb build. Yeah, this Rupture doesn't just seem to one-shot the entire pack. And I guess the explosion, the Rupture itself is only a single target, right? I can't Rupture multiple guys at once, it's just an explosion after it hits multiple. Isn't high strength also good? Yeah, I mean, high strength, I already have almost 2k. That's an okay number. We just one-tap this guy through the aura. Okay. Look how slow he's ticking though from the damage reduction. That's a bit of work of Rend. Well, technically yes, but practically Rend is just like a worse version of Flay. That costs resources and does less damage. But I guess it does have the advantage that it can hit multiple targets and it's just one, because Flay is like purely single target. But yeah, less DPS, you're squishier because Flay gives you defensive buffs. But yeah, technically you can make the same build work with Rend if you want. It should still be pretty good. Just need to solve resources somehow. But there's like a pretty good aspect for Rend resources. Actually, this dungeon wasn't too bad. I should probably keep an eye out for pants. This only has 3 base flay. I'll be okay with having another pair of pants, even if they don't have greater affix that has 3 flay. Should also gamble for these, maybe. I don't want guttural yell. Okay, anything to go higher? I didn't get a high decision. Wasn't it like 76 or 7? Ah, here, 77. Also 78. Let's go. Wonder if expansion will ping drafts from D2 and Lightning Sentry. I could imagine that we're gonna get a skill that maybe functions a little bit like it. Not exactly traps, but you know, some stationary shooting thing. Spiritborn, you know, maybe plant some spirit that shoots stuff. I don't know. Maybe they're gonna do like more with devices for rogues as well. I think I'm running low on Holy Bolts Elixirs actually, funny enough, because I don't even use it that much. I've been farming so little like Helltides and stuff lately. I definitely need to level 1 or 2 of my Necros in Helltides, I think. I need Angel Breath, I need Pots. Holy. What is that charge? I just tried to charge in the room, didn't even work. I'm gonna see how this will be in the pit once I go there. But so far I would like to still increase my defense more. Maybe I'm gonna take normal pants, honestly. But 6 ranks to flay is kind of big. I should not really give that up. Maybe have like a basic skills pants somewhere that I could use. Instead of flay pants, that could work.
Bless you.
Best legendaries per hour is Blood Maiden farm, I think. Where the hell's that? It's kind of funny that I just one-shot this guy with Steel Grasp. Like, I hit him with the Steel Grasp, I apply Berserk Ripping, I trigger Gushing Wounds, and the Steel Grasp one-shots the guy. Like, what? It's legit, man. She does 41 damage with 9 ranks. Does the ranks actually increase the damage? Yes. A whole 2% weapon damage. So that's kind of interesting. I just did the Rupture, and this guy looked like he would have like 20% damage left, but he died from the Rupture anyway. Oh, GA Flay Pants, huh? That was kind of juicy. I have strength right now as well. How much? I have to double check though if I don't have other pants. Yeah, Bleed Bash apparently is only good if you have like really good gear. Otherwise you just want to play normal Bash. The problem with Bleed Bash compared to this build is, for Bleed Bash you don't really have the great synergy between everything you put in your build. Because you have Pain Gorgers. Pain Gorgers does not work with the Bleed. So you have like a bunch of damage that is like your Bash Cleave that can apply Berserk Whipping Bleed. But then you have the Pain Gorgers proc as well. That does not work with it, so you have like, you know, some kind of like anti-synergy. So it's just like, you know, kind of like overtaking normal Bash at very high levels. Okay, how much for +4 pants? They're pretty good. I'm gonna say 120M. 100M. 120M leaves me at 750. Maybe it's fine. Let's see what he says.
May the light keep you.
He says sure. Okay. No, he's selling it. Okay. Yeah, I don't like that I have guttural yell on my pants. Like, I want to have imposing presence ranks, man. I don't feel tanky right now. I need imposing presence ranks. I don't think I'm gonna make a new neck that has imposing presence as well instead of a movement speed. And then you're gonna feel pretty good, I think. Alright. Thank you, sir. Let's go.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Marshall. Marshall, 1. 1 defensive. 1 guttural yell, oh my god. 2 defensive. Ugh. There's only one temple left. Defensive stance is probably the weakest out of all of the four. The question is, would I take 1 to imposing presence over 2 to defensive? The answer is probably yes. Let's do it. 1 to gutturally. Okay. Oh, goodbye. Fuck it.
There's power on
Alright.
the stars.
Well, that goes 120 million. Is there anybody that uses shields? Ah, some Necro builds can do that. Here's another one with +3 to basic skills. Yeah. 858. Funny. Doesn't even have a maximum life roll. So it's like a scuffed life roll versus a strength roll. I'm not sure. Maybe, actually. I mean, honestly, this build should have enough damage anyway. Until we get to, like, you know, our cap. I think I'm more interested in actually making it tanky before I'm interested in adding a lot of damage. I need to turn off these numbers, man. I have way too much stuff on the screen here. So Devdom wants to offer me these pants here for free. And for free I can YOLO temper them. Would I use them? Maybe I would use them if I master them up a little bit. Man, it's really sad, because I actually managed to hit a +2 to the flay. 6 to flay. And then 1 on the passive, and it's just the wrong fucking passive, man. Maybe if I play around Gutturally a little bit more. 60% DR, I mean, not crazy, I guess. The poison presence are still strong. Dude, I carried this guy with me with the charge and did not hit him with the follow-up swing. Crazy. Didn't know that's a thing. It also seems like if my target dies while I'm rupturing, it does not rupture. I see Rob salvaged 40 Ubers and spent 120 million rerolls just for a 3.5% increase in cooldown reduction on Shaka. I mean, 120 million in gold doesn't really matter when you salvage 40 Ubers. But I mean, what else is he gonna do when he has like unlimited Ubers? Yeah, of course he salvaged them and YOLO craft a bunch or something, so that's just how it is. Thing is more, the problem is it costs 50 million to craft one of them. So if you really want to YOLO craft them, you actually have gold issues at some point. Well, not on softcore, I guess. But that is also another problem. You need to get 50 million gold every 4 Ubers. Okay, I soon have to gliss at 15 at least. One more run. Let's boost him to 21 though. The only answer subs. That sounds like a very bad and strange habit to have as a streamer. The answer is no. Every temper has the same chance to roll on any recipe. So some recipes have 4, so it's a 1 in 4. Some recipes have 5, it's a 1 in 5. There's no waiting. Also wrote us when? I mean, I have a play Barb, so I'll be up for it, I guess. We could do some today, but I mean, we're gonna get the patch notes later, so maybe we should wait for the patch notes and maybe, you know, sometime after that. We'll see. But now I'm just gonna try to get started here a little bit. Get comfortable with the Barb. You know, it's like a fresh character that I just like made, so trying to understand the build a bit. Well, the bosses should be good though. Like we have the single target. Could even run precision elixir for the bosses. That's actually kind of noticeable in this build, I guess. Precision elixir. If I'm good and walking properly. Rapid Fire is a very strong build, yes, but a lot of people don't like it currently. With the way that it aims. But it's very powerful. So people told me that the Steel Grass stuns also stuns you, and so far I've not noticed that a single time. Even in like relatively large packs that I've been Steel Grasping here. So I'm not sure what's up with that. You there. Do this event, we can do it. You need rogue temper source build, yes, you need to temper crit damage. So nerf Holy Bolts, the season is bricked. That's a huge overstatement, I think. I mean, I've barely even used Holy Bolts this entire season so far, in the last 4 weeks. I use it here and there for leveling sometimes, or for Hell Tides. Right now, I mean, for this build, it feels like Holy Bolts is definitely a huge benefit for the AoE clear, because you just have single target damage. And that's it. But I guess Rupture can also do some AoE, at least for like higher tiers. It's probably okay. For like speed farming though, this is kind of clunky about Holy Bolts. But I mean, it doesn't really matter for many builds to have Holy Bolts or not, so...
Take this, my friend. It's not much, but I hope it helps.
Yo, Abood, hi, night. How are you doing, man? Pet your doggy and then temper. Ah, okay. I'll try. Speed there can run Rupture size and blow up whole rooms. Yeah, I guess it kind of works. Rupture is definitely like a way to do AoE damage on this build for like the small packs or like small enemies. So why not? And it also resets your... I guess I need to just like run into the room and just press Rupture, right? This, right? Bam. Let's try this here, for example. There's like chain reaction, man. Because the dot, you know, Holy Bolts hit something, dot applies. That guy dies, applies Holy Bolts, dots to everything, and then the next guy spawn, boom. Like, oh my god. Okay, we have everything at 15, that's good. I'd like to see a World Boss. You basically one time World Boss, so that's right. One Flay, one Rupture, World Boss dead.
Come back and see us.
Do you want to go for some gloves? Maybe you want to gamble some gloves as well. We have life on us actually. Good attack speed, good crit, good tempers. I should probably reset the tempers so I get more crits. Renegades, retreat. In fact, he also wants some mono damage, yeah. This is a bleed build, yes. Blitz just lost in another top WoW lead. Who and who's another? But WoW is like going really well right now and stuff, and they have like big plans. Okay, let's wait for the Holy Bolts to run out and see what they can do with Rupture, Clear. Maybe it's fine without Holy Bolts. Just need to like focus more on the Rupture. I mean, for 9 minutes I don't really have to clear everything anyway. Engage is not good for Flay. It doesn't work with the dot, only with the original hit, and that original hit does nothing. It's kind of funny, you just like hit him, run away, and then the Holy Balls just clears the entire pack behind you. Kind of funny. Okay, this is an 81, I'm still taking too much damage here.
Separated. My friends were cut down. I won't last on my own.
Talking of items found by players being near unbreakable.
I can't take any more.
What? Things stay same for the trade items. Ah. They wanna like reward SSF by making it not breakable. Interesting. So just add more tempers. But then tempers gets reduced for trading. That's actually not a worse solution here, to be honest. But I don't think they would do that. But it would be a very interesting solution for rewarding solo self-founds in some way. It's not in the best interest to reward solo self-found. Why not? I mean, group play is so much better in many ways. You know, it's not about making solo self-found better, it's about making solo players not feel like shit. You know?
Thank you, Wanderer.
Like, the pile of advantages for group players is unfathomable almost, right? At least you can make that a little bit more even. He's a 2-flay. Yeah, it's very strange. So the health bar shows that he has like 10 or 20% life left, and then I rupture him and he just dies. But this might also just be because the health bar display is not like not exactly on point. Do we have more resist now? We have 4.4 overcapped actually. Okay. I guess at some point we're gonna get like a normal Aurus roll. Not a greater. And then 1 crit. Plus Master Weapon up, should probably do it. The crit is 5%. I think that will buff Sorc. I mean, Sorc is the most in need of buffs, I guess, so probably. I don't feel too comfortable with the Rage of Harrogate, I gotta say. Having like a normal chest would be kind of nice. We could have an Undying there. And Imposing Presence ranks. Okay, let's see what happens here. We're gonna run Fortitude again. The AoE damage is fine for 140 plus kick. Yeah, on one build that abuses some heavy buck. Yes, it's fine. And first of all, anything that can do 140 is already too powerful, I guess. And should be nerfed instead. And, well, Shatter double dipping fixing is certainly on the menu, I think. But yeah, like, they definitely need to like make some general like single target improvements to Sorcs in particular, I guess. But I don't think this is something for a mid-season patch. So I'm not sure what exactly they will do. I feel like they need to do some fundamental changes on a lot of classes to kind of like balance them out better. And I don't really expect those in a mid-season patch. I guess the Rupture animation with the polearm looks fucking badass. It just looks cool, man. So I'm specifically trying to play without Holy Bolts now. It does slow me down a bit. At least here when I have to do objectives. Otherwise it's not too bad. Give back Omni Power. Dude, Omni Power would be badass. Maybe we'll do it at some point. Could make it unique for Chain Lightning or so. Chain Lightning doesn't have a unique. Could make an item. I mean, Omni Power is basically exclusively a Chain Lightning choice anyway. I did 110 Z and 130 Beast in the eyes. Oh boy. Beast in the eyes is probably like 5 hours alone. A little more. Ah, 2.5 minutes per run. Sounds about right, I guess. Maybe a little bit less if you're fast. Is that the highest? I mean, there's a chance to get robot powers from last season as new aspects or something. But I mean, how would that look? What could we get that we don't already have? I mean, most of these robot powers were like, okay, you do a bit of the base damage as poison, you do a bit of the base damage as burning, blah 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 blah. And then it was like, okay, you get like Fortify, okay, you get some crit, okay, you get some DR. I mean, nothing of the robot powers was really that interesting. I guess there were like some of the skills, like Fireflies could be something that, you know, might be like a proc and, you know, does something, or who knows. Or the anti-defense matrix or whatever, the projectile destruction thing. Could be like a new defensive aspect or so, but I don't really see that many opportunities to make like powers out of these for players. Just wait for them to bring a registered damage aspect, man. Let's go. That will certainly not break anything. It's some event with untradeable items. Pork. We already had an event. I don't think there's gonna be a second. The event is gonna be the Season 5 PTR. Yeah, area clear is kind of acceptable, I guess. Once you get used to it with the rupture. But it is a bit slow. I mean, it's not really supposed to be very fast, I guess. Yeah, Malphas would be cool, man. But if you bring back Malphas, then he probably needs to have some unique items as drops. So I need to make new unique items. Or put some of the other drops on him. Sometimes I see these guys exploding later. It's a bit odd. Okay, I specifically did my rupture a bit earlier. But yeah, sometimes it just like does more damage than it says. Don't really understand why. They will allow boss reset without dungeons. I mean, that could happen at any moment, basically, when they do such a patch. That could be in the mid-season patch. But I don't know, I mean, it just increased the Stygian Stone drop rate, making us farm fewer bosses anyway, and making us have longer boss fights, so... You know, that the problem has kind of like decreased a little bit now, basically. With too many bosses being more available. And I mean, it's like a pretty big engineering challenge, I guess, where you have to like, you know, rewrite code and whatever. One build from each class I want to see buffed. I don't know really, actually. I mean, if you're talking about like specifically just buffing builds and not really solving problems, then I'd say Chain Lightning. Yeah, for rogues, I don't know, not really that much actually. Maybe TB, but TB needs more fundamental changes. Then we have Sever, but I guess same story. I guess Kratos Barb would be cool to get buffed. Yeah, for Druids maybe just polarize. Let's go for some pants.
Very nice. Not much. Until next time.
Hey Demon, thanks for the sub.
Need something forged?
It seems very nice, but could be better.
He has 2 the basic skills. And strength. Hey, Devdom, you still have the pants? Fuck. Where is he? He went offline, I think. Maybe I'll try my luck. He got a 4 GA pair, 100,000 steps. Oh man. Yeah, 100,000 steps has a lot of problems. Don't break this one. I mean, even if I do, it's not such a crazy pair of pants anyway. It's even giving it for free. Hello?
Wait.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh, and a neck, but it has movement. Do I care about the movement? Probably more than a life roll, actually. Well, thank you. Okay, let's try the pants first.
What do you need?
One defensive stance, man, I love it. One martial. One martial. One imposing. 2 defensive, and we're back to 2 defensive with 1 tempo left. So I guess YOLO. Two martial. I mean, 2 martial is not terrible. But I'm not 100% sure if martial actually works against shadow bosses, but I guess it does, right? You become invincible with 25 ranks on martial. What about this thing? 8.7% strength. Could try this. But this is gonna be kind of scary. 1 imposing, 1 imposing, 1 guttural, 2 imposing, 2 tempers left, 3 with the first try. I can try this. I'm not sure about these pants. I want to double check if I have any other pants. Here's 1, for example. Actually, I could try this as well. Only has 2 the basic skills, but it has a greater life roll, which is not terrible. It's 838. Oh man. Let's see. Okay, here's 2 to imposing. So that would work, I guess. I also need to remember I need to save 1 for bash, actually. I need another pair of pants for bash. I mean, technically I could use the same one for bash, I guess. Bleh. Okay, here's stun. So this is stun, imposing, Not terrible. The problem I have with this is it's 838, so I cannot actually use these pants for armor. So this means we have to roll our gloves to armor again. Fuck. Because they're too low. They don't have the full armor value. So I have to roll this to strength and this to armor. But even without gems, and without masterworking, we have the same life equipping these pants, which is kind of big. He stops at 1.5 million. Let's see if we hit armor. Okay, 1.8 million per roll is the maximum for gloves, it seems. I never wanted armor on my glove that badly, man. Holy. Let's see what else we got. Life crits. There's the Vuln life. I could roll off the dex for crit here. Life Vuln is kinda nice. Here we would probably, yeah, I'd probably seen the armor down. I don't have another slot for armor unless I remove Rage of Hargad. Here's attacks big crits. Can try this. It's a +3 basic. I mean, I have okay ones now. It's like -1 on the ranks. I mean, 1 rank is kind of nice. Well, this would also solve my armor problem actually if I take these. Because armor on a glove is just kind of like shit.
What will it be?
But I can try the other glove. Barbarians still get extra ranks to their skills and passives in their masterworks. Yeah, passives. I mean, all classes have some passive ranks, but Barbarians have like a recipe that gives them the defensive passives. It's kinda crazy and should be deleted, I guess. But for now, this is how it works. Okay, we got this, and we got the neck. $80 crit damage, okay. Okay, these gloves did not work out. So we also got this one. Wait, who messaged me about these pants? Because if I take this... I mean, okay, I could take this and roll armor, and I could go with my own glove. Let's see. Okay, 85 crit. So we got the amulets. We got the glove. Now we have to roll armor on this glove, though.
May your road be filled with wonders.
Also, you get all your glyphs when you hit 50. I can play the game. I think Nightmare Resonance drops them more than other sources, but I'm not 100% sure about that anymore. And they just generally drop very quickly. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Now we need an armor roll. Watch me get like a perfect attack speed roll now. Okay, here's a good armor roll. Maybe that works out. And we had percent strength here. How much movement speed do we have right now? $176. Pre-masterworking this. So do we want to roll the movement or do we want to roll the life? It's 18 movement, so if I roll this off, we'll be at 160 roughly. We have 1 point here. 175 with berserking. I mean, it's 860 life, but you have a huge multiplier.
I can take
I think you might keep the movement speed. Movement speed feels good to have. We're gonna cap out if I have this. So let's see if I can get something here. Attack speed. Brute force. Attack speed again, attack speed again. Okay, this thing is 5 minutes per roll, I'm not gonna do more for now.
I've many fine pieces, rare and beautiful.
Let's do
May the
this.
light keep you.
Start to hit the imposing presence ranks, or the crit. Ah shit, we hit the rerolled stat. Which could be a passive. But realistically, I don't think I'll be rolling more on the... Will I? It's good, really good tempers. You're gonna try a few more rolls.
no witch
Each reset is the same as a roll.
only honest magic.
Alright then.
Not bad.
And a crit. I guess we're just gonna straight up get it to 12. We can hit the movement speed. That's a lot of movement speed. Fuck. At 189, so we actually don't need that point. Put it here. You can also do defensive stance actually. And I think we don't need all these points in Rupture. We do this. Also Slaying Strike. Okay, that paid off. That's a pretty good neck, I think. I would like to have the crit on another, like on the heavy-handed, I suppose, but I'll take it for the movement speed for now. Or the imposing presence would have been bad. Okay, let's do this thing. In fact, we have enough armor now. It's kind of interesting. Where's all the armor coming from? This is not even masterwork, this thing. In fact, I can't even masterwork it because I need to put something here. So we have stun, stun. We have 3 tempers, so we want to get the steel grasp. Come on. We have only 1 temper left on this and 3 tempers on the boots, and I don't really want to ruin the boots. Come on. Stun duration. Ah, fuck, are people overpowers? Stun. Okay, YOLO, Worldly Fortune. Freeze. So no Seagrass stun. I should have tried on the pants probably. But it's too late for that as well, only 1 temper left.
Unexpected.
Try to hit the basic skills. Or the imposing presence, I would take that too.
It's worth it.
Okay. And the life. I think I wanna try to hit both at least once.
Unexpected. Not bad.
Okay. And the life again. 4-4. Okay. So we have 13 ranks now instead of 15. It's an 8% loss compared to before, but we're way tankier. Ah, wait a minute. I just realized I have the armor already. I need to roll off the armor now. That's why. I was wondering why do I have so much armor. So this needs to actually to be a strength roll here, the armor. Or even res, potentially.
That there is worth the coin.
You kind of want to hit the crit, I think. The wrong kind of crit. What's my crit chance? 50.
Unexpected. Come
So
back.
let's roll this off. Can you actually get 10 auras on this? You can, if you want it. Oh. Okay. 9190. Not the craziest here, but okay. Maybe we're gonna put these to 8 for now, so it'll probably take a while until I get better. It's all fail duration.
Not bad.
We have so much crit. Okay, we have a bunch of stuff at 12, a bunch of stuff at 8. And we have 78k in life now, that's pretty good. A few minus ranks, but the life feels way better now, I'd say. And we still have a lot of speed, we have our armor capped. We have our gloves leveled. We don't have the armor there. Okay. And this is without a pot. This should feel pretty comfortable. This is all capped. Alright. World boss in 45. For gloves of greater affix crit, you might find some for 20 mil. True. But I've not really been buying any items, to be honest, so... Usually I like to find my stuff and just sell. Yeah, greater affix crit would be really nice. And my crit is very low. With really good crit, you can have like 80%. I have greater crit chance here. And none here, actually. So this actually needs to be crit. So that's a good ring. But eventually I do not want a greater all rest. It's just like a backup that I have here right now. Maybe I should remasterwork this. It has weapon mastery cooldown, and I guess we might actually want to go for the Warcry cooldown later. Patch notes should be in 14 minutes. VP's on hardcore. Yeah, I'm sure someone wants to walk up to a flay Barb right now and 1v1.
It is done.
I play sometimes with WSD, but most of the time with mouse. Is flay duration temper more important than greater strength effects? Yes. Flay duration is really nuts for this build. This is where like all of the scaling comes from. Actually, can do a nice turn in here. Bam, bam, bam. One by one. Kinda strange. Wait, this guy did not get pulled. What? I just steel grasp and he just did not get pulled. How are my mods looking? Still have 7k Neve Iron. So that's good. I still need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items though. So that is like 4k Neve Iron. I can't salvage one. I think I like 1 or 2 from the items that I just put in the stash that are actually 12. So I can salvage them, get like half back. Get like 300 Neve Iron back or something. Actually 550 times 6. 315 Neve Iron I get back. They haven't said anything about the campaign and the expansion, what character level will do. I guess it might be playable on both level 1 and level 100. It will be very surprising if we can't use our existing characters and play the campaign. On the other hand, I mean, there's probably like a new season starting exactly on the expansion launch, so everyone's gonna have a fresh character anyway.
It is done.
It's not terrible.
You can still use these.
Okay, let's finish our glyphs there. World boss in 40. I did mausoleum, and we keep going up here. I think we are deleting all of these sigils.
Well, let's have a look.
Getting a bit low.
Stranger, come back soon.
Patch notes should be in 10 minutes. How much willpower do we have? 440. Gives me plus 44% healing. So Rapture would heal me for 30% of my life. I could do that as well instead of the attack speed buff. I mean, the attack speed buff is nice and all, but bam, just heal. I don't have to press potions. Blizzard o'clock is when the professionals come. That's damn right. A bit fun. Ah, that's kind of interesting, yeah. But without Holy Bolts, I feel like this would not be that great. So we play this like next season or Eternal. I mean, I kind of doubt it will survive this patch anyway. Or like this season at least. But, yeah. Maybe that is not a problem. So just enjoy it with Holy Bolts right now and consider that the build, I guess. But yeah, playing this on Eternal currently would probably feel kind of clunky. We have Fields of Crimson with greater affix Rupture cooldown. That's kind of big. I guess just Rupture, yeah. And Rupture does have some AoE capability, actually. If you can spam it, some AoE damage for sure. And then you can, like, Rupture the Rupture bleed from the previous Rupture. That might need not go through this. I'm talking about this build being clunky in Eternal. Holy Bolts helps a lot to clear, I'd say. Because they have only single target damage outside of like pressing Rupture. And that's not the greatest. But maybe you can like have other weapons where you have like Rupture size, someone mentioned that, and that would maybe work. I don't have flooded deaths. Oh man, let's go. Holy Bolts, AoE props up a lot of builds. Yeah, I mean, so far for everything I played, I didn't use Holy Bolts really, like for pits, for example. It seems to be very much a Barb thing, and then like the bugged scaling with the Necro minions. But Necro minions work just fine, even without Holy Bolts. But yeah, like this build here, I think it's like the first one where I think, okay, Holy Bolts really makes a difference. In fact, I even have like an aspect of my gear specifically for Holy Bolts.
There's a lighthouse out on the rocks. But why is its beacon unlit?
You can get away without it since you like basically just one-tap everything. Bam, bam. I prefer Diablo 4 over Diablo 3. Although we should get a new season kinda soonish, right? In D3. If season 5 starts on the 6th of August, I guess. Season... what is it? 31 now, right? Should be... like 4 weeks, actually. Or 5. Can do the jump here, actually. We can. Doing Holy Bolts with Stronghold. Very good use of Holy Bolt elixir.
Soul.
That's rough screen. Yeah, patch notes are coming. Wait, patch notes will release at 4 PM Pacific. Really? That is very late. Did they just mention that somewhere? So this is in 6 hours, right? Oh shit. That's very late. So that's like 2 AM. Is that confirmed? I'm not dipping in CET, and for me this is 2 AM. Shiroka's very good build in this game currently. Ah, the patch notes are here. Dude, they fucking bamboozled me. Someone said 4 PM. That will be in 6 hours. It's actually here. Alright, let's check it out. Almost done here. Dude, where the hell are these bells? Okay, I opened it already. 143. Oh my god. Don't want to do the event now. Hello. That's a lot of stuff. Thank you. Yeah, we just got the patch notes. I'm trying to finish this dungeon. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Let's go here. Let's check it out, guys. What do we got? Thank you. Nope that. Knocks out, yes. Ready? Alright, balance updates. Developers note. We greatly appreciate everyone's excitement since the launch of Season 4. Happy with the state of the game. The changes in this patch are aimed at buffing classes and builds that are not performing as well as their counterparts. We are also slightly reducing the difficulty of the pit to ensure that most builds are able to get to tier 60, get the final tier of master organ materials. Interesting, okay. General healing potions. Minor healing potion, initial healing increased by 50. Aha. Okay, so health potion upgrades are actually a bit more relevant now. Whatever, okay. Small stuff. Healing. Pots buffed. Just start that. Legendary aspects. Aspect of Protector. Barrier cooldown reduced. Oh, that's kind of nice. Protector, 20 sec CD. Mythic unique items. So they call them mythic. Andariel's Visage. Poison Nova now spawns on the enemy instead of the player. Poison Nova damage increased by 50%. What? 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 Okay, wait a minute. Big stuff. Andy buff plus 50% and spawn on. Okay. Doombringer. Shadow explosion damage increased by 100%. That's probably kind of irrelevant. Although, it might do more than nothing. Ring of Stardust Skies. Maximum stacks increased from 4 to 5. Oh my god, man. Stardust Skies max 4. Okay. Terrorist Might. Barrage plus 100%. I think that's also kind of big. Materials. Plus 100% damage. Alright. Wow. Look at Umbras. Yeah, wait, we're going through it, guys. Paragon. Start requirements for non-main stats reduced from 90 to 60 per Paragon board. Interesting. Paragon requirement from plus 90 to plus 60 per board. Alright. As a class's main stat says one stat and diminishes all of the skills, for example, sources, main stat is intelligence, blah blah blah. The stat requirement to activate any random increases for each additional flying on board the progress. Some of these notes that require nonsense are harder to activate than intended. Okay, so previously it was usually like, okay, get 4 boards of doubled main stats. And now, instead of plus 360, you can probably get 6 boards now with doubled main stat, with doubled red nodes. Wow. Okay, Barbarian. Verbal damage increase, whatever. Okay. Quality Ancients. even more, whatever. Okay, Frenzy, Flay. For some reason they buffed Flay. And again. And again. And again. And again. And again. Okay. Play quadruple buff. Lol. Pressure point. Near core and weaponize. Their skills have a 10% chance to make enemies vulnerable. Yeah, okay, whatever. Tough as nails. Thorns as bleeding damage. Now the thing is, like, how much does the bleed actually matter on the Thorns build? Do the Thorns builds actually run Gushing Wounds as well? Do they do this stuff with the bleed? Okay. Working Arsenal. So Walking Arsenal is now... Oops. So Walking Arsenal is 5.3% better than before. Okay, aspect of tempering blows. Weapon stops to activate the effect and reduce from 6 to 5. Crazy. Slaking aspect. You have a 45 to 6% chance against 20 fury when a core skill deals direct damage to at least one bleeding enemy. Maximum fury is increased by 5 to 20. Now that is actually pretty strong, especially for double swing. Slaking aspect for all core skills. Whirlwind, Dust Devil damage increased by 100%. Dust Devil aspects. Okay. Aspect of Relentless. Gain 65% increased fury generation and 15% reduced fury cost to your skills while all bonuses are active. That's actually really powerful. You can really spam your stuff. Patch size June 17. Interesting. You're right. That's in 3 days. Okay. Unique items. Scores devastating grasp. Okay. Ancient's Oath. Whatever. Okay, Druid. Let's go. Maximum Spirit 40. I'm not sure if there's any Druid build that really cares about Maximum Spirit. But I guess it's cool. Prickle Skin. Thorns Increased. Advantageous Beast. 50% movement speed and 50% impairment reduction. That's kind of cool. That is actually really nice for leveling. Druid speed buffs for leveling. Boon. You're not going to take this in late game, but you're definitely going to take this for leveling. This is, I think this competes with the 15% elite damage reduction, so later on you don't take this. But for the early on game, this is nice. 10% crit. 20% life. What the fuck, man? What? Souping attacks. Okay, wait a minute. Druid boons. Stonks. Okay. Energize. Spirit restored 30. Bolster. 25%. Obsidian slam. Dude, 10. 10 kills for guaranteed overpower. Wow. It's like every pack. Ravi's buff. Kick. Polarize. Damage increased by 76%. Okay. Polarize. 76%. Sure. Raging Polarize. Polarize this first increase all power damage. And it's all powered are stunned. And plus 30%. That is insane. Okay. 100 million overpower, Pulf, maybe? Alright, passives. Nature's Fury. Plus 5%, okay. So this buffs this like weird landslide build as well. Perfect Storm buffed, okay. Nature's Reach buffed. Toxic Claws. whatever. Quick shift. What? Wait. They're actually buffing quick shift. 6%, so it's 6 stacks. And it goes to 8 stacks now. What the fuck, man? Quick shift. 8 stacks. What the fuck? Okay. Dude, I was just talking about this. I was like, quick shift is already like the strongest passive in the entire game, basically, right? Almost. And it's like, they can't really buff quick shift. They should like buff other stuff, right? To like make not shifting stuff a bit more viable, for example. Everyone is already shifting anyway. And now we're just shifting even more. Oh man. Alright. Increase the amount of fortify again, whatever. Ah, again, damage reduction while fortified though. That's kind of good. Defensive posture. That's really good. Mending. That is also very good. Okay, it's a lot of buffs for druids, man. Holy. Also here, 12 seconds for provocation. So you can much more easily play a hurricane build now as well. Without like the extra hurricane duration tempers. 12% max life. I mean, there's no... I don't think there's mending on tempers, is there? Uh-oh. Let's check. Mending. Okay, it doesn't exist. Alright. Aspect of Trembled Earth. Okay. Subterranean. Okay. Werewolf. Okay. Satiated. Okay. Constricting Tendrils. I was so close to trying Constricting Tendrils. But I think I'm not anywhere closer so far. Okay, Dominate Glyph. Alright, Necromancer, let's see. Oh, they're buffing the sacrifices a lot. Dude, they make Omega buff the minions and now they're Omega buffing the sacrifices again. We come full circle, I guess. Necro sacrifices, stonks. Basically everything is buffed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Which one is not buffed? I mean, there's 9. Yeah, there's like every single one is buffed, right? There's 9 different ones. They buffed literally every single one. Okay. Yeah, just add 5 to everything. Literally, just add 5 to everything. Look, doesn't matter if it starts at 5 and it goes to 10, or it starts at 25, goes to 30. Just add 5, man. Okay. Easier. Alright, blood begets blood. Maximum damage increase. How does this one work again? Blood orbs grant extra damage. Okay. Maybe. Blood drinker. Okay. Desecration. Okay. Gravekeeper. Now I wonder if they're gonna fix the pet working as a minion and bricking your sacrificial glyph. Mm-hmm. Wow. What? It's actually pretty big. Especially with the buffs. Like... you get 60% bonus. And you get 50% bonus. I think they were multiplying, right? sacrificial aspect and Memento Mori. So it was exactly times 2 when you had both. And now you have times 2.4. And some of the stuff is buffed. Like for example, if you sacrifice your skellies, you get 10 crit. You get 24 crit with that. Okay. Or you get, okay, the golems do not, this does not work for the golem sacrifice, right? Yeah, this only works for the skelly sacrifice. What about res? 60 res? Because why not? Damage to Vuln. 48. Now what happens if we just put sacrifice on a two-handed weapon? So we get 10 crit times 1.6 times 2, basically. It's 32 crit. Okay. Kind of funny. Shielding Storm aspect. Aha. That would have saved Chronix, man. He died too soon. They probably just put this into the patch notes like 1 hour ago, guys, after they saw Chronix's rip. Unlucky. Okay. Rogue. Twisting Blades, 20%, 20%, 25% for Flurry. Okay. I'll put it into small stuff for now. Exposure, like 8 no longer requires direct damage to proc and will now also work on damage or time effects. Wait. Does that make any difference? Also, I guess they are preparing us to potentially play a poison trap build. I've tried this in the past and I remember this did not work with the poison trap itself. Like poison trap could not reset itself basically. So now poison trap can reset itself. And if you place a poison imbue, like poison imbue has like a tiny like a hit chance. Stuff like that. And bursting venoms, I guess. I mean, it doesn't really solve the problem that exposure has, but who knows, maybe in the expansion we're gonna get some big trap stuff. Sturdy, wow. Okay. Mending Obscurity. When entering stealth and every second while stealth to heal for 50% of your maximum life. That's a lot of healing. So now I can get 75% of your life in a 5-second stealth. Wait, actually 90%, right? It's last 5 seconds? Yeah. So I get 6 procs, 90% life. It's pretty good on PvP. Okay, versatility glyph. Okay, okay, that's pretty big actually. Alright. This also benefits TB and like basically all these melee poison builds. This works for poison imbuement. Fluidity. Oh, is this glyph actually useful now? You gain 10% increased damage and 15% regen. Ah, look at that. For 6 seconds. Okay, it's actually useful now. And this is a magic buffing glyph, right? I don't actually 100% know this, but I think it's magic. Yeah, it's magic. Okay, that's nice. The fluidity is really good now. Explosive. Okay, diminish. Okay. I like diminish anyway. Blade Dancer. Oh. There's more buffs. Aspect of art for initiative. Okay. Aspect of surprise. Grenade damage increased by 200%. Ooh. When using Shadow Step, grenades now drop at the location the player teleports to, instead of where they teleported from. Wait, which one is surprise? It's not the one, it's not the right one. Fuck. But how much damage does this one do? Grenade. I think the other one is Opportunist, right? So how much is Opportunist? This is 16,000. And Surprise is 4,900. So with 200% bonus, this is actually almost the same. Maybe we get to play Shadow Step build, but not the way we thought. Interesting. Umbers. Yeah, we're almost there, guys. This only changes the way the grenades drop when using Shadow Step and not evade. Okay. Trickster's aspect. Is any of these aspects good enough now to make us play a different type of grenade build? This makes it 12,000, but it's all caltrops, so it's kind of shit. And then we have Artful Initiative. Artful Initiative is 6,300. Every 75 resources. No, this is not enough. So realistically, I don't think we're gonna change how we play Grenades Rogue, but I think this surprise stuff could be interesting at least. And this is kind of big. Like Blade Dancer, you do 160% first spin when you put on a two-handed weapon. That was actually kind of big. So how much of a buff is this to TB? We have one. We have like 0.5 plus 1 plus 0.6 plus 0.6. So this is currently our damage, right? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Blade Dancer aspect. This is two-handed. Like, they put a two-handed value here. 30 to 60 is the two-handed value. So let's just assume this is the two-handed. So this means we go from 2.7 to 3.1. So it's like 15% buff. Maybe it's not that small. Maybe plus 20%. Alright. Enshrouding aspect. Time to require to stand still. Reduce from 3 to 2. That doesn't really help it. Umbrous aspect. Critical strikes now have a 6% chance to grant a free Dark Shroud Shadow. Okay, that is pretty big. So this no longer requires you to do it with puncture, basically, for melee rogues. You can now get it playing a melee rogue. Is that really the solution? So I guess you'll never have a rogue build without Dark Shrouds again. I mean, it's basically unthinkable currently anyway. I just wish that they would have made it like a cooler solution. But I guess we'll go with that. Now the problem is that TB, Lucky Hit, is kind of down in the gutter. And so is Flurry. And both these skills have pretty bad Lucky Hit actually currently. But it might be enough on an egg with high enough crit chance. Arrow Storms! Okay, wait a minute. Umbrous Shrouds from melee skills. Arrow Storm damage increased by 30%, man. It's S plus tier now, guys. Crazy. Bonus damage dealt by all Arrow Storms increased. Wow. And Arrow Storm damage increased by 5. S plus for sure. Reddit build, stonks up, yeah. Flurry is 25, yes. Eyes in the Dark. Death Trap deals 90% damage and will rearm itself a second time. It makes it more useful. I mean, the percent damage buff probably still doesn't really help it, but I guess it's something. But you get 2 death traps. I mean, it does happen sometimes that you press death trap and you don't immediately like CC the entire pull after the death trap, and then they start walking away from each other. And getting the second pull in could potentially be kind of good, you know, for stuff like pen shot. Having them all in one ball is ridiculously powerful, because then you shoot the trick shot aspect and you hit everything with each of the side shots. Like back in AOZ we actually did that. We did like death trap, pen shot, and it was ridiculous.
Greetings.
Don't go any further.
Hello.
Let's do this here, so I don't miss out. What are the stats on Ice in the Dark again? I think it does have some DR, right? Or it has some life. It has 7.3 DR and life, and then 2 user stats. Okay. Saboteur Signet damage increased by 50%. I think that doesn't solve the problem. I think 7.5k, 30% chance on Flurry. I guess it helps slightly. Sorcerer, let's see. Ice Armor Bearer increased from 30% of base life to 25% of max life. That is literally irrelevant, but it does help slightly with like... Sometimes you press Ice Armor and then you get a small hit and the Ice Armor immediately vanishes. And then you can't build it up. But usually as long as you hit something once, you have like full barrier basically, so it doesn't really matter. Shimmering Teleport, longer duration, okay. Incinerate, okay. This was not the problem of Incinerate. Potent Warding. Maximum resistance, that is kind of nice. Okay. No longer excludes basic skill cast, that is also nice actually. These are nice buffs to Potent Warding. They buffed Glass Cannon. They buffed Align the Elements. To 3 seconds persistence. I didn't even know that was a thing. When did I add that? This bonus persists for 2 seconds after taking damage. I didn't even know that this was a thing. Okay. Conjunction. Movement speed increased, duration increased. Electrocution. Okay. Warmth. More healing. 6% per second. Enough flames, okay. Overflowing energy. Kinda big actually. Avalanche. Combustion. Asus. Shatter. I wonder if they're gonna fix Shatter though. Like they're buffing this. Which sounds like they will probably fix the bugs. But maybe. We'll see. Veer's Mastery. I wonder if they're gonna fix this as well, because currently Veer's Mastery applies to all elements. Similar to how Asus in Season 3 applied to all elements. So they fixed Asus and then bugged out Veers. Do Uber Uniques have to be refarmed? If they adjust the powers of your Uniques, good question. I guess not. The Death that is in charge of Sorc needs to be replaced. I mean, there's a lot of Sorc buffs in here. Concentration buffs. Okay. Chain nothing. No boss damage. Yeah, they didn't specifically buff like single target damage so far, it seems. Just like overall damage. Which gives me hope that Season 5 or the expansion will see some general adjustments to bosses and boss damage for all classes. Because every class has kind of that problem. Sorcs more than others and Rogues more than others. That is very good. A lot of defensive buffs for Sorc here. Aspect of Shattered Stars. The funny part is I wasn't even using this on my Meteor build, right? Now, if they don't change how Meteor works with the cooldown, this doesn't really help though. Frozen Memories. Additional cost to 2. And they buff the key passive. Wow, that's actually kind of big for resources. That's gonna feel really good to level like an Ice Shard or a Frozen Obstock from the start now. Because they're gonna have ridiculous amounts of resources. Battle Cast's Aspect. Interesting. Flame Scar. Wow. Isadora's. Wow. Staff of Endless Rage. Wow. Okay, so they buffed Firebolt for some reason. Alright. I mean, there's a lot of like really nice buffs here in general for Sorcs. Lots of small Sorc passive buffs. So they kind of add up. But nothing crazy. Alright. Yeah, and Darius is pretty crazy Moxie, yes. But I guess probably not good enough to make my Andariel Druid build come true. Is there a chance for TB build? Yeah, I mean TB, it's got a pretty big buff. Plus other stuff. So I think if I like, redo the TB planner and we add I think versatility is already included. But we can add fluidity now, maybe. For example, instead of diminish. That's another 10%. We get 10% from the versatility. We get 15% there. We get 20% there. So it'll probably come out as something like a 60% buff. Which is not crazy. You know, this is like similar buff that Andarius build is getting currently. So they kind of like stay as far apart as they currently are. But TB does go up quite a bit. Sorc, big F. Sorc is gonna be fine. Sorc is especially got a lot more tanky. I think they're preparing Sorcs for next season, no perma flame shield. No fix on victimize, yeah. Endgame, okay, let's see this one here, that's more stuff. Health and damage levels have been reduced in the pit. The adjustment is most significant as players approach tier 60. So more players can fully participate in masterworking. Okay. So maybe they have like, you know, lower scaling up to 60 and then the same scaling from there. So maybe like M1 just goes up a few tiers. That is already farming beyond 60. Or something like that. All tormented bosses have had their health reduced by 30%. This includes Blood Boils and Tormented Echo of Lilith. Interesting. Bug fixes. Fix an issue where Holy Bolts Elixir's damage was scaling unintentionally high when it was triggered from pets. Uh-oh. Holy Bolts Elixir now deals a percentage of your weapon damage rather than a percentage of the enemy's health. This damage is intended to reduce its effectiveness against the toughest enemies in higher tiers of the pit, but it will still be really valuable for players throughout the whole game. Mid exchange alongside a reduction to the health of enemies in the pit. So players who are delving deep in the pit aren't heavily affected. Now, watch this actually be a buff to Barbs again. I would not be surprised if this actually turns out as a benefit to Barbs. Because Barbs have a lot of generic damage buffs. Thanks, Sock, for the subgifts. Fix an issue where casting boulders of Dormant Stone would cause you to not cast at all. Boulders now have a limit of 10, but the damage is increased by 10% for each boulder. What? But it didn't fix the issue where the double cast boulders wouldn't do damage, right? So that is still the case. Fix an issue where every 5 Scoundrel's Kiss equipped couldn't properly hit close targets and could sometimes fire projectiles behind the player. This also increased the radius of the explosion. Okay, interesting. So I guess it's still 100% precise, but you can shoot in melee range now. A bit fire plus 25% size and close targeting. Fix the issue where pets are being counted as minions in various cases. Aha. Pets, minion, fix. Unchanged. Crushing wounds. Victimize. Hammer, flame shields. Why did it nerf tormented bosses? Like, minus 30% life is actually quite a lot of life loss. That seems really unnecessary. Hits nerfed up to tier 60. Probably a bit after that too. The way I understand this at least. Okay, what else? No nerfs to like a lot of Barb stuff. Dash. Flay. Gosh, I mean Flay actually buffed, funny enough. Okay. Anything else we missed here? Like this is crazy. These but okay, Tyr's Might is not that crazy. The buff, but it does help, especially for the Barb Roman stuff. Starless Skies is insane. Doominger, okay. But Andari's buff is crazy. Like, this is certainly S tier now, Andari's Rogue. This is... And the good thing is that Andari's Rogue is very nerf resistant. In fact, I would not be surprised to like Season 5 to actually like buff something like Andari's Rogue even more, because they're gonna do some changes of, for example, close quarters or so. Holy Bolt's nerf, yeah, I need to add that actually. General. So, Holy Bolts now does percent weapon damage instead of percent enemy life. And no longer broken with minions. So, we'll see what this would mean exactly, but okay. What about Heartseeker and Darius? No way. Kind of way, but not really. Like, playing Heartseeker and Darius is a really weird choice. But I guess technically possible. Necro Bone Spear has potential after this patch. I mean, Necro Bone Spear didn't really seem to get buffed more than other Necro builds. Well, maybe slightly more if you sacrifice your stuff, but you don't really want to play. You don't really want to sacrifice your minions anymore on Bone Spear. You want to play it with minions, and you only buff the sacrifice stuff. Okay, anything else I missed here? This Dust Devil's aspect is not that crazy, right? Let me check this on Barb. How is this? Dust Devil. So Vermin leaves a Dust Devil does 1200. Double Swing is 1000. So they buffed this to 2.4k, which is quite a lot more than this Double Swing thing. But I'm not sure how often this triggers. How often does this trigger compared to like Double Swing one, for example, once per second, I guess? Yeah, this Dust Devil Swing is actually kind of large compared to the other aspects. Even the Fierce Winds is less powerful, but it casts 3 at a time. So this Rowan thing is actually kind of stonks. Area 0.75. Okay. So you probably want to put this on a 200. And it's actually doing something. But I guess the main problem remains that basically everything has to abuse gushing wounds on Barb right now, right? Arsenal buffs. Yeah, not really very significant. Yeah, the spirit boon stuff is crazy, and so is the sacrifice stuff for Necros. Kinda crazy what they've done there. And all these passives on a Sorc. So maybe the really big stuff I should put further up here, so this. This Sorc stuff. To B, yeah, we'll see. I guess it goes to B instead of C. That is kind of big. That is kind of big, but it's polarized. Yeah, the main problem that I see is they're just kind of like buffing a lot of stuff that is kind of weak across the board. And they don't really solve the problem of single target damage that all of these builds have. Yeah, sure, you throw more damage at the build, but then a build goes higher and you still have shit single target. Because you go higher. So, or you farm like trivial enemies and then kill the boss fast, right? So these are the options. Yeah, I mean, Polarize used to be a very good build, and it's gonna be kind of decent now, I think. Like someone, like, I mean, last season we saw people critting for like 50 million plus of Polarize. And okay, since then they have nerfed Banisher's Talisman a little bit and maybe some other stuff. On the other hand, we have like lots more life now and some other buffs and quick shift and whatnot. So it's quite possible that we can see like 100 million plus Polarizes, I think. Yeah, nerfing the bosses is kind of stupid, I agree. I'm not sure why they've done that. They can buff them again. CB final license can use Umbers. Now there's one interesting thing about Twisting Blades here. So it does get a damage buff and it can use Umbers with melee skills. Previously, it would just temper chance to cast Puncture twice. And you would use combo points TB. But now you can actually play Inner Sight TB and get Umber stacks. So it enables, like the big thing about this Umber change is it enables Inner Sight builds and not combo point builds. And that is actually, you know, what really makes this interesting. Because you can play like Inner Sight, Bursting Venoms, Poison TB, and you get Umber stacks. Which was not possible before. And the combo point synergies for poison builds are not that crazy, but you had to play them in order to get the Dark Shrouds. And now you can just like stand in the poison pool and just spam. So this actually enables some scaling here. Where you just literally just stand there and you hold down right click. And together with Star Disguise as well, you're gonna have the resources. Andaris is not viable on Vinci. Although, maybe slightly, because it procs on the enemy, right? Maybe, actually. I mean, yeah, the big thing that helps here is that it procs on the enemy. But the thing is, Vinci does insane amounts of damage. It's kind of hard to get anywhere close to that with Andariels on a Druid. But you do have a lot of the same synergies. You have Tracker Glyph and Bane Glyph and so on. Maybe you could try to run Andariels on Vinci now. It would help with the AoE clear a bit as well. Poison TB with Andariel. If you play Poison TB with Andariel, then you can just play the real Andariel. Like, there's no point to include Twisting Blades there, when you can just puncture. I mean, the lucky hit on Vinci is not great for single target, but it is relatively good in AoE. So the Andarius thing might have some merit for Vinci. When you hit like 20 targets and then the explosions happen on the target, it's kind of decent, I think. It might be okay for like AoE clear. So you just get like these Andarius pops and then everything just dies. Will this patch ruin Andario Rogue? No, it makes it significantly stronger. How about Andarius and Flurry and Nades? Well, that's just like a shit Andario build when he could be playing a good Andario build. They don't address the issue with pit group play. Yeah, that's kind of sad, I agree. They should have changed that. Have no talk of the grenade changes? Yeah, I don't think they have really any impact. Because none of them changes how the best grenade build is played, and I think none of the changes make a new best grenade build. So they're effectively irrelevant. Time for Blade Shift Victimize. Does Blade Shift have 50% lucky hit? Yes. 20% damage. This is 21%. Now it's a good question. Actually, Heartseeker is 24%. So this is 20% stronger than Blade Shift. Now the question is, does Blade Shift attack... It needs to attack roughly twice as fast as Heartseeker. Does Blade Shift attack twice as fast as Heartseeker? Maybe, actually. Blade Shift is really fast. Let's find out. So for Heartseeker, how much do we have usually in Heartseeker? We have a Rapid, and we have... We don't actually have that much attack speed, right? We get a 16%. Yeah, how much attack speed do we have on Heartseeker? Let me double check this. So what kind of breakpoint are we even aiming for here? We have 15% from the elixir, we have 16% here, so it's 31. Then we have like some attack speed here. Then we have some attack speed here. Then we have rapid. Then we have some attack speed here. Anything I'm missing? Then we have Moonrise, I guess. Something like this. And the base. Oops. It was 125, right? 125. That's 100 divided by 100. Times 1.1. So yeah, at something like this. Breakpoint. So we are at 12 frames. With Heartseeker. This is Heartseeker, right? No, this is Puncture. Why am I not plugged in? 14 frames. So something like this here, 14 or 13 frames. Let's say 14 at this attack speed value. Now, if you have daggers, they have 1.2 attacks per second. Let's say we have the same attack speed buffs, minus 16. So let's say times 2.1. So I suppose that is 9 frames instead of 14 frames with like a similar geared character. So we get 6.66 attacks with Blade Shift. And 4.28 with Heartseeker. So that's not double. It's 55% extra roughly. Now there might be some other small benefits. But it's mostly downsides, I guess, right? You also lose out on crit chance. You also lose out on more lucky hits for CCs. You lose out on the targeting, lose out on the range. So, what do you gain? Basically nothing. And more of basically nothing. So, technically you can play a Victimized Blade Shift build. We don't really want to. And it's definitely gonna be weaker. And they are the same Holy North. I don't think I want to use Andariel on Heartseeker. Maybe after Victimized nerfs we could talk about it. I mean, the total like a hit should be kind of comparable between Heartseeker and Puncture, right? Puncture is 105 total like a hit. Heartseeker is 100. And you stack attack speed on both builds. You stack like a hit on both builds. So there should not be a massive difference between using Heartseeker and Puncture in order to proc Andariels. But the problem is you have like no synergies. You have no close quarters, so you straight up lose half of the Andariel's building damage. You have no tracker. You have no Bane. And then say some other smaller benefits, let's say plus another 30% or so. So just doing some napkin math, Andariels should be at least 4 times weaker in a Heartseeker build than in an actual Andariels build. And there might be stuff I'm missing. So this was just some napkin math. But yeah, probably like in a range of like 3 to 8 times weaker, let's say. Somewhere in that range is probably where Andariels lands if you just throw it on a typical Heartseeker build. So that is not enough to really compete with the damage of the Heartseeker itself. Heartseeker is already a stronger build than Andariels. And basically it's gonna scuff up your Heartseeker by losing 25% EHP. Actually more than that, let's say more like 35%. Because Andariels has no life. And 20% DR and the Dark Sword. Actually a lot of HP loss. You're actually very squishy with Andariels compared to Shaco. And you lose the 4 skill ranks for your Heartseeker. That alone is also probably like 10% DPS or more. And this is roughly what you can expect for the Andariels to contribute. So there's not any upside to running Andariels. I guess the main upside is that you can benefit from debilitating toxins, but then you also give up 4 passive points. At least if you don't already have Poison Trap and debilitating toxins in your build. And if you do, then you already have Poison Trap to give the toxins anyway. What if you replace Puncture with Heartseeker and a normal Andy's build? Then you're gonna lose Vulnerable and gain nothing. Poison Barrage, Andy, Rock of Stardust. Yeah, this definitely has become a bit more useful now. I guess you could play the Poison Barrage with either Helm now. I was kind of hesitant to suggest to run Andariels, but my expectation was that at least in AoE fights, Poison Barrage probably does more damage with Andariels equipped compared to Shaco. But you still have this problem of losing a lot of life. And Barrage is Barrage, you want to have a lot of life. You want to be tanky so you can face tank bosses. If you can't face tank bosses, you have a problem. So you're gonna probably have comparable damage on the boss. More in AoE, but you're gonna be way squishier. So that's my expectation right now. If you play Poison Barrage with Andy. Heartsinger still top rogue as tier build. We're probably at the point where Andarius wins for farming, but Heartsinger still wins for pushing, I think. But it's definitely getting very close. The top run rogue in Gauntlet is using Blade Shift with Heartseeker. Well, it's 20% movement speed, and you can run from enemies, which is kind of nice. Where is Shadow Clone fix? Probably an expansion 3. Thanks, Celeste, what's up? Okay. Anything else I'm missing here? After Holy Bolts mentioned here at the top, actually right at the start. Blood begets blood, huh? Do blood builds actually even use this? Like, do you even run this on the blood build? Like, let's be real here. Do you even use blood begets blood? Like, Bloodthirst doesn't even spawn it, right? I guess Bloodlands does. But Bloodthirst doesn't even have any natural blood orb generation, right? Like, nothing on Bloodthirst at least spawns them. So you have to do it with Blood Wave or with Corpse Tendrils. And if you do it with Corpse Tendrils, then you don't get a bomb. And it also doesn't help you on a boss where you have no damage anyway. So it kind of makes the whole problem worse. Right? Because you have more area damage than before and less like the same single target. Yeah, it helps Bloodlands, but it does not help Bloodthirst, I guess. So there's that. Let's put it in small stuff. Bloodlands buff. You don't want to run Infinite Flame Share, that shit is so lame and boring. Well, good news. They just massively buffed Sorc defenses. There's so many buffs. Did they actually nerf anything in this patch? Is there anything here that's nerfed? Well, Holy Bolts, I suppose, but I mean, outside of that. No, it's all buffs. Interesting. The bosses. Yeah, the bosses were nerfed, so this is a player buff. So. There's no bleed nerf. Shield is not nerfed. Shoe man. Anirog looking like S tier. Yeah, Anirog is an S tier for sure. That will be 100% S tier. I wonder if you're gonna see something like Andariels on a Vinci or Druid now. Could happen. I might try it. I have my Vinci stuff, I can just equip the Andes. Grenade Rogue looking playable now. Now for Grenade Rogue nothing really changed. Like they buffed all the aspects that we didn't care about. And they did not buff the one aspect that we actually used for a grenade build right now, at least for the meta grenade build. I mean, there's like, you know, potential other combos you could try to make, and they buffed those. So I guess that's good, you know, if you ever want to do something with like the Caltrops grenades, or the Shadow Step grenades, or the Evade grenades. So there's like a tiny improvement there. It's actually not that tiny, actually, when you look at this. So basically, every time you go into stealth, you can also do one evade, right? They do 919. And this has been doubled. This does 3000. So I couldn't put the surprise on the neck. I think I already have that anyway. Do I have that? Grenade Rogue. Yeah, we have surprise on the neck. So that will go to 4,500 now. No, it will go to 6,000 actually. I doubled it. So it does roughly half of the stealth aspect. We're not changing where these aspects are. So this will do roughly half of this one. And you get this one twice. Because we go as stealth and we break stealth. So here you get a total of 26,000 damage. And here we get a total of 6. Now another problem is also that some of these grenades will miss, I guess, more easily. Although I guess they probably miss kind of the same amount of time. So yeah, it is like a slight buff. Let's say that only those two effects actually do any damage in the build. I mean, it's like a 10% damage buff, I guess. And outside of that, I think the grenade changes don't really change anything. Flurry plus 25%, is it viable now? Yeah. Maybe we move it from F to D tier. Why did the buff flay? That's a very strange buff for sure. There's no leaderboards. Boulder now has a limit. Yeah, that's kind of weird. But it didn't actually fix the bug. Actually, let me... Boulder double cast bug. That one is not changed, actually. No temper reset. That is not worth mentioning. I'm sure who expected any temper changes. I'm gonna plan a Ranger Andariel build. No, I don't have to, I think. That could be interesting to try to play pen shot Andariels. I mean, technically we could have done that before already. add in trick shot, shoot pen shot into the pack when it's like really stacked. But yeah, you don't really have to do that, and then you have to give a cut of duration, I guess. Yeah, I think I briefly tried the pen shot Andariel as well. I tried to just to, you know, shoot like a pen shot into the pack and stuff with like, you know, 3 combo points, but it didn't really feel good. And you will lose boss damage, and you care about boss damage on Andariels. I can't do the hard save for another one. You need at least Moonrise and that ability aspect, I would say. When do patches go live? Well, this one will go live in 71 hours. Alright, I guess we do a little YouTube summary. How about that? Okay. Will Sorc still be too good? Well, now that you mention it, we should probably mention Shatter is unchanged. Which other like huge bugs exist that we would have expected them to fix or not? We have Victimize, Gushing, I mean Gushing is not bugged, but Shatter is not changed. Okay, okay. Yeah, I guess that's what it is. Alright, let's do it. Hi YouTube. Alright, hi everyone. So we just got a patch notes for patch 1.43. The mid-season update is coming. I already talked about this in my most recent video. We just went through this here on stream and discussed and did some math on a few things. There's actually a lot of buffs in this patch. So generally a lot of stuff is getting a lot better. There are no nerfs whatsoever and no bug fixes that would negatively impact builds as well. So in general, a lot of stuff is getting more viable and stronger. Now let's get started here. There are some changes that also make some stuff weaker, which is especially the Holy Bolts change. So there is one mention of Holy Bolts. I'm gonna go to that actually real quick. Here it says that it was a bug fix where it was scaling unintentionally high, especially for Necromancer minions. So this is, I guess, something here worth mentioning. Necro minions where they were just one-shotting like bosses, you know, even the highest pits possible. That is no longer happening, and they just changed how Holy Bolts works to now work off your weapon damage instead of the enemy HP. So the idea behind this is that it stays somewhere similar for most builds, but this Necro minion stuff at least is going to be adjusted. We'll see what it means exactly when we try it out. However, most builds didn't really care much about Holy Bolts, I suppose. And, well, yeah, we'll see if this really has a huge impact outside of the Necros. Now, for that, we also got some Pits nerfs. So they want everyone to be able to at least farm their maximum masterworking materials, at least some, especially like, you know, C or D tier builds or so, were definitely struggling to even get to tier 60 reliably and farm that. So they made it easier to go there, so at least the first 60 tiers are easier. And this nerf to the pit will probably also continue a little bit in the later tiers. I'm not 100% sure about the scaling. We actually don't have any numbers on this. We never had any numbers before or after. They just said it's becoming easier. So in general, I would expect everyone to kind of move up a little bit in the pits, especially in the early tiers. So that's kind of good, and everyone can kind of just like make any build and kind of get at least to 61 and farm their Neve Iron. So that's nice. Now, some other big stuff here. We got some uber unique buffs and pretty big ones. Andariel's plus 50% damage, and the Poison Nova is now on the enemies. That is insane. Andariel Sorc is actually something I've been playing a lot in the last week. It's very powerful build, and this will absolutely move into S tier now, I believe. So we're going to discuss this, and also the fact that it spawns on enemies makes it more viable potentially for other builds. There might be some action on like Windshield Druids, for example, that already has a lot of the same synergies with Poison. And we'll see, maybe more. I did try some Andariel's Druid stuff the other day. It did not really work out too well, but it could be just some nice extra AoE damage at least in that case. But for rogues, this is crazy good. So Andariel's might rival Heartseeker. At very least, it would probably be the best rogue build in, you know, the current version of the game if they ever fix Victimize double dipping. So that's my expectation at least. So very good stuff here. Then you have Starless Skies, maximum 5 stacks. So that is also pretty huge. Starless Skies is already a very powerful item, and now you get even more resource cost reduction and even more damage, so that's crazy good. For like any build that wants to spam skills, you get 50% resource, like it's insane. Tyrio's Might, the damage buff, or like the arrows, was pretty underwhelming for most builds. They're buffing it by 100%. This will not really save it for anyone besides Barbs, because Barbs have the only realistic way to scale this. Thanks to like a lot of the generic damage buffs that Barbs have, like Berserking, and I'm not sure if it works with Gushing Wounds. I think it does. So this is really the only way to scale this, and this makes stuff like Whirlwind, Tyrio's Might, Barb definitely a lot more viable as well, which is already pretty good. Outside of that, yeah, I mean, it's like maybe a twink item or so. You can do a bit more damage with that. It's going to be noticeable there. But if you just slap Tyrio's on like any random like rogue build or necro build or so, those arrows will still do nothing basically. And they're changing paragons. So the bonus stat requirements per board goes down from 90 to 60. So in case you're not aware of this, every time you add an extra paragon board, the stat requirements increase with the number of boards that were already attached. So this means that usually most builds have doubled round nodes up to board 4. So start 1, 2, 3. And now you'll probably get to board 6. And that means you just got a bunch more like small nodes, and you maybe want to redo the order of your boards or so a little bit. So some small little bonuses here that can be helpful. That is definitely nice. Now for the classes, we have a lot of buffs to Druid boons and the sacrifices for Necros. So they buffed the minions in this patch at the season start, and now they're buffing the sacrifices again. So it's kind of interesting. But both of these things getting massive stonks here. So I can maybe show this real quick. So for the Druids, for example, they get a lot of stuff here. So basically everything has been buffed on the Druids with the Spirit boons. They have more maximum Spirit, there's more Thorns, there is movement speed now. This is really nice for like leveling Druids, for example. You're going to use this while leveling until you have capped later, for example. Extra crit, extra life, extra attack speed, extra Spirit, everything you want. The guaranteed overpower every 10 kills, so this is huge for Pulverize. There's more on Pulverize, by the way, here. That gets basically like more than double damage as well, at least with overpowers. So there's a pretty huge overpower buff here for Druids. Pulverize definitely back in action, not as like a top tier build, I would say, because of the single target damage. But it's certainly going to be a formidable build, I think. So that's really cool. And kind of similar for the Necros with the sacrifices. So we can show this here. They basically took every single upgrade on the Necro sacrifice and gave it a +5, no matter where it started. So you get a 10% crit instead of 5, and you get 35% crit damage instead of 30, and everything in between. So that was kind of big. And, well, some builds still want to sacrifice minions, and those have become a lot better now. So that's kind of cool. And then there's also lots of other small buffs here, especially Druids, again, getting a lot of buffs here across a lot of their passives. Interestingly, also quick shift, so I have this mentioned here, goes to 8 stacks instead of 6 stacks. I was actually expecting them to kind of like buff everything but quick shift, because it's already so ubiquitous, but it is more shifting for the Druids. And yeah, anything that's not a shifting build is kind of like down bad still. So that is not changing. However, lots of small stuff. You get a bit more life from a few things here. You get a bit more damage from a few things. So there's like lots of little things. Also the key passive have been buffed. So everything that's not like bestial rampage and user and strength. You see this here, there's perfect storm. There is nature's fury that has been buffed. You know, some little stuff. Defensive potion that gives you damage reduction while fortified, that's kind of cool. Mending gives you an additional maximum life. So lots of cool little things here. More overpowers for the bears. So there are a lot of buffs here for Polarize. You're just gonna get like overpower like every second hit or something at that point, basically. So that's kind of amazing. You have lots of overpower scaling, and especially with all this extra life that you have these days, if you run like 100k life or something like that, you're gonna have a lot of overpower scaling. So that's gonna feel pretty cool. I'm probably gonna make a Polarized Druid because I really love that build. So that's kind of interesting here. Some other stuff here. We also have other class buffs, so you can scroll down a little bit. Whirlwind Dust Devil is getting a pretty big buff, so this might kind of interact as well with, like, you know, some potential like Tyrus Might, Whirlwind build. Maybe we can throw into Dust Devils now. Flay, interestingly, is getting a huge buff. That is a bit surprising. So if you go up here to the Barbs, there's like lots of small stuff, also like Call of the Ancients or something, but I don't think this will really do anything, and this will not really solve the problem that some of these skills have. But for example, Flay, which is currently like a meta build, very powerful build, and now it gets longer vulnerable and more bleed damage and more damage reduction and longer buff. It's kind of strange to be honest, but this is what he got. Some other cool stuff though for the Barbs. Slaking aspect, which used to be the rend resource aspect, now works for all core skills, so that's going to be big, especially for double swing, I think. So this could be like something like early replacement for Starless Skies until you go for that ring, for example. So that is kind of cool. You can kind of just spam your core skills more. Twisting Blades for rogues is getting some pretty massive buffs. So we have this down here. People ask me, Twisting Blades, is it back? I wouldn't really say back per se, but it's definitely way more playable, and we can do some pretty interesting stuff here with Twisting Blades, which is that now you can play Twisting Blades without combo points, and you can also play Flurry without combo points technically, thanks to this change, which makes Umber's Shrouds from melee skills. So the Dark Shrouds is like the #1 defensive mechanic for rogues, and melee builds have that problem that you have to use Puncture in order to generate those Dark Shrouds. Previously this was only possible with marksman skills, and now it works with melee skills. So you no longer have to play combo points only. You can play, for example, Inner Sight, Poison TB, and you have a lot more damage because there's some buffs here to TB itself, there's some buffs to Blade Dancer aspect, there's some buffs to some glyphs and some small stuff. And yeah, with some setup changes, you can definitely get to probably double damage or more compared to before. Now, does it make it really good? Not necessarily, but it might be some B tier build or so. Maybe if there's some discoveries, even A, but we'll see about that. So it's definitely helpful, this change, but it doesn't really change the fundamental problem of close quarters combat being somewhat undertuned and having this downside against bosses when you can't crowd control the enemy, for example. But overall, Twisting Blades is a lot more playable. In fact, I've leveled a rogue on Twisting Blades 1 to 100 in this season already. That went pretty well, and now it's way stronger than that. It was just that in the higher pits it kind of fell off at some point. But especially with the pit nerfs and these changes, there is some potential here to at least play it and not feel bad about it, let's say. There's also a Flurry buff here. People are asking about Flurry. Yeah, that won't really cut it, but we might move it from F to a D tier at least. We'll see. Rapid Fire is also getting some changes, so it has a bigger size. It will probably still hit everything in one place. It didn't mention that they will change the spread of the arrows, but at least it's a larger AoE now, so that helps with the clear. And you can now target enemies at close range, so this will make it a lot more console friendly and a lot more like just in general playable and feel good basically. So I'm quite excited to see how Rapid Fire will be. But Rapid Fire remains basically one of the top builds next to Andariel's Rogue and Heartseeker Rogue right now, and also Penshot, I guess. So there's some stuff here. Now there's some smaller stuff here that I have mentioned. So there is healing pots are getting buffed, so they're just buffing like the base buffs basically of healing pots, or the base effect. Protector aspect, if you care about like barriers, is getting a bit of a buff. Flurry. The pet's minion bug is getting fixed, so in case you were not aware, this pet that we got, like the little doggy and a kitty, they were counting as minions for purposes of like a shepherd's aspect, and for like this actually ruined the sacrificial glyph on Necromancer, for example, so that's being fixed. Tormented bosses are getting nerfed. That is a very strange change, I believe, because especially with all these player buffs and, you know, like how much power we have these days, it's kind of weird to nerf those bosses, because it was kind of fun to fight them actually, I believe. But okay, some small walking arsenal buffs, but nothing really significant. Some small bloodlance buffs, but still kind of trash. And, well, lots of other small stuff in there. There's also, for example, some grenade changes that people have been asking me about. I don't think this will, for example, change how we play grenades. It will just make the build slightly stronger, because you get more random grenade damage. But the best grenade build is probably still the same best grenade build, based on concealment or based on evading and going into stealth, for example. So this doesn't really change anything. There's also other small stuff like an Arrow Storms buff here, or an Irons in the Dark buff there. I'm not going to go for every single thing. A lot of this stuff is kind of like just small little things that don't really have any significant impact in my book, at least. And there's a lot of these little patch notes here. But yeah, overall the takeaway, I guess, is that Sorcs have become a lot tankier and a bit stronger on all of the builds, but their single target problems are not really solved. Barbs are generally unchanged, Flays a bit better, and this woman stuff is a bit better. Rogues, TB, yeah, much better, but not meta. Then we have Andarius Rogue, really top tier build now. For the Druids, they're just all around a bit better, a little bit more tanky, a little bit more damage. And you can have maybe some other options now for key passives, try some other stuff with, for example, Perfect Storm or so. So kind of nice little buffs, but nothing crazy. Druids are not gonna like mega move up or something like that. And for the Necros, well, mostly the sacrifice stuff, I guess, that really helps them. But Necros are already quite powerful, but also none of the weak Necro builds are really getting a significant boost from this patch. So this is kind of like where we're at. For the unchanged stuff here, so I was looking for certain things that we might have expected, for example. So there is no shatter fix, the double dipping is still in place, the same goes for Victimize. The boulder double cast bug is not fixed, so the double casted boulders from the Tempers just do 0 damage, but they've actually done some other change for it, which is maybe a nerf. I'm not really sure. So that's some weird stuff about boulder. Bash also not being adjusted, Gushing Wounds is being unchanged, so that's still pretty crazy. Perma Flame Shield is not changing. And in general, the pit monsters versus boss scaling is unchanged. So it seems like they just made pits generally easier, but they didn't change specifically, for example, boss HP. So those are still going to be long boss fights for many builds. And same here, like we don't have any like extra tools for single target damage or something like that on any of your builds. So this is kind of where it's at. There is obviously more details here. If you want to read up all of the patch notes, you can go find a link in the description. I'll put it there. And let me know what you think about these changes, what you might have missed in the patch, or what I didn't explain or talk about now. Of course, I can cover more stuff once you actually get to play the patch, which, by the way, comes next Monday. Usually it's on Tuesday, but this is actually in 3 days of the recording of this video. So on Monday, we're going to be playing this patch. And also sometime next week, I believe on Friday, we're going to get Season 5 news with the PDR. So there's a lot of stuff coming here. Really cool. So I'm quite excited to see what this will be like with the new changes, see how crazy the entire Rogue is going to be, make it polarize Druid and maybe some other stuff. So I have a few things planned here already. And let's see what comes out of this. Hope you enjoyed my summary and see you guys next time. All right. That was a nice recording. They nerfed the mana bosses, yes. Time for chocolate. Now the question, which is the Woody impression going on the thumbnail? Only as your honors. It's probably some poggies. It's a weird chocolate. I found it really strange the nerf to Uberless Blood Boils. Well, they've probably watched our speedrun, right? Wait a minute. Hi everyone. Today I want to. Hi everyone. Do we have the little thing? Yes.
I just need my list.
Oh my god.
Can't even
The Blood Boils. This is why they nerfed them, guys. This is why they nerfed the Blood Boils.
Don't die in the mist.
Oh my god, we do no damage.
Wait, why is there so many?
Oh my
We
god.
can't even kill the boils.
Oh no, we're all gonna die from the
Not
bulls.
like this.
Oh no, the bulls.
Guys, DPS.
Okay, I'm out. Fuck this.
Cheater.
That's why they nerfed the Blood Boils, guys. Was good. They were already dead. I scrolled after they were dead. They were already dead. I survived it and I scrolled out. Oh man. Anyway though. Yeah, that was a skill issue for sure. Oh, look at that. Do I want to redo it though? I mean, I have the right tempers and everything, so I guess not. And this can be used for bash as well, I just realized. Kinda nice.
Well, wary on the road.
Alright. I guess I'm gonna finish that on glyphs, right? Let's do it. Mana boss drops Ubers. Yes. All mana bosses drop all Ubers. Hey, Darkseid. Heartsick and Daria, any chance after the buff? Yeah, I did some napkin math on this. And compared to the normal Andaria build, A Heartseeker Victimized Andario build should have roughly a quarter or so of the Andario's power, which is relatively bad. So I think that before a Victimized fix, this is not going to be a thing, but after a Victimized fix, you could maybe play a Heartseeker Victimized build and run Andarios in it. You break Helltide. Even with the item buffs, there's hardly any Sinnohs dropping. Should try to use the Mind Cage and get more Cinders. Just the same build of Heartseeker instead of Puncture. Ah, okay. Yeah, technically you can play Heartseeker Andariels. It should be relatively similar, and you can play the more ranged if you want. So yeah, why not? It has like very similar lucky hits. And let me check the breakpoint tables though. I mean, Puncture still has more attack speed, I think, but not that much more. With a bow, it's kind of close, I believe. Usually it's kind of close. But I guess at these very high attack speed values, the Puncture still wins in attack speed. Yeah, this Andarios buff is really surprising. I was actually considering that they would nerf Andarios in Season 5. And now I just give it a 50% buff? Like, what? Where's that coming from, man? It's insane. What is this? He is supposed to be an event, I guess, but there's no event. Where's our tormented Malphas? Yeah, that's sad story. Wait, what? These guys are here. What? They're just randomly in this corner. Look. Instead of in a room. What happened here? Malphas where, man? Yeah, no new aspects, no uniques. In fact, they didn't bring anything from last season, right? They just did like a buff patch. But no, like, last season stuff. I wonder if they're gonna talk about this. In like the, like, you know, why or whatever. Yo, Nebs, thanks for the sub. Actually, do we have some other subs? Envy gifted a sub. Thank you for the sub gifts.
Take this, my friend. It's not much, but I hope it helps.
Double greater helm. Wow. 4 to death blow. Nice. I think I didn't press Warcry a single time for no reason. So I haven't Penshot mix build any good. You're a season late, mate. Any word about explosive grenades getting fixed and scanning stun grenade damage? No, actually. That was not in the patch notes. The mean build got slightly tankier thanks to the Sorc buffs. Let's go. I mean, the Sorc buffs are actually relatively decent. A lot of defensive buffs in particular. They added like a lot of defense there on the Sorcs. Like the 6% maximum res, for example. And some other stuff there. The align the elements is a pretty good buff as well. 3 seconds, the bonus persists. That's crazy actually. No dragon, thanks for what's up. Man, honestly, I think for farming, I don't want to go Rage of Hargath. I want to go Undying. Normal chest would feel so much better. Let's do like a strength, life, and what actually? Fuck. I don't need the armor on it or something. Defensive skills. More cry. Don't need fury. Not sure what to put on it now. Chronix is whispering to me. Shatter is 30%, duo login. I gotta say, it's very strange that they buffed Shatter. Like, why did they buff Shatter? Without fixing the bug. Like, why would they not do both at the same time? It's really weird. What is Blizzard? Why did the buff flay? Okay, I guess I'll stop asking. But I didn't click the shrine over there. Okay, there might be stuff missing in the notes. I mean, it's always, that's gonna be some undocumented changes or whatever, right? But at least balance changes should be mentioned, right? And bug fixes and whatnot, but who knows? We have Bloodmane event? No. I'd like to see a Bloodmane kill on us. Yo, GG, I'm fried.
I carry the best shards of the heavens.
Charles Visual. Any prediction regarding next best Druid when the patch drops? Well, it doesn't really seem like it really changes much for like the overall balance of Druids. Everything just got a bit better. Polarized a lot better. But I mean, most of the builds will probably remain the same builds pretty much. Just stronger. So yeah, I mean, some of them might have gotten a bit more and a bit less. Like for example, Nature's Fury buff was probably a bit more significant than some of the other buffs. So for example, this Landslide Lightning Storm hybrid is, you know, slightly better, more better basically than some other stuff. But it doesn't really matter, I guess. Everything just got a bit better. It may depend a bit on, like, you know, how easily can you, for example, benefit from the extra damage reduction while fortified from the new passive now on the Druids. So do you want to put that in like some of the planners now, for example, but only if you actually have leftover skills, which is something that, for example, might apply to Windshear build more than it does to the Landslide build. Because Landslide has to put so many points into so many skills, right? Windshear doesn't. So there are these little things basically that come out as like little details once you look at the planners. You can go over some planners too, and I can like work on some TB stuff as well. Make an inner side TB, but I think before I actually update the max level guide, I will at least... I'll probably prepare the setup. I guess I go back and play some TB. Need to have some poison stuff prepared then. I may still have like most of the gear actually lying around, I'm not sure. We have the rings for the poison imbuement count, which is the same rings I can use, I think, on Poison Barrage and Poison TB. It's like mostly the same builds, so we'll see. It's kind of nice. Just an axe. I didn't add a sell all button. That would be nice actually. Going to fix altars on those screens. Wait, what altars? Andy Shred Druid sounds fun as hell. Andy Shred Druid. Where's that coming from? Yeah, Lucky Hit is terrible on Shred. That's not really gonna help. Darius Visage or Twisting Blades. Nah, Lucky Hit Twisting Blades is also terrible. In fact, I just released a video on exactly that topic. Andarius Rogue is nutty. And TB gets a huge buff. Well, kind of similar for Flurry, but Flurry has more problems. But those are not going to be any kind of top tier builds. TB might move to like B tier now or so. So that's kind of cool. Polarized single target going to be good enough? Yeah, I mean, you can probably hit like 100 million plus crits, which is not terrible, I'd say. This will definitely make it like decent to like farm probably 80s.
Come and see.
I think Andari Rogue will be as strong as Heartseeker with Andari buff. Yeah, it's gonna be very close between them. I think Andari's Rogue might already be like pretty much on par for farming at least, just not in push. And now maybe Andarius wins in farming and Heartseeker still wins in push. And when they fix Victimize, then Andarius Rogue is just the best in Rogue. Because both Heartseeker and Penshot will go down with the Victimize fix. You there?
The only way out of this is to fight.
Do we just Garbo buffs? I don't think so. The quick shift status is pretty big. So that alone is probably like a 1-2 pit tier buff. Or like, you know, even all the meta builds. And then you have like the small stuff like extra defense from the damage reduction while fortified if you can slot that in. That's kinda cool. The pulverized stuff is really nice. So I might make a pulverized Druid. Somebody liked it in when did I play it? Season 2 I think. That should be nice to play now. Now how do we make a quick shifting wolf? Yeah, Bloodhowl I guess that's the trick. Dude, Stardust guys, Wolf, let's go.
Take this, my friend. It's not much, but I hope it helps.
Wait, I got 12 Angel Breath in this chest instead of 10. Well, they said they're nerfing pits, and I think this pit nerf is not just tier 60, but you know, the scaling is like mostly nerfed pre-60, but I guess this will also carry on towards the higher tiers, so I think everyone will just go higher. Thanks to the pit nerfs. So generally the gaps between builds will be smaller thanks to the rewards and not necessarily the damage output. Like damage output, you know, some builds will still do 10 million damage and others will do 10 billion. But the gap in the rewards is not going to be as large anymore because it's easier to hit this tier 61 breakpoint where you get Neve Iron and potentially go beyond that now. So, you know, the difference between an S tier build and like a D tier build is maybe not like, let's say, triple the materials, but maybe more double, for example. Because maybe even D tier builds can farm, you know, 80s, while S tier builds farm, let's say, under 10 or something. Why is the grenade build not good despite the changes? Because none of the changes actually change the meta grenade build. And we do not get a new meta grenade build. So only the grenades that were not really that important got buffed. I will do pit testing, yeah. I didn't make the strongest build in the game just to left click my way through tier 90 dungeons, don't worry. Shadowstar grenade changes how the Shadowstar guide we have. Oh, they don't. The Shadowstar build is something very different. It has nothing to do with grenades. To left click away for the pit as well. Yep. I'm getting a bit more comfortable with the setups slowly, so that's nice. I think there's an achievement for getting a hardcore character to 100. But I'm not sure. The damage is definitely scaling up a bit here now that we have our glyphs leveled. I can feel it. We kind of rely on the glyphs a little bit actually. Now they're all online. Feels good. Is there any top of S tier now? We'll discuss this tomorrow. We have a maximum meeting tomorrow anyway. So we'll see, but we're definitely gonna put it in S, I guess. I mean, top of S, you know, we're not gonna beat like Bash or Play or something with Undies.
They've been feeding on my soul. Please, take it back from me. Let it in.
I have Doombringer and Materials. And both these items are getting buffed in 3 days. So maybe I want to hold on to them. Can someone tell me? For sure. I think it is the case, right? Like, Tyrius does proc Gushing Wounds. And Berserk Ripping, right? So they can combine those things on Barb. I think that's how the Whirlwind build works, right? The guy never appeared, that's unlucky, man. Yeah, this Whirlwind Tyrius Barb is gonna be pretty nutty actually after the patch, man. Should try that. There's another plus 3 to flay pants. I'm getting a lot of these. We roll out new guides to the patch. Well, we have the Andariel's guide that has been released, I think, yesterday or the day before. And we have a Flay Barb coming. I mean, there's no new builds in this patch, right? There's no new items or anything. I think there's not really necessarily something that gets enabled as like a new build. It's mostly just buffs and stuff. So there will be tweaks, yeah, I mean, you know, I'm gonna probably rework Twisting Blades again. I guess it's gonna be like a surge of interest for Twisting Blades, so I'll be cooking next week when the patch is live. I want to try it though before I update the guide, because I don't 100% trust it right now to play Inner Sight TB, but it may be pretty good. Most of the other builds will not really change, besides maybe you're gonna take some of these new passives now, especially on Sorc and Druid, I guess, you know, maybe you're gonna tweak the skill trees a little bit. Maybe you're gonna tweak the Paragon boards a little bit, because now you have more rare nodes doubled. So you can like maybe rearrange the number of the order of boards. So I will check that out. I guess you can next start field crafting a little bit on that and see where we're at. See, puncture for close quarters. You might still have to go puncture for close quarters, yes. But you don't have to spam it. And that's actually not bad to have puncture, because you can also proc might aspect, for example. You can proc the vulnerable sometimes when it runs out or something like that as well. So there are still reasons to have puncture. And you don't always have inner sight proc, for example, so it can help you to just puncture a little bit. But, you know, you're still gonna make the setup different. So yeah, maybe I'm gonna make this basically similar to the Poison Barrage, honestly. You know, the Poison Barrage build, but with PB. Kind of like that. This will be kinda similar. Nice. Do you need Anti-Visage for Andariel Rogue? Yes. Andariel's is the build. Shit is an axe, so you're gonna save this for Bash, I guess.
Come back and see us.
Twisting Blades back on the menu. Yeah. Not really like top, but it's more playable for sure. Why is Heartsinger not better than Puncture for Andariel builds? Puncture is still a bit faster and it has slightly more lucky hit. And also just like more utility than Heartseeker. Like Heartseeker gives you crit chance that you don't care about. I can double check the attack speed breakpoints actually. Let's do this after this run. Let's do it now actually since my potion is out. Let's grab TP real quick. So we can check here. I still have it open actually, so we'll look at this here. Puncture, Heartseeker. So Heartseeker is actually 3 frames slower at the start, with like the same attacks per second value. Now the thing is, a bow is 1.1 and daggers are 1.2, so you started more. And the attack speed value that you're hitting on puncture is 144, so it's 1.2 times 2.4. So we hit 2.9 APS, which gives us a 10 frames breakpoint for puncture. So it's 6 punctures per second. Now if you do the same thing with Heartseeker, we land at 2.68, so this is 13 frames. So we have 4.6 Heartseeker shots per second versus 6 punctures per second. That's actually a pretty significant loss here. So punctures is roughly 30% more, and puncture has 5% more lucky hit baseline. So it's 36% damage bonus for puncture. Plus you get a slow, which helps with stagger, which helps with the damage reduction. You spread that slow with shared misery. Better starter stepping. You run a crossbow that gives you vulnerable damage instead of distant damage, which is better than on a bow. So it's like another, let's say, 1 or 2% from that. Yeah, so puncture still wins quite significantly. But I mean, it's 40% difference, you know, it's like in the same ballpark. You know, you can play Heartseeker if you want.
Greetings.
Can I help you?
Greetings. Hello.
Now we're talking about Heartseeker and Dariel instead of puncture and Dariel. Am I counting for the ricochet? Yes. Like Heartseeker has 2 hits of 50% and puncture has 3 hits of 35. So this makes puncture 105% and Heartseeker 100 in lucky hit. And then you look at the attack speed difference, and the attack speed difference is in favor of puncture by roughly plus 35% or plus 30. So you have 30% more punctures and Heartseekers at high attack speed values. Isn't Heartseeker 4 shots? Yes, and puncture 6. No, you don't lose a second Heartseeker hit on a single target. It does hit twice. How viable is Meteor Sorc? Yeah, not really. If you want to play Meteor Sorc, you need insane gear. And then it feels kind of okay. Honestly, maybe it's not the worst idea to just play Meteor Sorc without the Meteor Helm. Equip a Shaco. Just don't care about the cooldown shit. Just go like a Starter Skies and go ham. I mean, you get 1 Meteor instead of 3, right? But you can spam it as much as you want. And it will always land and hit. Right? Wait, do you get 3 or 4 Meteors of Starfall Coronas? I think it was 3. I mean, before they made Starfall Coroned, this is basically how you played Meteor, right? But then they made Starfall Coroned, and I mean, you know, it's in the build now, right? It is powerful once you get there. But before you get there, yeah, why don't you just like go Stardust and just spam Meteor, and that's it. Hello, Eddie, unfortunately I do not understand what you mean here. Rage of Hargath.
Have many
Maybe he knew Monka.
and beautiful. Bless and thank you.
To be honest, I did not know that the strongest build in the game gets a buff. I did not expect that. Is there any way for me to heal besides Rupture? No, right? There's only like the passive where I heal depending on my resources spent, or I don't spend any. I mean, maybe they're like just doing a bunch of changes, like they also buffed Shatter, for example, which is also weird, right? They buffed Shatter without fixing the double dipping. So maybe there's like buffing these things in advance of, you know, the nerfs or the bug fixes and stuff. The spikes. This is the Holy Bolts elixir. That's one of the seasonal elixirs this season. Playing internally, don't have it. Wait a minute, I have the wrong aspect. I never imprinted anything on these pants. They have assimilation. Oops. Should be might. Oh, I'm dying. I guess I'm gonna do might. Big the R here. It's gonna be beautiful. Then you get like a nice pop. Yeah, who needs 20D armor when you're playing Barb? Look at these guys running. Kind of funny that I caught them. Like, I killed the boss so fast that they are actually still running back there. Yeah, Grenade Rogue doesn't really change in a significant way. I think that's really like anything I would like to adjust there on the build. Like the buffing, especially the evade slash shadow step aspect. It's just something you have it on the neck. It's not good enough of a buff to put it on the two-handed. And I calculated that if you just play the existing build based on stealth, it's probably gonna end up being something like a 10% buff. Plus change, I guess. So, nothing really crazy. It would be interesting to look for opportunities to include a fluidity glyph though on rogue builds. So that's certainly something I'm gonna explore. Fluidity glyph is actually really nice now. It's 10% damage and I think 15% energy regen, right? Yeah, that is kind of nice. It went from 9% regen, no damage, to 10% damage, 15 regen. That's pretty big. They finally made Fluidity Glyph good. And it's a magic buffing glyph, which I really like. I like magic buffing glyphs. So that's something that you can like throw on, you know, cheap shot board or the Rana's board for the res, or something like that. My run events past 100 because of Angel Breath. Like in some of these events you can spend like half a minute and you get 10 Angel Breath, which is very good. That's a good boss mass, which is not terrible. Obos. And doing like mastering the event and running away and coming back is pretty nice most of the time. Depends on the event. What's up, Corgan? I'm talking about football. Yeah, Dressing Blades is not the meta, but it will be much better. Gonna go over to make it final, I guess. See what happens. I got +3 bash. With points and life regen, unlucky. Dude, any crits here? Okay. Almost done with the leveling. We had 94. I mean, actually, all the way from like 90 dungeon. I don't know where did we start? 73, I think, or 72 or so. It was tier by tier. I just went like +1 every time. Let's go to 100, I guess. 5 more dungeons. And level some other glyphs. Can right click for the Glyph XP. Holy Bolt's no longer useful. Holy Bolt's still useful. Dismantle Shaco, DB, and Tyrios to get an Endarios. Let's go. I mean, that's all you need if you play Rogue. Easy. Don't need any of the other items. Still didn't imprint my pants, that's what it is. And the Iris is very good for Rogue, yes. It has a very strong build on Rogue right now. Good. I mean, Necro is not that. I mean, Necro's unchanged outside of the Holy Bolts fix, I guess. Patch notes. Wait a minute. I think I also have them linked in the YouTube description, by the way. Usually have like a permanent link there, I believe, for the patch notes. Bonds and strength, nice.
The forge. Come back if you need the forge.
Okay, I'll put it there in the description. That's what a shotgun. Yeah, I'll play some both actually. I don't really have anything else on the Druid that I want to make right now, so I might make a both. I like both a lot. Question is, I'm gonna level one. Maybe just level it all the way as well. Both level. I mean, okay, we kind of leveled both already, right? So I might just go on the Druid, farm up some stuff, and make a both. Fresh meat, huh? Black. Getting too body blocked here. I'm gonna push him right now, that's why. Cause I kinda not hit him. Hit a triple one. The glyph XP as spam right click. You can skip the animation. Seems like no content this time for the mid-season patch. No alphas. It's a bit of an L, I gotta say. I was expecting something. No alphas, no vaults. Better Topaz or Sapphire and weapons on Heartseeker. When you have very good gear, you can start replacing Sapphires with Topazes. And then maybe go to like 2-2 or so.
Come back if you need the forge.
Okay, 97. Same dungeon. I'm not sure why you think that Racing Blade's gonna be nerfed. They're just mega buffing at randoms. Rax died at 96 on Druid. Oof. What did he do? Was that his first run? The Druid? So 96, he was like, I guess something like half an hour away from finishing, or maybe up to 45 minutes or so. At all of Immolate. Oh boy. Okay. When did he start his challenge? I guess he started the Druid, right? Oh well, I guess we go again tomorrow. I guess refarming the level 55 gear is not the hardest. Or technically level 80 gear even at that point. Any clippers? Where will Vermin be after the patch? Well, I mean, Vermin itself will never do any damage currently. So there's two ways to deal damage with Vermin, which one is Dust Devils, and the other one is Terrorist Mites. And both of these are getting buffed. And especially the Terrorist Mite is the interesting one, because I was already by far the best out of these two. So yeah, that will be really good. And as long as Gushing Wounds is not getting obliterated in the next season's patch for Ray, that will remain a pretty good build. But after that, I guess not really. Speaking of, I still need to imprint my hands when I keep forgetting. Let's do it now. Nice. Also nice.
Well, let's have a look. Another happy customer.
Best speed pit clearing build after the patch. Well, I guess it will be Vermin Barb actually. I mean, it's already the best anyway, no? I think Vermin Terrorist Barb is already the best. And that's getting a 100% damage buff. Although, I guess we have to see how impactful the Holy Bolt changes are. And this build also kind of relies on Holy Bolt a lot. And if those are actually like significantly nerfed, then this will definitely be weaker than maybe Andariel's. Andariel's like 2.5 minutes consistent. Hundreds. It's quite doable. Because I maxed out to the glyphs. I ruptured him, he teleported away and died in the other room for the rupture. Wow. Well, that's something. It's like, this guy cannot escape me, man. Teleport away? No. Does it work the same in PvP? I guess it works the same in PvP, right? Like, here, this guy again. If I had ruptured him, he would have died over there. It's kind of funny. Need to try this again. It was really good timing. Immaculate. Bam. Okay, 99. So we do this and one more. We have like 4 minutes left on the Holy Bolts. Yeah, I know that Raxos is Druid. I would like to say a clip. Slaughter Sky Spot works for everything, yeah. It does all of the damage, which is pretty strong. Okay, here we go. Ah, maybe someone's like, sorry brother, I probably missed it then. So what was his time until that point? 3.5 hours, 96. And he said he would be like super slow in the Druid. Yeah, easy. he's gonna do it in like 20 hours or something. Like what? So he's playing Lightning Storm, I guess? Yes. Lightning Storm to the Companion, okay. With Trample and Roar. Is that with a Tempest Roar? No.
Thank you, Wanderer. Without you, I'd be dead. I think I can manage from here. Please,
Take this.
Versus Volcano and the Immolation. I mean, you're not gonna just tank that with shit gear. What tier is this? His, dude, he has too many splits, man. You don't see the tier. Can we see the monster level? No. Flay Bomb seems balanced. That's what Blizzard thought, so they buffed it. It doesn't mouse over any monsters, I saw red. 96 area. Yeah, it says 96 area because that's what his character level is. It doesn't actually have another 96 monsters. He is 96, so he should be farming at least 106 monsters. We'd have 2 Azoras in inventory. Oh, fresh meat. We just left click a few times. Bam. That's it. Was tier 57, okay. Yeah, so it's not really like overdoing it or something. I guess he just wasn't really that tanky to just stand in like 3 volcanoes and the fire mortars. Which is kind of expected. So many glues already leveled here, actually. We do some planners. Maybe I'm gonna go with some planners, guys. And let's try to make some inner side TB rogue. Let's do some other stuff maybe and see what changes with the patch, actually. I'm kind of curious about this. So there's like more stuff we can explore here. I actually want to see his splits. So he has his splits here for all classes on the side, right? Four hours 48. So this is just 4.8 hours times 5. Okay, so this is what he did. He just did 4.8 hours per class. But Druid is most likely the slowest. And so he's already beating the maximum time that he wants to spend on the slowest class. So he's easily gonna beat the 24-hour challenge with this. No problem. He's probably gonna do like more like 20 hours or 22 maybe. Sorc is way faster. Barb is way faster. Yeah, okay, I'm not sure. Maybe Rogue is slower than Druid actually. He wants to play Heartseeker, which is probably a mistake. So maybe Rogue is the slowest here. And Necro is probably like in the middle. But yeah, he easily got this.
Need something blessed? Cursed, perhaps? You will be back. The stars do not
Oh,
lie.
there's a window. But he just died. Yeah, I mean, we saw it. But I mean, you know, make new Druid high level gear, go again, right? He still has his old gear, I suppose, from the low levels. So he just went right on to Rogue. Wait, he's not redoing it from the start? A fun fact, he probably will still do it, actually. He only lost 3.5 hours. So he might be able to still beat it, which is kind of funny. Alright, what do we do with TB, guys? Let's just see what happens. Also some other rogue builds. I guess there's like some possibilities now to include fluidity glyph. It's a pretty major buff. Where do we have to be? Down here. Oof, I haven't touched this in a while. Basically since season start. Now we have to puncture resource generation. Which, to be honest, is actually pretty powerful. So maybe this still beats like this shenanigans that I was going to make with Inner Sight. Grenades build will not really change after this patch. It's just like slightly better, thanks to like random grenades doing a bit more damage. But the main grenades have not been buffed. So this already runs versatility, so it just gets roughly 8.5% stronger from that. And it gets roughly 20% stronger from that, and it gets roughly... What is that again? %14.8% stronger from that. So just playing this build without any adjustments is already a 50% DPS boost. Which is not terrible. Anything else here? I'll say this. And a bit more Umbers, I guess. Does the run diminish? No. Would we want to use this? 10% damage gain and 15 energy regen. We need Bane, we need Tracker. I mean, to be fair, Bane is not much stronger than normal than the fluidity. We need efficacy. We need control. Don't really need turf, and they're actually buffing our DR. Sturdy is now 18 instead of 12. Just a 7.3% increase in toughness for close targets. And the turf glyph is an 11.1. So the difference here is only 3.5% toughness if you just drop turf glyph entirely. Not terrible. Now, on which board could we put it? You only have versatility here as a magic buffing on this board. We didn't even take those two here, for example, which is kind of nice, actually. Especially this 1 point there. Kind of makes me wonder if I should just like drop a glyph. Just take Eldritch Bounty, like path in there, take Eldritch Bounty, drop this shit. Just pick up small stuff. And drop turf. Not the worst idea, I think. Go for a 5-board setup, and everything will be buffed. So we get also we get 3 extra res, right? So right now it's 530, and this is minus 360, right? Or is it no 530 minus 450, right? So on board 1 this needs 80, and on board 2 it needs 170. Is that correct? What? 260. So it starts at 170 and goes to 260 here. Okay. This is board 2. So the minimum is 260. Currently. So this means without anything, it's 170. What about this? It's 270. It's like 10 more. Is that the same pattern? This is 10 less than the strength, and this is 10 more than the strength. So this is not really the same pattern. This is 10 less. This is the same. Okay, but TLDR, I guess up to board 6, we're probably gonna have the same. And I think board index starts including the starting board. So I think starting board will always have board index 1, which means it already counts for 1 for the bonuses. So this means the base is 80. Which kind of makes sense, because even the starting board needs like 160 strength and 170 int. So minus 90 here is 80. Minus 90 here is 70. And here's a 70 and here's 80. Okay. So let's say we add plus 360 because it's board 6. So it'll be 440 required. Which is still less than here right now, for example, on board 5. 440 on dex and on strength and int is very doable for rogues. Like for anyone really. Let's open some other planner. So if I look at my flame Barb, for example, this guy has 440 willpower, 460 dex. What about Meteor Sorc? So this has 460 willpower, 470 dex. What about Companion's Druid? This has 530 and 400 dex. So this would be like board 5, and this would be board 7 angle. Oh, at least board 6, probably board 7. This has 414 will, this has 450 dex. So up to board 6 you can definitely expect now to have basically all of your rare nodes activated, which means you basically activate all of your rare nodes. There's not many builds that really go beyond 6 boards. Sometimes you have 7 boards. 8 basically doesn't exist. So you basically almost never have to make decisions on if you want to double a rare node or not anymore. So this thing, what does this mean for a build like this? What do I gain on the build like this? I gain 4% erosion healing, that doesn't matter. We have this. I gain 15% imbuement damage, so that's like 1% DPS. I gain 3% auras. I gain 10% poison res. And that's it. So effectively, it doesn't matter. But 3% res could, for example, sometimes be nice. And also like the glyph placements. Like, it's like some classes that have a lot of like rare buffing glyphs. Or something like that, like Sorcs in particular have that. They have like a reinforced and the defense glyph and stuff like that. And Druids as well, they have a lot of rare buffing glyphs. And magic buffing glyphs, I think. So there's actually some classes where this actually matters, because now I can actually put these glyphs much more easily on later boards. Sorc with 8. Yeah, okay, on like glass cannon builds, it's more likely to have a lot of boards. So maybe current season, like Firebolt Sorcs, like invincible builds and stuff. Yeah, I can see that they go for 8 boards. Because you don't pick any life nodes anywhere. But on like normal builds, this is not happening. Like 8 boards is no way, man. So you just give up way too many life nodes to make that happen. Almost all classes buffed. Yeah, Druid also got their share of buffs. Pretty good buffs. Is Flay Duration really worth it? Flay Duration is OP, yeah. We expect a massive reorganization of Paragon boards after the patch? Yeah, not really. But there may be like some cases where you actually had, like for example, 7 boards or even 6 boards, where previously you didn't care. And now you can actually activate the rare nodes on, for example, one of the boards, so maybe you want to flip them. And there were also some cases where I specifically took a longer path to a gate to exit on a certain board, because I wanted to have that board as like my 3rd board or my 4th board in order to buff around the rare nodes. And now I no longer have to do that, because basically all of the Paragon boards will have buffed rare nodes. So there might be some of those cases. I may have to actually check where. And yeah, right now for this TB build, for example, I am thinking about, for example, just dropping the turf glyph here entirely. Now, what could we do if we do this? We could do a magic buffing glyph, throw it in here, buff all of these magic nodes, buff the % damage nodes after dodging an attack. Which is not terrible when you have like 40% dodge or 50% dodge. on the dot build. Because it double dips. So buffed, this will be like 15%. And then times 2, like 30%, 30%, 30%. It's like 100% additive right there for 4 seconds after dodging an attack, basically. Which is kind of good. In a build like this, on a CC target, that's probably still like 6-7% DPS. Which definitely competes with what Turf does. We drop this shit. Actually, don't even drop this. We drop this and a glyph. We get some more nodes here, we path in there. Which doesn't really allow me to use fluidity. I would like to use fluidity. But there's no board for it. Maybe the starter board, but then we have a lot of armor. We have too much armor actually, we have 10,700. So it could potentially allow me to drop an armor roll. We have 2 armor rolls right now, this could be a dex or a life roll. Also I didn't even take out this stuff here, so this would be nice to take as well. I also have like a 5% erosion node there and some other nodes there. So there's like a lot of stuff here that we could try to optimize if I don't go for the turf glyph. That polarized buff, damn. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Okay, I'll have a short break. And then we're gonna dive more into this.
dead. You have made a grave mistake this day. I appreciate that. Farewell.
Alright, we're back, guys. Any data on how hard Dooming or Shadow damage hits now? It's not really relevant. But we had, I think they doubled it, right? So it might be like, you know, something that does a little bit of damage. Like in like builds that have a lucky hit, for example. And especially if you scale crit and maybe some other generic damage increases. Yeah, it could maybe do something. Like a million here or there or something. But yeah, not really. Change Harrogate tutorials for once the patch hits for Flay. I mean, you have everything that's needed to make Tyraels good, right? You have Gushing Wounds. Well, you need Berserk Ripping aspect, I guess. So I need that as well. But it could help a bit of AoE claim. I can't speak Bulgarian. I just live here. Yeah, I came from the future and I can tell you, Andariel's is pretty good. Okay. So is there any other board that I would care about here? Not really. Cunning Stratagem is core and armor, right? So not this. Deadly Ambush has the trap stuff. Not this. And then we have armor damage to elite. So you don't really care about any of this stuff when it comes to bashing magic nodes. We could buff the armor nodes. In fact, what happens if I remove this? 8.2. So we're missing over 1,000 armor. What if you do this? This kind of does it actually, right? So this is 1,700 life. 2,300, so it's 800. How much is that life roll? That has nothing. 1,200. So I would like kind of solve it a little bit better. Instead of just having 2 armor rolls. But it's a minor difference. I mean, this is also something that I like buffing. On other rogue builds I might do this, like on builds that don't run efficacy or pride. I might put like a fluidity here in the future. This could be kind of nice. Because there's 2 dex nodes right here anyway. And there's 2 more dex nodes here if you path to this side. And then you have dex there. Well, then this is int F. So you probably still have to get more dex somewhere. So this is 2 more nodes, like we have to do this basically to make this work. And then we are 2, 4, 6, 7 away from here. So this would be what a fluidity no witnesses would looks like. Hello, cattle. Yeah, Grenade Rogue doesn't really change in any significant way that I can identify. We're gonna play the same build as before, it's just like roughly 10% better. So if I really need the armor, I could put a fluidity here, which is alright. This is potion healing and imbue damage, it's kinda awful. This is potion healing and vulnerable damage. Cheap shot is definitely not a terrible spot. So if we put fluidity there, we can do the same for versatility here. But they have also a lot of pathing. So this is kind of what this looks like. It's actually 50. I have too much. Could do something like this perhaps. So that's what the magic buffing glyph would look like on this board. And then you can still take this potentially. I mean 18 int is also, I think 100 int is 2.5 res, right? Yes. So 18 is like 0.5 res almost. And how much crit? 100 int is 1 crit. 100 int is 2 crit. So 25 is 1. So this is like 0.75 crit or so. Wait, really? 0.4 crit. Yeah, 50 in this one. 25 is half. So this is almost 0.4. That's a 0.5% resource generation for 1 node. We have left all points, it's not terrible to pick these up, for example. And then there's Lairanas. So what does it look like here? If you put, for example, versatility. So you kind of want to puff in from this side. Grab these. Get this. And that's 40. So this is relatively efficient pathing. You pick up all of magic nodes and basically almost only dex nodes. There's an int, and there's a strength. And there's an int. Which is actually pathing. And it's like 100 additive for poison build once you dodge, which is kind of good. And how much extra res is this? 6.8 res. It's not terrible. 6.8 res. Wait a minute. 28% damage of 18 seconds after dodging an attack. Oh, it buffs the duration? Wait, is that still true? Is that still what happens? I want to see stun grenade build. Yeah, the stun grenade build is unchanged. It's just better. I don't think we're gonna change. I actually recently updated like 2 days ago or so the maximal stun the grenade build, so I can check that. Didn't really change that much though. Let's go on a rogue real quick. I think you're compromised. What does that mean, James? Poison barrage of Endarials. Yeah, I could probably do it, but they're gonna be kind of squishy. Okay, this is control glyph. Yes, versatility. So it does actually buff the duration. Huh. Now that makes it pretty good actually. And we are already post-patch, right? This is similar to what happened with Masterworking for these stats. It buffs the damage and it buffs the duration. So I imagine that will be changed at some point, but for now this is still how it works. Ah, okay, actually interestingly, the rare node itself doubled also goes to 8 seconds. It's usually 12.5 for 4, but doubled it gets 25 for 8. And you don't even need to have any glyph for that. So, I guess that's just how it works. So this makes versatility and variety on this board much better. So I might actually use this a lot more in the future. This is really nice pathing. You get a bunch of auras, and you get a bunch of additive, even for non-poison builds. It's not terrible. Because it makes all these things last forever. Like 18 seconds, look at this, 18 seconds. Actually, wait a minute. It's a bit strange, like here it says for 18 seconds after dodging an attack. But the node itself says 10 seconds. So what does it say here? 9 seconds. And here it says 5 seconds. So this is accurate in game, and I think what it says in the planner is inaccurate. It says 18 here. Is that because it has multiple? Wait. What if it is? No, here it just doubles the damage, but it does not double the seconds. I think it's because of the multiple nodes. What if I remove one of these? Yeah, here it says 12. And now it says 6. So this is kind of accurate. 6 seconds extra, because this goes from 4 to 10. This 18 seconds is inaccurate. But I mean, those nodes are accurate always. So they last 10 seconds. This is kind of good. And this lasts 8. It's very easy to dodge something every 8 or 10 seconds. Even in staggered phases almost. Yeah, the glyph level has nothing to do with that. Like here, it stays at 5. This says 5. It still says 5 seconds. I mean, the glyph level has something to do with this. It's just bugged in the planner. Like, it keeps adding the seconds. You see, this is 6, this is 12, this is 18. Either way, though, this is accurate, so... And the thing is that having all this extra all-res, especially because Ravana usually tends to be like a late board, at least for my builds. Here in the Twisting Blades, for example, we have Ravana's as number 5. So now you get a 3% here for free. And if you put like a magic buff in there, then you can also get another like 6 res. 6.4 res, right? If you put we have it here actually. 6.8. So it's 9.8 extra res. That's quite a lot. This is like a full roll minus masterworking. That can really make a difference between like an extra res roll or not. Will sort of make it easier to hit all those breakpoints. And the fluidity glyph is nice. Not every build needs a lot of resources, but even common point builds sometimes you need resources. So what if, for example, on this TB build, actually I think we're gonna... Is that a variant? Let's try this. Fluidity. Is that the same pathing that we have here? Basically. Actually, we should do this, yeah. We can save a point there. So that's what we have here. So this is what this would look like. Then we get 10% damage, 15% regen. And then we have to put control glyph somewhere. How's the control glyph on this board, for example? Nah, this only really makes sense if we actually path out there, right? 2, 4, 6. Well, now we're at -9 though. Holy. Like this control glyph layout is actually super efficient. With the pathing. We just path in, take the glyph, path out, and get on the rest. And kind of same here. We path in, put a turf, path out. So this is really good. Here I'm missing 9 points, man. That's pretty insane. It's like very full. So it's kind of hard to really make use of this fluidity right now. It lasts for 6 seconds, it says unchanged, right? Yes. Do we use an agility skill every 6 seconds? Generally, yes, I'd say. Not necessarily. Like you would have to do like a shadow step on a boss sometimes or something. When they're staggered, which is a bit annoying. Or you just ignore it and just nuke during the stagger. But otherwise, yeah. The cold barrage build doesn't change. We'll see. I mean, you might also be able to do something with the fluidity glyph, for example. Now, there's one interesting thing here. This is actually a pretty big Rain of Arrows buff. Rain of Arrows benefits twice on this glyph. It's actually nutty. Because Rain of Arrows, when you play a poison Rain of Arrows, gets a 25% buff for the poison imbue and a 25% buff for the skill itself. It double dips on the versatility glyph. Which kind of makes perfect sense with the way the game works. But this buff is relatively strong for Vein of Arrows. Not that it makes Vein of Arrows good, but it is something. Mage Builder recommend for a noob that can farm +8 in hardcore. I know, play double swing Barb and then bash Barb. I forgot to take out points. Can we do something here? No, it's the same. I mean, we could actually save 2 points here, for example. If you really want it. That doesn't help much. Tracker, this is already an Inglyph. Bane is a strength, so we can make this like a... One thing we could try is to put Bane there. Go back to what it was, and we put, for example, Control here. So we can do something like this. We put Bane here. Go back to what this was before. Oh, there was 1 point here that I left accidentally. Still -7, but he saved 2. Well, actually 1, I guess. Because he forgot the willpower node. Yeah, problem is you have like so many points you have to take here. It's a lot of points to make this actually work. So I'm not sure if it's actually really worth it putting it here on the runners. If you want to rest, then maybe. Especially for starter skies builds. So let's try this here. So we have 58 lightning rest down. We would be missing 7.5. No shadow. So we're missing 7.5 rest on both to make this work. Fire rest is barely capped because you have the fire ring. Cold is more than fine. Poison is fine. Because you have a bit from Paragon. So we don't get around having at least one node. Actually, wait a minute. We are getting +3 that I currently don't have. So we are actually getting really close there. But it's not enough, I think. What if you take the int node? 2.6, 3.1, so it's 0.5% res. And then we get +3. So now I'm missing 7. We're missing 3.9. This would be 2.4. Yeah, fuck. We can't do the other roll, I guess. Even with starters. I don't really see how. I mean, a Shaco. Wait a minute, let's put a Shaco. Has 41 all stats. So how's it now? Okay, now we are 4.4% off if you remove 58. So if you get +3, we are 1.4% off. Fuck. There's no other way to get extra stats or something, right? It's the only way to would be to stack a bunch more int. We need... What do we save? 1.4. We need 6T more int to get 1.4 res. That's a lot of int. That's 12 nodes. We definitely don't have that. I mean, we have control here. We can take a 1 more point there for int. Then we have tracker. So there's int, but it's like, you know, with trampling. 1, 2. 1, 2. You don't do this. Fuck. Is there any other item that gives us all res? No. No way, basically. Can't do it. Which build should we focus on to keep the upcoming patch in mind? I can play a lot of things on Rogue and then try to get Andariel. Playing Andariel as a Rogue is pretty fun and it's getting buffed. It's probably gonna be one of the best builds out there. Otherwise, Heartseeker. Wouldn't Fluidity work well with Heartseeker? Yeah, I mean, it's not about how hard is it to activate Fluidity, it's about where to use Fluidity. The thing is that Fluidity has like a pretty significant energy regen buff that goes completely wasted on a Heartseeker build. So I don't think I really want to do that. Yeah, Puncture's still the best for Andy, nothing really changes there. Okay, so which aspect did I replace here? We had a rapid, so it's the perfect thing to replace. I think what we do is we take this, we put all res. I'm gonna have a lot of all res if we do this. Let me do this, this, this. And we clone this. We don't need this anymore. We do life. We do dex. Actually, another thing about it. So what if I start replacing diamonds with individual rest gems? Would that just work? So we're 8.6 away. Yeah, we're 23.6 on poison. Wait a minute, we might just be able to do that. Just like before, basically. Delete. Delete. So now I'm missing lightning and shadow. But clone. Do topaz. And we do Amethyst. Oh. This is despite the auras roll there. Missing fire now. We have fire ring already. Ah, wait. We have too much cold. So, interesting. Yeah, so like this, with the starters and the buffing glyph and one auras roll, we can actually do it. Shadows overcapped. Fire. So we could even make this like a poison, for example. Then you have everything really easily overcapped. To the point where we could even drop a node. We don't need to worry that much about int. We don't have this anyway. Can move this. Okay. So instead of going for diamonds, you just don't go for diamonds on a rogue because they have so much random rest that they take here and here. Like all kinds of places. Question is, do we need this? It's 6.8 extra. We don't even need the res, actually. So it still doesn't really change anything. I mean, we're also missing the 3 rare. And 1 plus 3 is 12. 30.6. Damn, it's so close. I mean, you could even get away with it. Just having like minus 1% poison risk, for example. Just not cap it. Just take a bit more poison damage. And you get an entire roll on your pants, which is kind of good, to be honest. If you do this. All you have to do is do this. And everybody has 69.1% poison rest, which is okay. That's still 8 points. I'm not sure how to do that. How did I get these 8 points? Can't change this. Can't really change this. We could drop the vulnerable stuff, maybe. Because it doesn't apply to pit bosses. So this will be 5. And 3. It's kind of like efficient pathing. Can't drop this. Can't really drop this. And the poison mist is something we actually need for this. So we can drop this. Ah, fuck. Okay, let me try something else. This is a strength glyph there, right? How's strength looking here? Path in there, path out there. How's strength looking here? Path in there, path out there. And here. And path in, but out is super far. I was thinking about like dropping this here in the middle. And then you path in there for the Eldritch Bounty. But they have a problem. Also, at this point, this is 2, 4, 6, 8. It's kind of close. What about this though? We don't path for the middle. Now that could be interesting. So now we can attach something there and there. Maybe save points. Can't do it here. Can't really do it here or here. This is short. This is short. All these are short paths already, man. Turns out my previous Paragon was pretty good. And I can't really do anything with this, man. Fuck. Hey, Roadie Star. Thanks, Raidmas. Unbuilt Heartsick or Rapid Fire for Rogue after the patch. Yeah, I'd say go for Andy. Season 6, new ladder boss, Tormented. Yeah, Season 6 brings a lot of new stuff. It's an entire expansion. Even a new class. Wow. Let's delete this. Let's delete this. Now, could I replace this turf glyph with something else? I mean, you could make the turf into an ambush if you wanted. Just for like the better boss new burst, so this could be something. You don't really need turf, but on the other hand, I mean, turf is always active. At least the offensive part of it. And the defensive part is pretty good too. So I don't think I really want to change it. It's hard to integrate the fluidity. We also have some random human cooldown here, which is kind of nice. So instead of changing the Paragon, let's focus on changing the items. So we have elements, we have Across Touch, we have Starless. How's the resources here? So we have 19 energy regeneration. Because you have 6 on the chest. What's the cost of RTB? RTB costs... We have resource cost reduction somewhere. We have energy cost reduction here, ranged weapon. 29. We already have that. And then with Starless, it costs 10.5. And with Regen 19. Now, how often do we attack with this setup? Our attack speed bonus is 30. 60. And this is it. And we have 2 daggers. So I guess we go back to our trusty attack speed mechanics. Shit. There's no table. Okay, unlucky. But let's say we attack like 2 times per second. We could actually sustain just by equipping a Starless Skies into the existing setup. And sometimes we get inner sight as well. So I think you should be able to just like sustain spamming Twisting Blades once you have Starless Skies. It's just that good. You could have like 1 energy roll in the Shaco. And basically most of the other build remains the same. We still run Might, because you want to activate close quarters combat with Puncture. This is every 7 seconds you do 1 Puncture, or sometimes when you need a vulnerable. We have Volatile Shadow. I mean, that Volatile Shadow could also be in a Calm or something. If you want to like burst a bit better. We run Umbers on the neck. We run Assimilation here. I think the only other thing here would be Inner Calm, right? There's Retribution as well. So you probably want to throw in a Retribution. Now that we have learned about that. Now another question. Can we make this work with chance to make enemies vulnerable? The answer to that seems probably no. I don't think we have enough uptime of that. We need a Curse Touch. Now, can we make Umbers work by not having it on the neck? That would be more interesting. So what if we put Umbers on the chest and don't go Fortify? It's probably a bad idea. Yo, Neil. Thanks for the comments, by the way. Plus ATB. Yeah, I mean, copium, but this is what he put here. Okay, how many Umbers stacks can I expect? So if the lucky hit works the way I think it works, we have 33%. Let's calculate for a single target, yeah. So we have Kaltros up. We have no trigger attacks. Oh, concussive. We have Dark Shroud up. So this is 61 crit, 71 crit. It's not even a greater crit roll. There's no greater crit roll, not masterworked. $65, $75. Okay, 75 crit, actually kind of good. So we do 75. And then we have... So let's assume the first hit is 33%, and then the other hits are 1/4 of that on a single target. And you have 60% chance on Umbras. So we have roughly 0.15. How much like a hit chance bonus do we have? 8.7%. You have 1 ring. That's it. No helm. Nothing here. Nothing here. So the lack of lucky hit chance is a bit of a problem probably for this. We have an advantage elixir, let's say. So times 1.23. So the initial hit has 18% chance to give us an Umber stack. And then you get 3 extra hits that have 1/4 of that. So let's say times 1.75. So per Twisting Blades on a single target, we have roughly a 1 in 3 to get an Umber stack. And we attack 2 times per second, let's say. So we get 1 Dark Shroud every 1.5 seconds. Not the best. But I guess it kind of works. And occasionally you do a puncture, which is more lucky hit. Do you foresee a ranged Undies build now? There might be like a possibility to throw Undies into like a Windshield Druid, I think. But outside of that, I don't see that many options for it. Pulverized build soon, hopefully. Yeah, I think I'm gonna look at my Druid this weekend and farm up some stuff for both. Why are Barbs getting buffs? Good question. As a Verb was coming soon, right? Someone said. Yeah, I still like Poison Rush. But I guess the gap is increasing quite a lot now between Poison Barrage and Undies. It is already better for Undies, but Undies is getting a lot better now. It's gonna be very interesting to try Vincia with Undies. I'm definitely gonna do that on Monday. Before I respect the Pulve. Like, since I have to play anyway on the Druid and farm a little bit to get some Pulve gear. How stoked am I on the expansion? Certainly a 9. I pushed 117 on my rogue and then I died in 119. You're gonna do the last, like, end of season push.
Don't go any further.
Oh.
Hello.
You don't have to wave there for some reason. Okay, so... it was 1.56, right? So this was our chance to get a Dark Shroud stack per second. On the neck, Umbers, with this planner, we get roughly 1 Dark Shroud stack per second on a single target. And then we go to maybe 2 Dark Shroud stacks per second when we have, let's say, 3 targets. And then we go to 3 Dark Shroud stacks per second when we have like 5 targets, I guess. Something like that. So 1 Dark Shroud stack per second, that sounds pretty good for a melee build. It sounds playable at least. So, now what do we do with that knowledge? We have slow, we have stun, we have freeze again. Yeah, a lot of things we need like a second. I think you need a second stun to make this comfortable, and then we put Retribution on the neck. You have Blade Dancer here. So do some nice stagger burst. We remove Assimilation. So this could work out. This thing has 60k life. They nerfed the pit anyway, quite a bit. So this may be okay. Let's do Retribution. Let's do Umbers. Well, wait a minute, we also have a lot more crit chance during Inner Sight. I didn't even count that in. So during Inner Sight, we actually have a 100% crit chance. We go from 75, pretty much exactly, to 100. And this is up half the time, roughly. Which is pretty good. You might not even need this greater, like, masterwork resource cost reduction there. Maybe we're actually fine just, like, not having resource cost reduction, and we put % damage or something. Which will be like a pretty nice damage buff too.
Greetings.
I'm missing resist now. Dang, 90 minutes. The Depends on Monday. Red Keto. If you get a perfect bow, would you roll it for plus 7 mil? You'll get vulnerable damage. It has percent damage now. It's not that hard to roll a weapon. There's not many options. Hand of Arrow, there's a lot of stuff in the patch, yeah. Lots of buffs to everyone. I made a video about it already.
Hello. Greetings.
So this will be 10 casts. What are the chances to spawn a Bursting Venoms pool? As we need Bursting Venoms to make this work. So I think you probably have to remove Volatile Shadows for this. As nice as it is. Volatile Shadows is pretty good, to be fair. But I think this won't really work out. Or remove elements. What can we do with 3 points on the tree? We can do Alchemical. We can do Innovation. We can do Alchemist's Fortune. That is actually not bad. If you go Bursting Venoms. I think we need Bursting Venoms to make this work. Yes. I think I have to remove this stuff. We do this. Clone. Now, how often do you trigger Bursting Venoms? Said we had like 23% bonus, right? Let's say we have 38% bonus lucky hit. So we have roughly a 12% chance to trigger a Bursting Venoms puddle per attack. So we need one. Wait. So this means even with 10 attacks, there is like a 27% chance that we will not trigger Bursting Venoms. Roughly. Probably less. A little bit less because I'm doing some Napkin Mafia. That is not 100% accurate. But you actually have like a pretty high chance to not get a pool. Like it already happens on Barrage, when I play Poison Barrage. And it will have the same problem here. We have even less lucky hit than Barrage. Barrage actually shoots 5 arrows. And they each have 16% base lucky hit. And here the base lucky hit is worse than that. So that kind of checks out. How many speeds you get off in the inner side? Probably something between 7 to 9. Like, you can definitely use up all of your charges, I think. Like, this setup here has 10 charges, and if you have Starter Skies, you can't put more charges on the ring. And you also don't really want to go too many charges on the neck, because for the finesse and stuff. So it's kind of hard to get enough charges to make this work. We also need to get one more point for Alchemist's Fortune. Rigid over exploit. Yeah, Rigid is way stronger.
It is done.
This is a not a victimized build.
Different this one. Precious stones, another time then.
Chip clip is for physical attacks. Can I get 1 point somewhere? You know what would be nice? If Bursting Venoms on the neck gave you a higher chance to trigger it. Like Bursting Venoms, putting it on two-handed weapon or neck doesn't really do anything. It just gives you like slightly stronger poison puddles. It would be nice if the chance increased. So you have like more consistency. I mean, there's one other thing we could do, which is this. Mixed poison imbuement. However, there's a massive damage loss. Because you're getting pretty close to 100% crit chance. And getting a crit then gives you 75% extra poison damage, so you can't really not run blended poison imbuement. That's the thing, like, you want to stack crit no matter what on any rogue build, at least to some degree, to get your Umber stacks, because you need them. It means you always go blended poison imbuement, you can't really do mixed. Mixed really solves a lot of problems here when it comes to the consistency, but you can't do it. Yeah. I will probably try the setup. I can take most of the same setup that I have from my Poison Barrage build and try this setup here. You have to make new weapons, I guess. Actually, I mean, there is one advantage here, which is you can do cult observation, like a lot. A lot of cult observation. Can do this here as well. We don't need to puncture cast twice anymore. There's also Heartseeker duration. What about Heartseeker duration? It's 16% attack speed. And 15 crit. This goes to 114%. This goes to 160%. There's a 21% damage buff in a fully stacked Caltrops. So it takes longer to get there. Heartseeker duration. Unironically. It doesn't say that it goes longer. I wanna double check this on a rogue real quick. Can take a point from Shadow Step? Yeah, with Shaco you can. That's right. Don't need that point. Since you already put Starless Skies in there, we can just as well have the Shaco by default.
That's the spirit. Not a bad pull, that.
Okay, the one time, man. Heartseeker duration. Gimme. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Ugh. Okay, here we go. The pity mechanic, guys. Okay. So this says... Wait a minute. So this says 7.15 seconds, and this says 4 seconds. And this says 4 seconds. Now let's try this out. I just wanted to test Heartseeker duration. Of course. Okay. Let's see if this is just a tooltip or if it's actually just 4 seconds. Wait a minute. I didn't get anything. This was close quarters combat. In Heartsiger critical strikes. Okay. Dude, I don't see numbers. Okay. Okay, fuck this. Remove this and this. Okay, that's looked like 7 seconds. Yeah. So it does increase the duration of the attack speed buff. And it says it increases the crit chance duration as well. So that's actually now an interesting consideration. What if we just play not Puncture, but we play Heartseeker? Because the idea is that you don't really use your generator much anyway. You want to use it once every 7 seconds for Might buff. And you have to do it once every 8 seconds anyway for the Close Quarters buff. And this is... what kind of roll is this? 79. It's an okay roll. Oops. So even this roll, just masterworking up, it's 114. So this 4 seconds buff will actually go... say times 2.2 on a good roll. We'll go to like almost 9 seconds. So it's very easy to keep this up. It's a lot of crit. And 16 attack speed. This might just be better than this puncture stuff. Like this slow, like... pff. The Vuln you have from Across Touch anyway. And maybe Exploit Glyph. Do we have Exploit Glyph? We do not have Exploit. So in fact we could actually, instead of Turf, we can run Exploit Glyph if we're not farm. What about a Vuln? No, I'm just looking at what I do with the Temper. Here. Like Count of Duration. Like if you have like a really long boss fight, like a 5-minute boss fight or whatever, or a 4-minute boss fight, yeah sure, Count of Duration might actually be better. But, you know, most bosses you kind of want to kill in like, you know, sub 30 seconds, right? You can recast the counters once in the fight and it's okay. So you just walk up to the guy and do like, you know, as you walk into the boss room, for example, do like left click, Heartseeker, stack it up a little bit, and then you just do your thing. And then like every 7 seconds you press your left click once again. Do we need to crit for this? So for this we don't have to crit. And this is a stacking buff. And for this we have to crit. So that could be pretty interesting actually, to do this. And we have to double as well actually. So there's a pretty high chance we get the crit anyway. And in fact we stack this faster as well, right? We only need 3 attacks until we have it stacked. So that's kind of interesting. So you might want to play this with a bow. It's ready to Vuln damage, that's not the end of the world. Just that it's like use grenade, build now, please. How does ATB return speed work? It does nothing basically. It just reduces the delay And I think if you stack more than 100% of it, the blade never comes back. So let's do this with a bow, I guess. Hard seeker duration and crowd control. Now, how much does the resource cost now? We have 0 resource cost reduction, right? So this is basically 15. So we regenerate 19 per second. We spend roughly 30 per second with a fully stacked Starless. And we don't have it always fully stacked. So that's the thing. On the other hand, you know, quite at the start of the fight, we will get inner sight proc. Like it procs really easily on a 4-second cooldown after it's over. So we should have relatively close to like 50% uptime, maybe like 40% uptime of inner sight. Also leaving us with full resources every time it's over. And I just identified a major problem with this whole strategy. Which is that we cannot actually activate Starless Skies while inner sight is running. Although Starless Skies lasts 3 seconds and inner sight lasts 4. But yeah, we don't really get the full value here, which is a bit of a problem. What does Hard Seeker Duration do? A longer crit and attack speed buff. See you there, Tom. Hard Seeker buffs you with crit and attack speed. Just leave TB as it is. Yeah, I mean, even if you don't change anything about the setup, right, you're getting at least a 50% buff. Which is kind of good. Actually more, right? It's 20%. Right. 1.2 times 1.14 times... Oops. Yeah, it's roughly a 50% buff. Just with the existing build. With no changes. The question is, like, would you actually, like, include Starless Skies anyway? That could be interesting. Maybe it's gonna run a Starless Skies anyway with combo points instead. Because, like, one problem that I just see in the setup is that we're gonna drop the Starless Skies buff all the time, right? It only lasts 3 seconds. You cannot spend resources while you have Inner Sight. So every time Inner Sight procs, you will lose the buff, and then you have to stack it again, and then you will lose it again. So, for example, let's say we go with our 2 attacks per second. So we will have 6 attacks in Inner Sight that are buffed, and then this buff drops. So we lose a 50% buff. So we have 1.5 times 6 plus 2. So we do 11 damage instead of 12, basically. Which is a 8.4% loss on average. And then you also have to stack it up again. Then we do a 1.1 plus 1.2 plus 1.3 plus 1.4. Plus 1.5. So in the next 5 attacks... Oh, wait a minute. Then, let's say we proc Inner Sight again after 4 seconds. So now we are at 2.5 seconds, so we do 2, 3. So until the next Inner Sight proc, we do 11 damage. Instead of, how much would it be if we always have Starless Skies up? That'd be 8 times 1.5. It's the same loss, actually. It's actually not such a large loss, this Inner Sight stuff. but it might cause a bit of resource issues. Yeah, like I was calculating like 1 damage without starters, and then, you know, plus the buff basically. So, you know, one attack is 1.1 damage, the next attack is 1.2, the next attack is 1.3, the next attack is 1.4, and the next attack is 1.5. So we do 6.5 damage in 5 attacks instead of 5 times 1.5, which would be 7.5. So this is the difference that we're calculating. And then you divide this. It's a 13% loss in 5 attacks. But if you go to 8, let's say, 8 attacks roughly is what's needed to get to the next inner sight proc. So let's say you have like a cycle of 8 seconds, right? 4 seconds inner sight, 4 seconds no inner sight. Because there's a 4 seconds cooldown. So in that cycle of 8 seconds, you do 16 attacks. Out of which 4 and 6 will be fully buffed. And 6 attacks will not be fully buffed. Two of them will have no buff at all. And then 1, oops, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Yeah, so the total loss is not that large. With inner sight. I thought it would be way bigger, but it's not such a large loss. So maybe the setup is not really that stupid after all. Like the starters will drop and it will have to stack it, it will drop it, we have to stack it, and so on. But I'm pretty sure that the buff comes first. I would have to test this actually. Does the buff come first or does the damage of the ability come first? I guess that makes a bit of a difference. How do we test this? I guess we can see how much resources we spent. This was 75 resources, for example. And it says this costs 25. Maybe we should do it with a bigger spell. Let's do this one. That's all 68. That's all 70. 68. 68. Ah, wait, we can just mouse over it. Okay. 65. 65. Okay, it seems like the first hit is actually not buffed. Does it work the same as Cynic and Beastfall? You don't do starter stacks under inner sight. Wait, what? I wanna see that. That'll be strange. Wait, what? You're right. What? Why? Yeah, you have a energy bar behind the inner sight animation. That's just how it works. It's the same with Stelic. But the fact that I can use a 0-cost spell and keep my starters up is ridiculous. Well, I guess I'll take it. Okay, so in that case, this entire calculation was kind of stupid. Which makes the resource sustain very easy. You're not spending any energy. It literally says on the tooltip 0 energy. Look, You're not spending energy. What Inner Sight does is it reduces all your costs to 0. Look, energy cost is 0. You're not spending anything because you come out after Inner Sight with full resources. And in fact, if you have a Silic and you get drained to 0 behind the Inner Sight, you can still attack. There is no cost. It costs 0. So for some reason, it still lets you get stacks. So I think Starter Skies is probably just checking if you use a skill that has a cost. It doesn't check how much that cost is. Even when the cost is 0, you know, which means it doesn't have a cost, but it actually has a cost, you know. It's not like a cooldown skill like Dash. Like Dash doesn't even say energy cost. It just says cooldown. Or Shadow Step only says cooldown. Here it says cost 0, and cost 0 is enough to make Starters work. That's kind of funny. Yo, Noe Day, thanks for Prime. We also got some bits from Death Dom earlier. Thank you. I don't think there's an animation for that, or like a sound. I missed that. None there, like, thanks for Prime too. Does this work with Sorc Inferno? It might be the same on Sorc Inferno. We can try that real quick. I saw a lot of people complaining about the patch in that chat of my video. I mean, people like to complain. Generally, I think it's a pretty good patch. There are some kind of question marks in there, like play buff and, you know, some other things, but one thing that bothers me the most is that we didn't actually get to see Malphas again, so I was really hoping we see Malphas, and they didn't actually add any content. Okay, let's do this. So here's the Starter Sky stacks. Yeah, look. It also says mana cost 0, but it works. It gives you Starter Sky stacks. It's the same thing. Like, it literally works the same as Inner Sight. It says 0 mana cost, but it still gives you stacks. Nice. Okay, good news. So Starter Skies has become a lot better suddenly for this. I think I'm still gonna go to this hard Iteration. We do damage over time. I think this 100... Maybe we don't need to buff this more. So we just do this. And Blade Dancer. You wanted Malphas so you can stick a Genesis into your pet. I think this will be viable. I mean, Twisting Blade's got a massive boost in this. And it's already playable, let's say. So it's not like a top build, it's probably like, you know, the 5th best build on the Rogue or something. But, you know, it's something. So, the interesting part about this setup is that you don't actually have to change very much gear. And you can literally equip the Shaco and the Starless, and you just go Inner Sight and Bursting Venoms. And it kind of just works out, I guess. Now the question is, how much more damage does this do compared to a combo point setup? So let's check this out. How much damage does the combo point add? I think it does it pretty much exactly double the damage of combo points, right? We have 222.3 over 117. It's a 90% increase actually for 3 combo points. And you only have to do 2 punctures for it to make this work. think their sets and armor will come in Season 5. Sets, no, armor, yes. I think. Okay, let's say you do 2 puncture, 1 TB rotation. No starter skies. We have rapid instead. Which could be in our calm. I mean, technically we can run starter skies, even on the original build. Like, there's not really anything holding us back from doing starter skies on the original build as well. So you would have it on both. It lasts 3 seconds. It's a 50% damage buff. It stores our resources. So what is really the difference between an inner sight version and a combo points version? Almost nothing. Just the playstyle. And the bursting venoms. So in order to do this, we have to play bursting venoms. So let's calculate this roughly. How much does this do? This is 12% non-physical damage. 1.4 from corruption. Actually, we should put corruption on the neck, let's say. I should add attribution here. And you might do the same on the original build as well. Let's do this. Shit. So, Volatile Shadows is a 23% damage buff with mixed Shadow Imbuement. It's kinda good. So we lose that. We gain Bursting Venoms, which I don't know how much damage that does. Not that much. But let's just say like the proc itself is like 5% damage. And we gain more attacks. Now how many more attacks? Instead of a 2-to-1 rotation, we do basically infinite TB spam. And we have to do a Heartseeker sometimes. And that Heartseeker also gives us extra crit chance. And some attack speed. Now a TB is a probably slightly longer animation than a puncture. But not a much longer animation. So in the time it takes me to do 2 punctures, 1 TB, I can probably do let's say 2.75 TBs. We have to do also the Heartseeker here and there still. So let's say 2.75 times the amount of attacks. And they do 100% damage instead of 190%. Because we don't have combo points. Now, what is the benefit of Inner Sight and Heartseeker? Inner Sight gives me on average, let's say 10% crit chance. Which is a benefit of roughly 7% DPS. And Heartseeker gives me 50% crit chance on a boss. And a bit of attack speed as well. So I think for the attack speed, we say this is roughly a 10% increase actually. We don't have that much attack speed. So we do this. And the crit buff is also not insignificant. We set Inner Sight is on average 10, which is 7% DPS. So almost another times 1.1 for this crit chance. Oh, did I miss something? One advantage is we don't have to rely on volatile shadows and on getting hit to proc mixed shadow imbuement on a target. And I just straight up deducted the entire value of it. On the staggered boss, it's very likely we don't actually have shadow imbuement up. At least for the entire stagger, because it only lasts 8 seconds. Which is kind of weird. Because shadow imbuement itself lasts 6 seconds, and this lasts 8 seconds, I just realized. So I don't really get it. But either way, it's not necessarily permanent, and I just like basically assumed permanent uptime. So this makes it slightly better. Another problem is I have probably too much crit chance in this setup. We have 57, 67, 75, 100 with Inner Sight, and 115 with Heartseeker. So we should actually drop one crit roll like this and maybe put in Lucky Hit roll instead. So we kind of like just added extra damage, but we're overcapping on crit, at least during Inner Sight. So I think the strat would be to just like remove this crit roll and put a Lucky Hit roll. This would help with the bursting venoms. So we deduct 6%, let's say, for that. Am I missing anything else? What else changes if you go for the Inner Sight? I guess we don't have the wound there. It should be around 2% damage. Okay, I have another problem actually, which is I put puncture and resource generation here. So what I calculated there is actually not accurate, because if you want to use Star Disguise, which is probably the play, like here's puncture resource generation, and the thing about this stat is that it works with combo points. You actually get an extra combo point from this. So you do 2 punctures instead of 3 punctures, and you have 3 combo points. And this is how I just calculate this whole math. But it turns out if I replace this ring, I have to do 3-to-1 rotations and not 2-to-1 rotations. And now that's probably still better though to go Star Disguise. So it would be like, let's say 1 + 1 + 1. So these are 3 punctures, and let's say a TB takes like 1.3. So the time spent would be 4.3 with a 3-to-1 rotation instead of 3.3. It's 30% longer, but you do 50% extra damage with starters. Plus, we still have crit. We lose a bit of crowd control. We have better resources though, so we can drop this resource stuff here. We can do % damage instead. So, and Star Disguise is probably still the play, actually, with the buff. So this whole, like, puncture resource thing doesn't really work out anymore. Twisting Blade's back. It never really left. But it's getting a big buff. I'm just trying to cook a little bit. What's happening to the music? I think I'm just too far away from the microphone, guys. This is why. So it should be better now. I'm gonna fix my build at Necro. Right now nothing's broken. I think I might add an Inner Sight version though. I think I will try this and see how this will go. Okay, so if my napkin math is somewhat accurate, and we don't run into any major issues with like resources, which I guess we shouldn't, and bursting venoms uptimes, which is possibly a problem, then an inner sight TB should do almost double the damage compared to a common point TB. Unless I have some massive oversight somewhere. But I don't think we have that. Looking at those Paragon glyphs. It seems like there's nothing really that can go wrong here. We have a bit of more crowd control duration, crowd control damage here. But I think we can do the same here anyway. So there are some other slight disadvantages. For example, you have less lucky hit to stun stuff, you have less lucky hit to freeze stuff, you have less siphoning strikes. Because the lucky hit on puncture is actually way better than it is on like the twisting blades, for example. But generally, this is actually a kind of nice setup. Oh, RL, thanks for this up. What is this buff to Andarios? I don't know why they buffed it so much. I actually expected we would get a nerf to Andarios in season 5 or so, but... If Jens pops Poison Trap, but could that reset your implement? It should be able to. Will you add Anis the Heartseeker Victimized build? No. I don't think this wins. I don't think Andarius wins against a Shaco. I think this might actually just be the build. You don't even change the Paragons. That's really the most surprising thing. Like, you go Stardust. Like, all we do is we put an all-res roll here. Instead of 2 individual rolls. How's the movement speed on this? 193. We might actually have too much. No, we don't have this, so we have this. Okay. I guess kind of same story to Harlequin here. This has concussive strikes. So this. Yeah, it's like literally, it's kind of interesting. It's like literally the same gear and all the same. Just we change this aspect. We go from volatile shadows to bursting venoms. I really have to see like how consistent this will be. And I guess we have to change this here to a lucky hit roll. Let's do that. And here we don't have the need for that many casts, so I can do something like this. +3, so this is 8 casts. Which is kind of cool. So here we have chance to slow, which we actually do not need, let's say. So we can do another stun or an immobilize from faster stagger. We don't have any days right now. We have to be self-dazing, I guess. So we can still get trigger attacks and still knock down stuff. That's pretty fun, actually. So we still get the retribution all the time. Can I get one more point, maybe, to get trigger attacks a bit higher? No. Okay, let's do this. Grenade damage increased by 200%. Like certain aspects drop grenades with a certain damage value. Can check this again here. Yeah, aspect of surprise increased by 200%. So surprise used to do like 6,000, for example, or so on like an endgame build. This is 919 opportunists. Yeah, it does like a bit more damage now, basically. Like if you look at the grenade rogue here, you have it on the neck. So this 3,000 will go to 9,000. But you also have 13,000 here. And we drop grenades once on evade and twice on this. So this is 13,233 times 2. And then plus 9,000. So do 35k. Instead of 29,600. Something else. It's like a 20% buff, roughly. Thanks to this, kind of like... We don't really care that much about this. But it turns out it improves the damage. Because you still throw these grenades. As you evade around. I mean, this is kind of whatever. This is also whatever. And this is even more whatever. You can't even spend resources, really. There's also Saboteur Signet. Grenade damage increased, but they don't do that much. They don't drop that often. But yeah, it's kind of a buff for the Grenade Rogue. Also, you're a bit more tanky now. You get 15% damage reduction instead of 10 from the Glyph. Yeah, it's not huge, but it's noticeable. And grenades are already not terrible, I'd say. Okay, fine. I think we got the update here for our Rogue. So I didn't actually change all that much in the end. But it was interesting to explore the options. But I think this inner side Rogue, as I mentioned, if this works out, and we don't run out of Bursting Venoms pools on the boss, which can happen, and then it's kind of sad. But most of the time it won't run out of Bursting Venoms, or Poison Imbuement rather for that matter. You're gonna do almost double the damage with a nice inner side nuke. Plus, we get a 50% buff from the patch itself. So it's roughly triple the damage of what we could right now. This would definitely rival something like Poison Barrage, I think. Maybe more. Maybe it's like around the level of Poison Barrage now, I guess. And that was actually pretty solid. That was a solid build, I'd say. Does the Poison Barrage build become a bit better? I don't think anything changes for it. I mean, there's like some slight improvements, like Sturdy now gives you more resource, gives you more damage reduction. We can see if we can do something else. Ah, wait a minute. So we get more damage reduction from Sturdy, and we get the versatility glyph. You use versatility in that build as well, I believe. Let me double check this. The nerf to pits, yeah, but I mean, the nerf of the pits applies to everyone, so, you know, we don't really count that right now. I can't load the planner right now, what's going on? I included Heartsick in that setup to get the crit and attack speed buff. What's going on here? Load? Okay. Heartsick is still the best build for Rouge. Yes. Although by such a margin. Andarius can be very powerful, and I think maybe Andarius will be even better for farming setups now. Heartsick might push a bit higher. Let's check out Poison Barrage and see what happened there. Where is it? Man. Here. Okay. So we have versatility glyph. So let's get the buff. This versatility buff is 8.7% for free. And our toughness buff here is 7.3% for free against close targets, which is mostly the case for this build and for like any mana build. Any other like accidental buffs? No, no. No. No, so we can only consider maybe this. Now, one thing that's interesting here is Explosive Glyph has been buffed to 15% DR. And it just works. It doesn't have any condition. So there might be actually be rogue builds now where you just drop in a grenade aspect and run Explosive Glyph just for the DR and to get stuns. So that's kind of interesting to think about. Unfortunately, none of the grenade aspects is actually a utility aspect, so I guess not. Was a funny idea though. And it only lasts 2 seconds. Like dropping grenades every 2 seconds is kinda tough. Alright, so maybe it only goes into real builds. Real grenade builds. So what about versatility? No, fluidity glyph, yeah. Can we do fluidity? Instead of ambush, potentially. So what if we just put the fluidity glyph there? Let's make a variant. Can we put it anywhere else? That's a question. We have tracker here. We already have this. We have this. We don't even have... that's potion healing, man, so I guess not. And here is a Vuln and also potion healing, so that sucks. So, and this is the trap thing. And there's left, this is armor and elite damage. This has res. This has armor and core. So, what if you buff these nodes? Yeah, it's not really such a great idea, I think. I think just like stick to this. It does help a bit though with the resource recovery. So we could do something like that. And then we can do something like that. So it's like -2 points. We can remove this. I mean, we don't really gain much out of this though. There's 9% damage reduction from trapped enemies, which is actually not terrible. Lots of the R there. And damage 2 trapped, so we lose a bit of damage. We gain the same from the glyph, but it's more consistent. Because not necessarily everything that we hit has the poison type on it. And we gain 50% energy and recovery, and all we have to give is 1 point. This looks so cursed here, actually. What if I turn this around? Is it like another life cluster that we haven't taken? No. Now, the interesting thing about this whole thing here is that it becomes easier and easier to actually make the setup work without starter skies. So you don't even need to do like this whole like death trap shenanigans necessarily. Because now you have an even more regen from the fluidity glyph, for example, if you do this. 15% regen is quite a lot. So that alone already makes it worth it, I think. And you also have to use a dash or a shadow step every 8 seconds for close quarters. So here you just do it every 6 seconds for a fluidity glyph. Or, I mean, worst case you have 2 seconds of downtime on fluidity, which is not too bad. So I'd like to take like these small points there. Can we get 1? Nah. I want to get a 1 point from somewhere. Nope. So the only way to do this would be to remove one of the vulnerable damage reduction. Where is it? Exploit weakness. This one. Then you can do fluidity instead of ambush. Lose a bit of the trap damage as well. Just put us down here. There's no Tormented Lilith. Uber Lilith is already like the hard mode, basically. The level 100 version. Why are you not playing plus dot damage on ring for Anis instead of percent damage? It's the same because percent damage is ×2 for dots.
Hello.
Wait for range and dial builds. Yeah, range and dial builds is kind of interesting. I wonder if we could make something work. I mean, Sorc is maybe even a weak enough class that they can just take Andariels and make a build with it, despite having like no real synergies for it. That's kind of interesting. Andariel and Poison Barrage. Yeah, it could work. Why we can't Twisting Blades and Andariel? Because Twisting Blades has very low lucky hit chance. And you just go for Shaco, for example, and try to buff the damage. Lightning Sorc just spare a lot of abilities for lucky hit. Yeah, maybe actually. Like, why don't we just go like, I don't know, maybe I'm gonna cook maybe I'm gonna cook an Andariel's Lightning Sorc. That'd be funny. We could try. Should we try it? So, let's see. What is like really good for lucky hit on Sorc? What is like the best lucky hit skill? Chain Lightning, Charged Bolts. I know something interesting about Charged Bolts, which is the enchant. You get like 3 Charged Bolts everywhere, right? When you stun an enemy, there's a 40% chance to release 3 Charged Bolts on them. So why don't we go to like Charged Bolts enchant? Hello, my Korean friend. We tried Ice Shards and Dario so a bit, and it's actually stronger than normal Ice Shards. I mean, that's not hard to achieve, I guess. To make a build that's stronger than Ice Shards. I mean, Frost Nova with Ice Shards enchant is not the way at all, because you're not gonna kill any boss. So let's forget about Ice Shards. Like, you need to kill the boss somehow. I mean, you launched 5 Ice Shards here. 16% lucky hit, so this is 80% lucky hit. Frozen Orb is out. Fireball is out. Incinerate is out. So yeah, it needs to be one of the 2 lightning skills. Now this hits how many times? Okay, wait a minute. How many bolts is this? This is 5 bolts. So you have 100% lucky hit on the charge bolts. What about the basic skills? Nope. 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 And hell nope. Okay. So it might be a charged bolts build. Or a chain lightning build. Now the thing is with chain lightning we have like more hits if we put the aspect, right? Chains between you and nearby enemies and 5 times. So I guess this means 3 hits, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 75% lucky hit on a single target. This is 100, but they have to be close range. So it kind of defeats the purpose of the buff of the Andariels, making it ranged. No. Okay, so we have to play this with Wand, I guess, because it's lucky hit. You need to get all the lucky hit you can. It's only 10% though, it's not that crazy actually. I thought it was 15. Did they nerf it? Chain Lightning has a 40% chance to chain 4 additional times. So this means on the next 60% for 2 extra hits, which is 66% buff. So it's on average a 40% buff on the neck. So this means our average Chain Lightning has 105% lucky hit. This is the baseline. With that aspect on the neck. On a single target. More in AoE because it doesn't bounce to us, it bounces to other targets. But it's considered a single target. So this is where we start, I guess. Now, do we actually care about putting more ranks into Chain Lightning? I guess we don't. So we can do something like this, yeah. Don't even need this. We can do the Crackle. More Crackle means we can do Oh man, okay, it's gonna be fun. They buffed a Shimmering Teleport for some reason. Let's do Ice Armor. Let's do some crits. I can do this. 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 Let's do Time Rusher. Has like a hit as well. Oh, now what do we do here? Okay, now is an interesting question. Does Ria's Mastery apply to poison damage? Or is it just the other elements? I guess it's supposed to work for everything, right? They change it to 5? They change what to 5? The wand? Wait. A Calamity? Run Isadoras. Isadoras? What are you gonna do with Isadoras? It does nothing for our setup. What do you want to do to this? No, it's 10% lucky hit. What did it change? Oh, it's getting buffed. Oh, the aspect rate changed, I think. Oh, you're right. 5 additional bounces. Which, unfortunately, does absolutely nothing on the boss, right? Does it? Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it goes back to me and that's it. Right? So it does not actually produce an extra hit. So it does nothing on the boss. Actually, I want to double check this. Now, the question is, does 5 go to 7 or to 8 when I put it on a neck? This could be interesting. The question is, who knows, right? Yeah, so it's 3 hits. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god. Oh no, I left clicked. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. It kind of looks like it goes away from me again, but then it just disappears. Yeah, but there's animation here, like... Interesting. You can't even target the guy. It's actually like a projectile, you know, it hits the first guy. You can't even target a specific guy. Okay, not that it really matters. So let's try to imprint this aspect. Would I cause explosion insane like a hit? Yeah, cause explosion is sort of like a hit. There's definitely some Andariel's Necro potential. What? Unbroken tether. 40% chance to change 4 additional times. So this should give us 2 hits more, right? Take this. So I go from 5 to 7. I should get 4 hits on the target instead of 3. Wait. Go from 5 to 9. We get 5. Yes. That's 5. Yeah, so it should not make a difference unless it goes to 8 on the neck. That's the thing. Or we put it on a two-handed. We do this with two-handed. But a two-handed Sorc, then we lose the 10% lucky hits. I mean, it's not too bad to lose 10% lucky hit. To potentially buff our lucky hit, our overall lucky hit for the Chain Lightning. It may be worth it. There's also a chance for Chain Lightning cast twice, right? And we get a free Tarasha stack, Poggers. Because they already do poison damage. And that's kind of interesting. What if we do this? I'm not really sure what kind of aspects we want, so let's see what else we can do here. You're gonna make everything vulnerable all the time, right? So we go Shredding Blades, and we go... we want Recharging, I suppose. So we have like infinite mana. And then we do... We don't have that many aspects, actually. Storm Swell. And then we do... what else can we do? That's Accelerating... Retribution. Retribution is not the worst. Sinner Calm. We probably want this actually. Unstable Currents has a 30% chance to cast an additional shock skill. Do we want this? We probably don't actually. Like, this is on average less than 30% extra damage. Because we're gonna get like random ball lightnings that we don't care about. Random lightning speeders, which I mean all of this is kind of nice. But what we really want is chain lightnings. And you're gonna get them 1/4 of the time. What? I didn't know that's a thing. Splintering energy, when was that buffed? Increase your damage with shock skills by 25% for 3 seconds. Didn't know that was changed. I mean, there's actually not that many aspects here that help us with generic damage buffs. So it's not too bad. So we go, what was that? We can do Retribution, which has a nice double dip on staggered bosses. And we easily stun stuff because of the lightning spears. But only on crit actually. Which may be a bit of a problem, but it can do the stun stagger, stun temper, it might be fine. The alternative would be Inner Calm or Accelerating. Not really that much. And I think I won't have the cooldown here. We can also put Lucky Hit on this thing here as well. There's Lucky Hit. There's cooldown. There's attack speed. There's Lucky Hit. We don't actually need any passes, right? We can do Glass Cannon. Glass Cannon is pretty good now for this. And then we can do Lucky Hit. And maybe a second passive. What else? Is there like any other offensive passive that we care about? There's like nothing, right? So Glass Cannon is the only passive really that helps us here. Not even Devouring Blaze helps us. So there's a severe lack of scaling. But okay. Let's do Chain Lightning Enchant. Let's do this. Let's do attack speed. Lucky Hit. And then I guess we just do like into life and stuff. And that's basically it. We don't need any ranks. Then we do like armor, int, life. And we do int, armor. We probably don't even need resources, right? So Chain Lightning costs 35. Wait a minute, what if I go Starless Skies? log in. Delete this thing. We do Starless Guys. Big damage. Can we sustain the resources? Costs 35. Mana regen by default is 12. We have a bit of resource gen there. Actually looks like it's a bit more. So just like that, our chain lightning costs 17.5 without recharging aspect. And we can get the crackles. We can do crackle. Why not? We don't have anything to put points into anyway, so who cares? So we can do this, we can do this. There's a chance of stun, let's go. There's a move speed. We don't need any of this. Don't need any of this. We can do this. I can do this. And here, 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 here. And we need unstable current still. And we need this still. So we do have stuff to put points into. We also need to... Do we need this? They really care about crits here, man. Hey, Shabola, by the way, thanks for up. Okay. Okay, we need a point here. We need 2 points here, maybe 3. So I guess no movement speed for us. And maybe no conversions for us. I mean, it's actually really inefficient. So let's do this. This is pretty fine. Let's do this. Now, anything else? Kraken energy is formed and hits 4 times the same enemy. That's unlikely. That's also unlikely. So let's not do this. But you do want the damage reduction here from charge bolts. It's actually going to be pretty tanky setup as well. That's another thing. And you kind of want the unstable currents here. 15%. Yeah, that's a problem here with 2 unique rings. We're missing out a lot on this cooldown. Do this. Only 1 point in chain lightning, that's correct. So Ice Blades enchant, Ice Blades here. We do have Flame Shields to do fire damage for Tarasha, and we have Lightning, we have Cold, we have Poison, we get 4 stacks. This is Chain Lightning cast twice angle. Is there anything else that we would care about? I mean, there's also Elemental Surge. Now, is Elemental Surge stronger than Chain Lightning casts twice? So this is getting buffed by a lot. It's 20% chance. So without any like dot synergies, let's say, this does roughly 3.5 times the damage of an Elemental Surge. So I can do 2 Elemental Surges for this value. Or we can do Chain Lightning casts twice. And assuming that only Chain Lightning produces like hits here, which is not how it works. We would have times 1.5. So this is almost like Elemental Surge angle. Which means that it's probably kind of weak what we're doing here. Is there anything else that's cool? Nope. Nope. Okay, let's just do a chain lightning cast twice. Let's do it. There's other perks of casting twice. Maybe we do like a crit roll. Maybe just do damage though. But we're gonna go skulls. The way I know Sorcs. Especially since we're gonna run this now, right? Get 9 auras. And 3 to maximum for 9 seconds. And we get this from Ice Blades. From this. And even Flame Shield sometimes. That's a lot of res. Okay. He might be capped on res anyway, no matter what, so. Now do we just like roll percent damage everywhere? Here, 65% damage and that's it? Probably. It's like the best thing. That's a lot. Percent damage it is. So another skull. Okay, I have one problem in this setup, which is I cannot actually burn enemies. So I don't really get like damage reduction from burning. Which is a bit sad. It's a chance to stun. There's no way to trigger basic attacks with unstable, right? Random core, concentration, or mastery. Okay. This is sad. This would be really nice to have might. Can we still do it? I don't need to put Lightning Spear on the bar, actually. Necessarily. We can just put, like, Firebolt there. If we really want. Which has another advantage that we can trigger turn rushes without flame shields. But it's a very minor advantage. There's concentration, we want that. So, why not? Missing one of these skills. 1, 2. We don't have teleport. Whoops. Missing teleport on the bar. So we can't do this. Okay. So, something else, I guess. Ever living it is. Ever living is also okay. Critical strikes apply vulnerable for 3 seconds. I think I need to put crit on one of these items. Just so our crit rate is not terrible. Oh, Frozen Orb be? I mean, nothing really happens with Frozen Orb besides just like some small, like, you know, toughness buffs and all that stuff across the board. So that's kind of nice. Outside of that, nothing crazy, I think. Yo, Macro with the raid. Hello. Yo, aspect of Fortune, by the way. Good aspect of this. So, are you working on the Andariel's Necro already? We need it. You see a half a page of small changes on a Necro. Yeah, I mean, Necro did not get that much, right? No big adjustments, just like the sacrifice stuff. And that was almost it, right? Okay, that's like the Bloodlands. Bloodlands memes. But yeah, mostly this, I guess. And this is kind of big, actually. Chronics had to die for this. But it's kind of big actually with the Shielding Storm, I think. That makes it like 6 times better. Kinda good. You're doing Doombringer proc Necro. Oh boy. How much damage does Doombringer actually do now? It's like doubled, right? How much is that? It's not that much, but it's like better than an Emerald Surge, I guess. Okay, it's quite a lot more than an Emerald Surge. 24k. That's actually a surprisingly high number. So you're going for like some Shadow Blight action? Blighted Aspect and Kapow. Doombringer. Doombringer also makes it very tanky. It's kind of interesting. How much better will be Andy's poison build? Well, it will be 50% better, plus change. I don't think that Heartseeker is better than Puncture. I mean, I will try Heartseeker, but I don't think that it will be better. I was gonna pick up some bow somewhere. Actually, I can just use my Heartseeker. Wait, I don't have a Heartseeker bow anymore, right? So. Thanks, Bimblebee, for the subgift. You only have an Andarius Sorc build. Yeah, 50% damage buff and doing it at range sounds kind of nice, man. So we'll see if this is actually gonna be good. The wings, you got them in the wardrobe. It's a back attachment. Andarius Sorc, man. Percent damage. Percent damage. Int. Percent damage. Life. How much armor is this? We have too much armor. We have armor here, armor there. We don't need that much. So we can probably do like mana. Look, even just like this, I have 8.9k. Do like 1 crit, boom, that's it. Okay. So do int. We do life. Could also do like defensive skills. It's not a bad idea. More teleports. Longer flame shield. Yes. 555, thanks for subgift. Actually sub, sorry. I think Incinerate stock will be good with Flamescar buff. No way this changes anything. So Incinerate, you don't even use Flamescar and you will not use Flamescar, so no change. I think it's 20 mana per second now. This will be easy peasy to sustain. Spamming Chain Lightning like this. In fact, you probably don't need those 3 points there. So you can take these out. You just don't care. And then you can do the movement speed here if you want. Or you can like put it in teleport. The movement speed will feel pretty good though. Since you don't have movement speed on the neck or tempered. Speaking of, we do this. Then you have like barrier generation. Now let's do a freeze temper. What do we do here? Can do some dodge. A stun temper. I mean, you're already stunning anyway. Can do immobilize temper. Can do damage. Fingers damage. I can do chance to slow. And we have stun here. This can be slow, immobilize, stun, freeze. We can do a second freeze. Or barrier generation. And a dodge again. Guess why not? Nothing here. Let's just go for this. I only really want this. So some life. Do you want a chain lightning cast twice? Possibly. You want a percent damage over the end? Maybe. I guess you want this. Or a cooldown. Or the chain lightning cast twice? Fuck. Probably this. Cooldown all the way. Don't put a greater here, and we do this here. So this is the gear. Now we need to put... I guess we put Vuln. Why put damage for time? Dude, a Sorc with purple gems, let's go. Let's do the Vuln. We should have very consistent Vuln uptime. Do we though? Critical strikes apply a Vuln for 3 seconds. Do we have any other way? We have also Vuln here and Shredding Blades. We have Crackle. It's not really that consistent actually. I think our Vuln will not be consistent enough for this. But we'll see. Now, do we care about anything? Burning damage increase? No. Frigid? No. No. Shamans are 20% stronger. It's maybe something we'll pick up here. To get more ice blades and more chain lightnings. No. Ah, we get one here. And we lost 10% of your mana. So actually, after spending 50 mana, basically 3 casts. Every 3 casts I will trigger this. And get 10% of my mana back. And make them one. Okay, easy clap. So we do this. No, 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 no. Okay. So you want that. You want this. And you want this. So let's go. I guess we start with... Ah, wait a minute. Dealing fire, cold, or lightning damage increases all damage you do to them. So actually this kind of works. But we don't really have like good fire. We want control, I guess. We can do destruction, but it's weird. We probably need a enchanter. We can do exploit. We want reinforced. We want tactician. We may be territorial. After spending mana. This only lasts 3 seconds, man. 7% increased and 7% mana. So how much do we spend in 3 seconds? Let's say we cast like 1.5 times per second. It costs like 17.5, so we spend like 25 per second. With status buff. So I could keep Unleash up. Okay. Kinda tough. This is... I have a lot of dex clues as always, right? Let's do an exploit here. It's also life. It's also the bone stuff. It's also a lucky hit, which is actually direct damage multiplier. We should definitely pick this. It's right here for 4 points, so we have to take this. This is 7 points, I might not go there. Static Search, Legendary Paragon Nerd. Yeah, we have that here. Let's do Enchanted Master. There's also Res. There's Non-Fizz. There's Non-Fizz. There's Non-Fizz. There's actually a lot of good stuff here in Res. So what if we do like a Reinforced? How about this? Let's pass rare nuts. You have too much willpower. Okay. Mm-hmm. Kind of strange, but okay. Let's do this. There's life. Wait, what? There's a 6% life. Why is it 6? And not 4? That's strange. But I'm taking it. Oh, the pathing though, holy. You don't really want any of this. But you need this anyway. Damage to stunt, maybe just pick these here. Some additive notes. Now what can we put here? You could put in a Shanta. Then we have this path here, basically. We have still 30 points left, and we have this gate already unlocked, and we have this gate already unlocked, and we have this gate unlocked. So it's just go glyphs now. So what do we do? There's territorial, there's control, there's also dex. There's tactician, which is a bonus to rare notes. So how much non-physical do we have actually? 338, not bad. We have actually enough. You don't want a rare buffing glyph here. You also don't want it here. So is there any board where I actually want a rare buffing glyph? Burning Instinct usually, but you don't even burn. So this doesn't help us. There's chill stuff. Res, conjuration. Nah, we can't do that. We have to give up one of the two. They all suck. So we don't do tactician, which would be kind of nice because we have 3 defensive skills on the bar, and actually one of them is actually 8 seconds because we do not have Frost Nova, so it would be basically permanently up, but we don't have a slot for it. where we get anything out of it. Could do Flame Feeder, this doesn't work. Control. So this is maybe something. Picking up Crackling Energy. We can do this. Charge, and this is an int glyph. What if you do this? The pathing though, holy. It's too much actually. Blech. I guess. I mean, you have too much rest anyway, right? So we don't even need to go for these rest nodes. Let's just do this. I mean, fire damage also doesn't help us, I guess. So either way, who cares? But there's like one more stat node instead of 2 rest nodes. They're still unleashed by the boss magic nodes, and again we have nothing for it, so we do this. 1, 2, 3. Missing 3 points only. 6 boards. We can remove those. There's only 4 though. That's very good. Should keep that. This is 5. What is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? How close are we to having the 300%? We have 338. I get 120 from this, so we kind of need it for the Fish of Fate. Else you wouldn't hit that multiplier. If I move this glyph, this will be 22. So we have to keep that. Now, is there any other, like... Only Unleash at 7% damage there. Tactician, 10%, but they don't have, like, there's like no nodes for it. Can't do Flame Feeder. Destruction doesn't really work. But it goes to 12. How much additive damage does the setup have? You have 160. That's a lot of additive actually. This is 720, so 880, 920, 1220, 1240, 1300, 1350-ish, 1450. Okay, pretty high. So it's not that bad to not mega stack a glyph or something. Or have something like a destruction glyph, I guess that's a trophy and multi. But nothing with the crit damage. How much is my res overcapped? 102% by the way on poison. Nice. These are both Aura's rings. So we are overcapped by around 15%, and this is not even counting this passive there. So anything that says resistance, we can probably cut a little bit. Which is honestly not much. You can do this. Yeah. Like so hard overcapped. We're gonna need to reinforce there. But 30% DR. Okay. Did I try rapid fire rogue? Yeah, I did rapid fire rogue when I did the world first 2-minute bosses on hardcore in the start of the season. Don't forget to pick up a key passive. That is actually pretty useful, right? So maybe we should do that. Which one do we do though? I guess overflowing. And there's Shatter as well. Shatter's getting buffed. This could be interesting to actually run Shatter. And then just run a bunch of freeze chants. We have freeze here. But this actually allows us to actually... Yeah, I think we mostly care about the boss damage again. So overflowing should help the most there. Because we just have a kind of perma unstable, I guess. What's our cooldown reduction? So we have 40% cooldown reduction. And then we have another 21 there. And our base cooldown is 70. So we have 33%, 33 seconds cooldown on unstable. And it lasts 10. And this gets him buffed to 0.35, right? Yes. So how often does Crackle take? Is it twice per second? So twice per second I get 0.35. So during this uptime of 10 seconds, I get 17.5 seconds off. No, 17. So this means there's only 16 seconds left on the cooldown after it's over, if I'm always in range of one elite enemy. I think Crackler has no lucky hit. I would be surprised. And we have Ice Blades. We should have pretty much perma uptime, I think, with overflowing energy. We have Ice Blades as well. Like, this should work out. We have like 6 of these Ice Blades up all the time. Like, even just pressing unstable currents gives us at least an Ice Blade, and then we press the other stuff. That should be okay, actually. Also gives a lot of teleports. Okay, I think that should work out. I think I want to keep the Flame Shield. It's kind of good. We have 2 points. What do we do? There's more on our physical damage. That's kind of nice. And we can like maybe put some other points that are just like random buff somewhere. Okay, do this actually. Crackling energy damage. So we still have the crackling stuff, right? So you want to pick up crackles? Yes. So we don't need to pick up many crackles. But yeah, 5 seconds, 15% damage buff, kind of nice. Let's do that. That's damage to elites, maybe just pick this. There's actually, wait a minute, there's actually life on the other side. Maybe I'll go down this route. Can I? There's life here. How would it look if I go to the right side? I might want to try this. Miss 4. What if we do this? We miss 3. We get a bunch of life there, which is kind of cool. We lose not really much. So... okay, 2 points. We can get 2 points. We can do 1 there. You want that lucky hit. Can you do the damage reduction from Woolen? We can do the non-fizz node there. It's like 1 random non-fizz node, that's fine. We have over 300. Could also remove that one. I think I like this a lot more. It's a lot of life. So this setup has 32k life, which is not that crazy actually. Maybe we should do stuff like this, yeah. Just to like boost this a little bit. I already have greater life there. How much in does this? 1200. Yeah, well. Let's get a bit of int. How much lucky hit do we have? This has 90% lucky hit bonus. And then we get 25% from the boots as well. That is not counted. So we have 115% bonus lucky hit. So this, okay, how often do we trigger this stuff then? How many Andariel procs can I expect? Let's see. So... wait, any other like temporary lucky hit effects? Not really, right? We just have like lucky hit bonus like a lot. We have the wands, we have all the items. Yeah, okay, let's check this out. And the passive, wait, is the passive counted? No, right? The passive is not counted either. So we get 15, we get 40% extra, we have 130% bonus. Paragons is counted, right? Yes. So we have a 46% lucky hit chance for Andariels. Times 25. Oops. So every 8.7 chain lightning hits, we get 1 Andariel's proc. Hey, Madman. Thanks, man. So, in an AoE pack, we have an average of how many casts? 60% chance to get 5 extra. So we have 3 extra, basically. So we have 8 hits. So this means in AoE, on average, per chain lightning, just on the chain lightning, I get 1 Andariel proc. And this does not count a 25% chance to get another chain lightning from our unstable currents and all the other stuff that flies around from unstable currents. So you should get something like, yeah, 1.2 Andariel procs per cast with this setup. Now, what about the boss? That depends on what happens with the patch, I guess. Does it go to 7 or does it go to 8? Let's say the pessimistic scenario is that it's 7 and we put it on neck. And we don't really gain a big benefit. But let's do it anyway. So this means you get an extra hit on the boss, right? Okay, how many hits on the boss do we have? It's 5 plus 7 divided by 2. So we have 6 hits on the boss. Or do we have 5 hits on the boss? We start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it is 6 hits on the boss instead of oh, I actually miscalculated this. We're gonna get more than this the procs that I just mentioned. Okay, let's start with the boss. We have 6 hits on a boss. 6 times 0.25. times 0.46. So I get 0.69 Andariel procs per Chain Lightning cast on the boss. Not terrible. What's our attack speed? Not much. 35% bonus, which is mostly this, and really nothing else. So to get out of Unstable Currents proccing, so 135. To get out of Unstable Currents, we should almost get 1 Andariel's proc per cast on the boss. We also have these Ice Blades, and we have these lightning spears, and we have whatever ball lightnings flying around, and whatever. So it sounds pretty good. It sounds pretty good. I wonder how much damage is this. Hey Middleman, by the way, thanks for the stuff. Ah, you have the attack speed for Unstable Currents, you're right. I'm just calculating how many procs do I get per Chain Lightning, and the answer is roughly 1, and that's on the boss. You actually get more than that on AoE. Probably like around 50% more or so. Because I have 5 hits. And we have 60% chance for 7 extra hits, let's say. Plus 5, we have 9.2 hits. Yeah. So probably gonna get, we get something like 0.9 to 1 Andariel's procs per cast on the boss. We get probably something like 1.2 to 1.5 Andariel's casts per cast in AoE fights. It's gonna be interesting. I'll try this. No idea how to work out. Also, we have a random board attached there, so we get a point. Boom. Okay, easy clap. Did I remove something else that I did not want to remove earlier? No, I think this was the point I wanted to keep here. Now, do we need any crazy gear for this? We need to make a neck. We need a lot of lucky hits. We need percent damage and like stuff like that. Chain Lightning, which I just cast twice. Oh, I totally forgot about this cast twice. Wait a minute. I actually get a lot more. I did not actually go. I didn't actually calculate a cast twice. So if we go by, what was it, 0.89. That's 9 Okay, so we're almost at like 2 Andariel's procs per Chain Lightning. That should be pretty good. They have a lot of additive damage. And a bunch of pretty solid, like, buffs to generic damage, like generic damage buffs. So it may work out. I did not watch Casa. Would damage to poison temper from rogue work instead of all damage? Good question. How good are these? I could look around. What else is there? Poisoned. Damage to poison enemies is 94%. So this is less than the percent damage temper, because percent damage temper for dots is ×2. So this is 130. So it can't really beat us with any of these damage tempers, I believe. Is there like any damage temper that would do more on anything? There's like some skill specific stuff like this. So this doesn't help us. Damage to frozen gets kind of close. But then you need to freeze them. Damage to distant. So technically we could do this. But I think practically the gain is not enough to not run this. Because sometimes you will be close to enemies and stuff like that. Damage to cursed enemies. Yeah. That's the build. Andariel's Sorc, guys. Oversight or typo and Twisting Blades change. Yeah, the patches are 30 to 60 instead of 50, and then 50 to 80. I think they're looking at two-handed values there. Yeah, damage to poison enemies is worse. Can each chain onto other targets from one cast or chain lightning proc undies? Yes. All of these chains produce lucky hits. So you have a chance on each of them. I was just calculating the average, you know, I was calculating how many Endarius procs do I get per cast. And I'm getting something like 1.5 to 2 procs per chain lightning. And I will probably pump them out. I'm not sure how fast exactly. But I'd say like 1.5 per second. So we're looking at something like 3 Endarius procs per second. On average. That's not terrible. You have so much like a hit. Yeah, the attack speed on chain lightning is not terrible. We don't really have much attack speed here, right? Do we have any attack speed? I do not. So this is 1.2. Once only, basically. Let's count. We can equip the starters, so we have a bit of resource. Yeah. So I did 10 attacks in 6.7 seconds, and I have no attack speed bonuses. And here we will have 35. We have like a 60% bonus with this gear, with unstable currents up. So we do roughly 2 per second or so. Maybe more. Right now we do 1.5 per second. And then with this attack speed, we do like 2.3 per second, let's say. Cast per second. So we're looking at 4 up to 5 Endarius procs per second, actually. Not terrible. With how powerful Shadow is, could Shadow work? Well, the reason why Shadow is powerful is because of some weird bugs with Greater Fireball. I'm not 100% sure how this works. I mean, technically it might be stronger, but practically, I mean, you're not gonna kill any bosses outside of fishing for a Spirit Caller or Frost or something like that. And of course, this is kind of like impractical. And clear is not a big problem of this setup, I think, you know. It's always single target that I care about. So I'd rather just go for the boss stuff. And we, you know, don't try with like this. I have the 25 hit lucky Barbarian, we put it in here. It's pretty good. I mean, you could do other stuff. You could do concussive strikes as well if you wanted. Maybe it's actually better when I think about it. 20% extra damage to dazed enemies. Now, let's see. How much lucky hit do we have? We have 90% bonus, right? So we go from 230 to 205. So it's like a 12% gain, having Fortune aspect. That's quite a good gain. And Concussive Strikes is 20% damage. But you need to proc the daze. And it barely works on a boss. Until you stagger, basically. It does not do anything besides staggering it slightly faster. And staggering is not the problem. But if it's ever like a long boss fight, then the Concussive Strikes will do less and less. So I'd rather go for this. And it also gives me like more lucky hit chances for like anything else, right? To stun, demobilize, whatever. So I think it's gonna go for this. You have to barrier up anyway all the time. How much move speed does the setup have? 166 with just big boots. And then another... Dude, why is this... It's actually such a bad passive, man. 3% per point for 3 seconds, man. Wow. Funny build. I'm excited to try it. We don't have any burning damage reduction, which I don't like. But Sorc is getting overall more tanky. Plus we have a bunch of barrier generation. We have charged bolts damage reduction. We have electrocution damage reduction. Is that getting buffed, by the way? That is getting buffed to 18. So we have a lot of damage reduction in there. It's not that bad to not have the burn damage reduction, I think. I did make a Man of Arrows build for Season 4. But I just got a pretty big buff too. On the army we have Unbroken Tether. What about Shocking Impact? Nah. Shocking Impact, is that here, this one, right? I mean, we stun a lot. But this is not doing damage. I'm not sure what's the weapon damage percent of Andariels. I guess this could be like read out in data mine. But if I had to guess, this is maybe like 10% of what Andariels does. If you're lucky. And it procs less on top of it. Interesting Blades is buffed to 50 to 80, from 15 to 30 will be huge. And that would be a pretty massive buff. But I think it will just be like the doubled value from the crossbow. I could ask them for clarification, maybe we can get an answer about this. Maybe someone already asked about this, let me check. About the Twisting Blades. Okay, I was gonna ask this because I don't see anyone asking about this in the partner Discord. Twisting. Let's see if they give us clarification on this. Okay, let's see if I get a reply. What about TB Victimize? You should watch my video from yesterday. I mean, if this is actually the base value, that would be kind of huge. So then we go from how much damage is that? So usually we have it on a 200 anyway, right? So the base hit is roughly half the value of the returning blade. So it's 0.5 plus 1 for the return. And then you get 2 spins. And those 2 spins are usually 0.6, 0.6. So this is roughly where it's at. And previously I calculated this increase to be 0.5 plus 1 plus 0.8 plus 0.8. So 3.1 over 2.7. So this aspect change should be a roughly 15% increase. However, if that is actually 80 on a normal slot and then 160 per spin on a two-handed, that would be 0.5 plus 1 plus 1.6 plus 1.6. And that would be an increase of 74% in the current builds. If true. It's big if true, guys. Big if true. And yeah, it might just be that this is a two-handed version in both cases. I think that makes more sense, but we'll see. Maybe they really want to spinny blades, man. You need help if you're playing build on Maxwell, Bash, Barb, Iron Skin, and has bone damage on weapons, not crit damage. So what do you need help with? Let me see something funky with TB. I would actually like Blade Dancers to become one of the skill upgrades in the skill tree. And, you know, something else giving us, you know, some other effect, or just making, like, buffing the returning blades or something like that. You know, I would love that. Like, I would like to have an option to not play with a spinny. Each stack of TP adds another ring that gets farther and farther out. Like Blade Vortex. Yeah, days on the B. I mean, honestly, when it comes to Temperers, I think they should just take this Worldly Fortune recipe and just delete it. Like, Worldly Fortune has, like, this recipe here. I think it should just straight up be deleted from the game next patch. Like, it has just, like, trivialized CCing and staggering so much. Like, everyone just runs this. There's no reason to use any crowd control skills anymore. There's no reason to run a Frost Nova. There's no reason to run a Smoke Grenade. There's no reason to run a Cold Imbuement. There's no reason to run a Ground Stomp, you know? Like, all these things make no sense with this stuff in the game. Like, it's just, like, deleted, like, 15 skills from the game, you know? This temper recipe. Like, it's kind of stupid. Like, it doesn't feel special to, like, have a crowd control around, right? You just walk in, and you start attacking, everything is frozen, everything is stunned, nobody cares. Wonder if we get unique temper recipes at some point. Who knows? How would they work? Maybe they would work them in a special way. Nerf it 1 to 5%. Yeah, I mean, even if you nerf it, like, you know, then you still have, like, this, like, you just put it everywhere, right? And you have, like, 4 of them, so it needs to be, like, an omega low value, so that 4 of them don't already trivialize everything, right? I mean, 4 tempers is an investment, but on utility slot, not that much of a loss. So, yeah. It's not season specific, no. Druid still bad with its affix. Druids are okay. Only know it on helmet. I mean, the way the tempering system works is that it obeys the same rules as imprinting, right? So you have utility, you have offense, you have defense, and so on. So utilities go so many slots, okay, but Where would they put it? They could put it in offensive slots, maybe. You know, then it would actually be like a real cost. And in most cases, it's actually used for offensive purposes, right? You don't really want to necessarily put like stun and freeze and all that. You don't really care if you have like all these CCs, right? You maybe want to CC them so you're safer, like one CC type. But you also want to have like 4 different CC types just to like stagger the boss faster. So this is like purely an offensive buff. So technically, this should go on the offensive category, right? Or same with like rogues, right? Rogues, you want to freeze stuff so they get your frigid finesse. Or, you know, barbs, you want to stun for your Valop passive or something. So technically, this is used for offensive purposes. It should go in an offensive slot, if anything. And then it would be like, you know, something where you think about it. It would be like, okay, do I really want to go all in and then like have like, you know, close damage or, you know, whatever damage on this item? Or do I want to maybe put like a stun chance there? You know, there would be a bit of a reason to not necessarily always go and stick the same stat. How can I say Druids are fine? They're 20, 30 tiers behind. How are they okay? Well, have you considered that the classes being 20 to 30 tiers ahead are not okay? Because that's my opinion. Serious question, can prepare for testing blades to farm items or Heartseeker remains the best rogue build? Heartseeker remains the best, but Andaris gets really close now. Also 150 was done in 2-man, no, not in solo. On Sorc and Barb. If I could make one balance change right now, what would it be? I mean, there's a bunch of stuff. But I think we should go here. I think the best balance change to make in the current state of the game is this. You cleared 154 with Druid, Barb, Sorc in Freeman. Interesting. Support Druid in action, man. What about Vein of Arrows? Vein of Arrows got actually significantly better. So there's that, but I don't think, like, as long as I don't get a greater affix cooldown, Word of Hakan, I don't think I'm even gonna consider making a Vein of Arrows planner. And even then it would be just for memes, for like Helltide farming or so. But we could try. Gushing Winds either totally broken in a good or bad way. And mostly in a bad. Like, it's just crazy how good it is. Give Rogue Gushing Wounds. Yeah, let's go. I mean, it also just doesn't make sense, you know, like Gushing Wounds, like once you scale it up, it just, it gives you like a average damage increase of somewhere in the range of like times 20 to times 50. Like 2,000 to 50 to 5,000% or so damage buff. Like, you know, the typical key passive is like 30 or 50% maybe, you know. On a good day, maybe 100. And this is just like, you know, 3,000, 4,000, like, yeah, sure. Seems good. Is the Dario rogue better than rapid fire? No, that's a good question. For farming, certainly. In push, it might be close. Oh man, Billy. Very upset, huh? I did math out every single build on every single class so far. I guess we'll see what the Maxwell boys say tomorrow, because we have a meeting tomorrow to discuss the patch and the tier lists. But the buffs to druids are pretty significant, I think. And I don't think they're worse than the buffs to necromancers. And the only thing that really is an important buff on rogues, for example, is the Andariel buff, which technically could be used by druids as well. And potentially might be, even like on Vincia, for example. Although the buff is probably more important for the rogues than it is for the druids, because druids currently at least don't have an Andariel build that I know of. But there might be some advantages there. Kind of makes me want to do Pulve Druid. Yeah, Pulve Druid, man. Dude, Stardust Guys is gonna feel so good, man, on so many builds now. Like 50% RCR is nuts. And the damage buff, of course. Like, Stardust Guys is a really strong item now. It was already really good. I think I have it even in S tier. Where do we have it? Let's see. Tiers. Here, we have Stardust up here, next to Shaco. And they just like mega buffed it. Like, what? I mean, okay. Kinda interesting stuff. Nah, we're not doing S+. If we ever have to make an S+, we're just gonna move stuff down. This is how it is. You know? To keep the S kind of like above the rest, basically. So that's the purpose. What's happening with Necros exactly? What is bugged? Vinci and Andariels. Yeah, I think Vinci and Andariels might actually be useful now. So maybe instead of Goldslayer, you're gonna run Andariels. I mean, you do have okay lucky hit. At least in AoE fights. You know, you shoot like your Vinciers into the big packs, and then you're gonna proc a bunch of Andariels there, and you're gonna get poison explosions, and it starts ticking. Why is Doombringer buff irrelevant? Yeah, it's not exactly irrelevant, but Doombringer, at least so far, has never been seriously considered to be like a DPS option, I guess. So that's the thing. So apparently Macro is trying to do something with it. But I'm not sure if like 100% buff to Doombringer is really going to like change much. But who knows, maybe there could be something like that. So maybe there's like a Necro build around Doombringer now or something. I felt underwhelmed by Doombringer's damage whenever I tried it, and I think doubling it would not be enough to make me consider it like a real offensive option. But on builds that already have a lot of lucky hits, it could be good. Ah, you're talking about the Holy Bolts elixir. Yeah, okay, I mean, it's like one build. And that still remains a really powerful build, even without the Holy Bolts, so. So and Barb back? Yes, but not the way you expected. Owen Barb currently is really good thanks to Gushing Wounds and Tyraels and Holy Bolts. And, well, Tyrael's getting a buff, Holy Bolts is getting a nerf, so we'll see what will come out of this. But, yeah, you can make Woven Barb work, but it's not actually a Woven, you know, carry, basically. Woven is just a trigger for everything else. How do you feel about Eyes in the Dark? Yeah. More useful than before, at least. So you get a guaranteed second hit. Well, is it more useful actually? It's more consistent, and I like consistency in general. So it may actually be worse in some circumstances, and it's better in others. Would I want to use it? Probably not. Not in most builds. But it could be useful, like in some builds it could be really good. In something like pen shots. Like you walk in, that's what you did in Avatar of Zia. You walk in, you press Death Trap, everything gets pulled into 1 pixel, you press pen shot, boom. And you have like everything's piled on 1 pixel. This is insane for pen shot. Having monsters stacked up with Death Trap. And rearm will make it more consistent, because now you actually have an opportunity to shoot into the pack, freeze them all already, and then get them pulled in again or something like that. So that there's really everything stacked and nothing just walks out of it right after the pull before you see them or something like that. So this is actually kind of useful. So reaching the boss, for example, with a pen shot rogue, with Death Trap in your build, it's gonna be trivial in like even a push, you know, even like 125 or something. You're gonna reach the boss in like 5 minutes or something, because you just walk in, you press Death Trap, everything is stacked into 1 pixel, and then you blow up the entire pack. Good chance to get 1 kill now. There might be a bit of an extra chance now to get a kill, I guess. Because it gets a guaranteed rearm and does a bit more damage. It might help with that. Used to get over shouting the pixel stack. Yeah, it's not really the same. Could it get twice the cooldown reduction? That's actually an interesting question. Maybe. Wait, where's the planner? It might actually be able to get 2 times the cooldown. If Death Trap kills an enemy, its cooldown is reduced by 12. I mean, how often will this happen? In the pit, not very much, let's be real. But outside of the pit, it's not unlikely you're gonna get 2 kills when you press it. On the other hand, it might also just happen that everything's just dead before the rearm ever happens. So it's 1.25, and I guess after 2.5 seconds, it will have triggered twice. And then it does like damage over roughly 1 second. So I'd say I need roughly a 3 seconds combat for this to potentially get a second kill. And do anything basically with the Eyes in the Dark. So yeah, 3 seconds is quite a long time when you're talking about low-end content where you're supposed to one-shot everything. Could just as well just run in, press pen shot, and the entire room dies. So is the guide for Sorcerer already? Well, we cooked up Andariel's Sorc here. I'm gonna put this in the Discord and then in the YouTube description while we add it. Yo, Prime from Ra. Thank you, man. No idea where to put this. Let's just do it here. Sorc. Okay. So that cooked or microwaved? It's actually cooked. We'll see what will happen when I play this. I'm gonna try to prepare some gear for this. It's gonna be kind of interesting. So we need, so yeah, some weapons. I mean, this is unique. You need like a neck that has a bunch of lucky hit, I guess, and a bunch of cooldown. And to get the right tempers. So it's not that hard to prepare this gear, I guess, since there's like a lot of uniques. Random boots, mana. That's it. Rain of Arrows Rogue Guide. Someone saved the bookmark, huh? Yeah, we unlisted that guide this season. I mean, it's not coming back anytime soon, I guess. But it did receive quite a buff in this patch. So if I'm gonna be S tier, we have it in S tier currently, and I mean, it gets slightly better, so... Can Rowan go past pit 60? Every build will go past pit 60 after Tuesday. The way it sounds. But if you want to play a Whirlwind, there's actually a pretty strong Whirlwind build currently. That does not rely on the Whirlwind damage, but on Terror's Might. And Gushing Wounds. And that is actually pretty good. On Tuesday is a patch. They're nerfing the pits. I've seen Ace's reactions to the patch. Why all the streamers seem to be enthusiastic about buffs to Druids, while the specialist Druid player is meh. I've not seen Ace's reaction. But I mean, we can look at some Druid builds. How about that? So what are the typical buffs that we have for the Druids here? So, first of all, Pulverize, log in. Then we have a nice leveling boost with movement speed. I mean, this is not really used much these days, but this is used a lot. So this is like the nice EHP buff. This is used in some builds. For example, Wind Shear. So it's a nice attack speed buff. This kind of whatever. This is also only really for both. Okay, we got this. I mean, the buffing. This is a landslide lightning storm build that is getting a kind of significant buff here, because a lot of the damage comes from the free casts. This is kind of whatever, at least for existing builds. This is not terrible for some builds. This is whatever. This is extremely strong. I mean, this actually makes me unhappy because they took like one of the maybe the best overall passive in the game and just made it stronger and made everyone shift even more. So I don't like this really that much, but basically every important build already used this. So this is a relatively good buff. Defensive posture. So how many points do you have to invest for this? I can say with confidence I've never gone to this cluster of passives. Ever. Basically. And this is the first one. So we will take the first one and not the others. Ever. So that's cool. But yeah, so I'm going to squeeze out 3 points and can take defensive posture, and you're going to be quite tanky. So this is really nice. Next 9% extra DR while fortified. Then you have Mending. There's mostly a bear thing, like a pull thing. And this is again a pull thing. This is like not really significant. Neither is this. Neither is this. This is certainly not significant. Whatever. And also whatever. But yeah, I mean, it's like a nice all-around, especially defensive buffs, I would say, for druids. Because you get more life, like roughly like 5% more there. And then you get like, okay, if you somehow get 3 points, I guess. You get 9% DR there. So this just makes the overall like druid experience like more streamlined and, you know, more survivability and stuff like that. And you don't really rely on like roaring all the time, for example. So you could potentially even make builds that don't even run roar. And that's kind of the advantage of this patch, I guess. Plus the better leveling. This is nice for early game until you switch it later. So this is this one here right now, Advantageous Beast. Usually go this in late game, but you can do this for leveling. Same here, you can get a crit, it's like a lot of crit that will help for like early game, or for like, I mean technically the crit thing got doubled, and this got like a times 1.5 or so. So the crit buff was bigger than the life buff. And especially now that you're more tanky, or if you really don't want that tankiness, it's not a terrible choice to give up Iron Feather and go Scythe Talons. Depending on how much you really benefit from the crits. Energize got buffed, that helps some builds. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of happy. Like, I'm really excited to play Polarize. And I mean, everything else on Druid just gets better by a bit. And that kind of feels cool. And again, you have like potentially the options to like, you know, maybe make some other key passive work. Or, you know, not run debilitating raw in every build. And these kind of things. The Druid problem is not survivability. It is to some degree, but I guess the recent pit nerfs and with really good gear, it's not really anymore. But the thing is that debilitating raw was kind of like the one thing that really kept you alive. Most of the time, for like some builds at least. And it didn't work on the pit shadow bosses, for example, and it wasn't really up all the time. And yeah, like this gameplay with like Hunter Zenith and Tornado, for example, where you have to like raw all the time after a kill and stuff like that. And you don't necessarily have to do that anymore. So it would feel a lot better. I mean, yeah, Druid is not gonna suddenly push like 10 tiers higher because they're a bit more tanky or something. But they don't have to. Like Season 5, boom, Gushing Wounds is gone. Blay is dead. Bash is dead. And Victimize is fixed. And suddenly, the world looks much better. So, I don't think this is really a problem that they're not like Omega buffing Druid right now. I mean, you're accelerating all the time. 30 tiers is not real. The gap is smaller, and, you know, like, depending on which class you're talking about, based on either bugs or, you know, completely overpowered effects that will get nerfed. So, hello Sabra, I'm good. And you? Think after patch Shred build will be viable for late game big damage. No. And what did they do with Shred? They just buffed the aspect a little bit, right? Unsatiated. Wow. Is there anything else besides the boon buffs? Nah, Shred doesn't really have big damage and is not getting closer to that. How much higher can you push with Holy Balls was Elixir of Advantage? Which build are we talking about? Like, I don't think that Holy Bolts is actually useful in any rogue build. I've not really tried it, to be honest. But I don't think it's actually better than Advantage, at least on like an Andariels or a Heartseeker or something. You know why we have Ancestral Guidance on Tempest Roar and Windshear? We don't spend the Spirit often. Yeah, it's more like 2.5 Polarizers, I think, that they need to do. And they usually do it like one every few seconds, and I mean, it's even if you don't have it permanently up, it's a pretty strong buff. It's 30% right. That lasts 5 seconds. So sometimes they got it, sometimes they don't. I just wanted some water. Staff of Endless Rage, amazing 10% damage boost. Yeah, it's kind of strange that they took stuff like Staff of Endless Rage and gave it like a 10% damage boost. Like, man, just do like the actual unique rework, whatever it's gonna be, and then you can see like which uniques are good or bad and need a buff or something like that, right? Like, why are they buffing uniques right now anyway? Like, are they? I thought they are making something that, you know, is like some system to upgrade uniques or whatever, right? So why they are buffing uniques right now? And now we have like starters and whatever, like, you know, so crazy already, you know, right? Like, those are the uniques they already use, and they're making them even better. And then we have like stuff like Endless Rage, where it's like, okay, I mean, first of all, no one plays Fireball. And second, this is not gonna make you want to use that stuff if you play Fireball anyway, right? So kind of weird. Ah, you mean your Necro? Yeah, for Necro, the Holy Bolts thing is kind of a big deal for minion builds. You love Shark to give percent HP like I did in the beginning in D2. Yeah, let's go. Imposing presence for everyone. Just give it like 5 imposing presence ranks. Don't get a fin if buffs are there to compensate to fix the Holy Bolts. I mean, as I said, like Holy Bolts is only really a thing for Necromanians when it comes to pushing, right? And then for some other builds as well, for like farming, okay, but I mean, who actually plays with Holy Bolts? I have so far not really done it. Like on Sorc, on Rogue, and like all this stuff, like, do you even run Holy Bolts? You don't even want to run it. You just play Advantage Elixir or Fortitude Elixir or something. Like even on Druid. I was playing a lot of Druid and like Holy Bolts just seemed shit anyway. So yeah, it's mostly a Barb thing. And maybe Necrominions. And that's it, so maybe there's some other builds where it's like beneficial and stuff. Fundamentally, there are no major changes to any of the current builds and setups. I mean, some of these things open up some stuff though. Like apparently Macro is working on some Doombringer Necro proc build. I have just created an Adariel Sorc that may or may not work. Yeah, I mean, stuff like the buffs to some of the key passes on Druids, for example, could definitely open up some stuff. Like TB, you know, you don't really change fundamentally the setup and how it works. But, you know, now we can suddenly play like melee builds on Rogue without the need to have a ranged skill in there to proc Dark Shrouds for you, for example. So there's actually kind of like a fundamental change there. Like there are a few little things like that. But on the other hand, I mean, this is a mid-season patch, right? I wouldn't really expect them to make fundamental changes in a mid-season patch anyway. So just some little things, some buffs here, some stuff there. Just like something to keep the hype up a little bit and make people happy. And I mean, they literally just only put out buffs. With the one exception being the Holy Bolts thing. They need to be less careful with nerfs before everything goes out of hand. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that it's probably not the end of the world if, like, you know, Season 5 is gonna be a bit crazy. The expansion is coming right after, and in the expansion you can just, like, nerf everything into the ground, right? And start fresh. So, that's fine. Because the expansion is like a blank slate, right? You can do anything. Like, the expansion comes out and everything will be completely different. And it doesn't matter, like, how much damage you deal, how you know, how many tiers in the pay to do, because everything is gonna be a blank slate, right? So nothing matters. You can just set the, you know, target balance to whatever level you want. at the start of the expansion. And no one will be bothered, right? Because this is just a new baseline. Do you know the new class before us? Well, I only knew what was in the league like a year ago or something, which is that it was the name Spiritborn, but that was it. Didn't know anything else. What do you think they should do to make unique trainers viable? I'm not sure what they should do exactly. Like, I'm waiting for them to make something that is, you know, similar to tempering, but not tempering. To make uniques cool and more powerful with some upgrades. And then, you know, once that is in place, you can like, rebalance the numbers on everything, and then this will be fine. Are they gonna rework schedules in Season 5? No. That is like an expansion thing, that's Season 6. You have a plan for range, poison, rogue? I don't think that I'm gonna change the entire build. I mean, I might try Heartseeker on Darius versus Puncture on Darius, but Puncture just seems better. So that's not really the reason, I think. Maybe would I add unique only temporary recipes and that's it. I mean, actual unique recipes, that could be interesting as well, potentially. Although a bit lame. Depending on what they put there. And maybe for like a unique temporary recipe on weapon, what if they just do something like, okay, you know, your core skills have an X% chance to cast twice, your mastery skills have an X% chance to cast twice. The problem with that is though that right now we have class specific, you know, you have like the rogue core cast twice stuff, and you have the Sorc core cast twice stuff, and so on. And with such a cross-class unique temper stuff, you could not balance the individual classes, right? Like maybe the rogue stuff is just too OP, and you have to actually like reduce the numbers, you know, it's compared to the Sorc, because you have more weapons on the rogue and stuff like that, right? So it's very easy to hit 100% chance to cast twice on the rogue compared to other classes. In fact, it might not even be possible on other classes. Like, for example, this Chain Lightning thing that I did here is only 38%, right? With triple masterwork. So you don't even hit 100%. On rogue, you just do like tempo, tempo, tempo. You don't even upgrade it with masterworking, and you hit 100%, right? So if you do something like unique tempers that apply cross-class, that would be pretty problematic in those cases, but who knows. Quiver slot when. And 450% damage to bash on one hand weapon. Lucky hit, 20% chance the character will play the rest of the game for you. Interesting stuff, guys. I guess we leave it here. It's almost 3. So more tomorrow. We have like 3 days to prepare for this, so I need to prepare this Andariel's Sorc, because that's actually kind of interesting. I want to see how this goes. So I'm gonna log into my Frozen Orb tomorrow and farm a few items, I guess. Get the stuff ready. And then we just log in. I mean, technically I could try to build right now. And we're just gonna... But I don't know. I think I'm gonna not try it now. And we're gonna do it on Monday when the patch is out. I'm gonna prepare everything. Get it ready. See what happens. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm gonna raid someone. That's right, Rax is doing like his challenge, so let's do that. Have a good one, guys.